Good morning. How's it going? Mood Corning. Good one. I'll have to remember that one. I'll hit some people with that.
Something feels odd here. Be on your guard. A barrier. That may indicate Almadria is near.
Then we've got to find a way to get through
Oh,
somehow.
yeah.
Let's see if we can find
Super
something
creative.
that'll release it.
So I got an email and a text this morning about booking a delivery for the new fridge getting here
What is that huge flower-looking thing
Friday.
up there? Is that the ship's
Can't
engine?
believe it. It's crazy.
Indubitably, as one might expect, large ships require large engines in order to sail.
And if we destroyed it?
We might well sink the ship. Who knows if we would be able to escape before that happens.
So I'm going to be waiting a while.
Almadria sure has been busy since the contest began.
My dad ordered
This isn't
some
Almadria's doing.
You mean she didn't build this?
ice boxes
The body, yes. However, my guess is that the engine
so that we
comes
can
from a
store our
starship.
food in something.
A starship? As in one of those vessels used to go to and from Lenegus?
Correct. The technology employed on Lenegus and in starships is more advanced
should be
than
getting
anything
here
in our
today.
daily lives. Almadria may be resourceful, but she could never produce an engine like this on her own.
You mean to tell me we've got even bigger enemies waiting for us up in the sky? Ugh, my head hurts just thinking about it.
Don't worry about that for now. Just focus on taking care of Almadria.
What's with that shining foe over there?
I have a better weapon. Use. Oh, I can actually use the iron pipe now. Nah, it's still the best weapon. Still the best weapon. Yeah, flashbang shield's good. Yeah, what if I use that with that? Purple on purple? Hell yeah.
I'll do my best. Here I come. Bring him down. You're finished. Dragon form. Glacial lightning weapon. Stardust.
Here's a healing arm!
Rising fire.
You're mine!
You're finished.
Wait, you're only getting radiant Do it!
Do believe.
All yours, Kisara.
Hear me!
Now!
Fury!
Take it! It's over!
Glacial spear! Here's
This one's all mine!
Make it rain!
Light burst forth.
Radiant penetrate!
Oh, was that a new one? I don't think I remember that one.
That equipment should come in handy.
Resist ring. Potatoes. Oh, there's an owl around here.
Right, here goes! I see one, eh? My shield, you're finished! Swallow blade!
You think that shield will save me? Let's give it a whirl. Raging cascade. Here I go.
Luke Celestial.
Kisara! Commander of Heaven! Phoenix Cyclone! None can!
Freezing storm.
Leave the ensnaring to me. Yeah, and tumbling to me.
Swallow blade!
Now, Kisara, go for it.
Prepare to crumble.
I've been doing really great lately.
Aha. Aha.
You're saying we should check the...
Oh, we should go check the forest. Nice. Natural vest. Ah. Hopefully I get some armor recolors for Kisara. That would be nice.
Anything in order! Now you learn! You're mine! It's over! I won't show you any mercy!
A freezing storm. Piercing. Confiscated.
Dragon Swarm! Rising Wyvern!
Thousand gales.
You're mine! It's over!
Make it rain. Frozen.
Hammer!
None shall
None
escape
can.
my judgment.
Damn it! It's too fast!
Stand back. I'll trip it up.
Piercing
It's
roar.
over!
Fresh. Magic
Dragon
attack.
Swarm!
Freeze.
Rising
Make it
Wyvern!
rain.
More! Look sharp! Lightning Tiger Blade! My turn!
Oh my god, every enemy keeps getting sent, like, flying up into the air.
Everyone hanging in there?
Yeah, I should probably use those at some point.
This one's tough, but we have no choice.
Let me know if you need healing.
Dragon Swarm!
Raging cascade.
Take down their defenses!
Igneous discharge. Lightning orb.
You're mine!
Freezing steel. I'll be saving you.
It's over!
Lightning orb. More with that
Swallow blade!
Ready. Do
Take
it.
this! Kisara! Commander of Heaven!
There we go.
Phoenix Cyclone!
Step back. This one's all law.
What's this thing?
I'll tell you what was really annoying yesterday as well. Like, I'm surprised that I was able to get as much sleep as I have,
I'll forgive you.
considering when that bloody
Here's his raging
Escape! Dragon Swarm!
100 Thieves match ended.
Make it rain.
Its armor's too strong! It'll split it open! Be my guest! No escape! We're not finished!
This ends now.
Consider yourself finished!
Oh, nice. No, don't healing art.
Seems about right to me.
Ooh. $11,000.
Hi, Hoodle.
Oh dear.
Rebel!
Going in.
Can't get out of this.
No escape! I'm going in! Got you now!
Shield. Go for it.
Prepare to crumble.
Here. Flame of fire. A whirling Sleep now.
I'll take you all on.
Crossover event started. Hey! Alright, well, I know what I'm doing later. Thank you for reminding me.
Frozen.
Hammer. I'm not done. Dragon Swarm. Rising Wyvern.
Hopefully it's not too lengthy.
Hear my call. Going in.
Take this.
Falling storm.
Dragon Swarm.
Hear my call.
Tiger Blade.
Now. This ends now.
Consider yourself finished.
I won't rest until I'm the best I can be.
Still striving to be on par with the Lord?
You simply can't be too strong when battle.
Nice. You just started it? Alright. Yeah, you'll have to let me know how much the car actually is, because even though it was 200k last time, it might not necessarily be 200k again this time.
Right, here goes. Blue escape.
Here.
Try harder. No, you can't.
What color range to go?
Rising Wyvern. Soaring Lightning. You're mine.
Shield. Go for it.
Prepare to crush.
Soaring light spear.
You're finished.
Down.
That move looks kind of cool.
Rising Wyvern. Start up. Here I come. You're finished. Die. You're mine.
What?
Dragon Swarm. Rising Wyvern. You're mine. You're finished.
Appreciate the help.
You're mine. It's over. Here I come. Here I come. Coming through. Ha!
Ah!
Scarlet Inferno.
Man, that did like no damage.
Swallow Blade. Dragon Swarm. You're mine. Dragon Swarm.
Thanks, Shion.
Magic is here.
Blue escape.
Great heat now.
Cross back, will ya?
Baby balance. Mega ray.
You're mine.
I'll take you all on.
There we go.
Flare Demolition.
Take this. It's over. Dragon Swarm.
This ends now.
Consider yourself finished.
Glacial spear.
Now.
Pierce evil.
Catch.
Thunder
Swallow
field.
Blade.
Freeze laser.
Rising Wyvern. Rising
Heat
Swarm.
now. Spear. Pierce
Right.
evil. I'll be saving
Right.
this one.
Here I come. Take this.
Man, this thing just does not take straight gauge.
Blue escape. Try harder.
This
one keeps charging us.
That's what my shield's for. Get behind me.
Got it. I'll leave it to you. Dragon Swarm. Try harder. My turn.
Oh, what a dodge. What? I dodged that.
You get the gist. Air thrust.
Dragon Swarm. Coming through. Ha!
How did I not technically dodge that?
Scarlet Inferno.
I've taken too much damage. Do it. Ridwell. Frozen.
There we go.
It was a close thing.
Well, this might not be good if I have to fight a boss. I don't think that
She
enemy
sure spared
got
no
classed as a
expense on her
boss.
castle.
This must be...
The spirit vessel.
The captain's quarters. The presence of the spirit vessel and the sheer extravagance on display can leave no doubt.
There's no one here.
Yeah, but I doubt she's out for a moonlight stroll. You think she jumped ship and ran away again?
Is it just
doubt it.
Noctis that shows up, or is there any other characters from
Something.
15 that show up?
Agreed. In any case, as long as she hasn't suddenly sprouted wings, she has to be somewhere on the ship. Let's keep looking.
So far, it's just been Noctis. Okay.
The way this key's been placed, it's like she's daring us to come find her.
Yeah. Look at... It's all some damn game to her.
What's wrong, sweetie? Is something scaring you?
Maybe he just doesn't like being in her room.
I think there's more to it than that. What could it be?
Yes. What could it be? Alright, so back to the elevator and then we go to level 3. Oh, 4, I guess? Isn't this just going to take us up to the deck? Yeah.
Is this the ship's cargo? What a pain. I can't see anything past all this stuff.
Be on your guard. For all we know, there could be something hiding around here.
It's alright, guys. I've got a map.
What's this thing?
What's this? Nice. That's what I like to see.
Right, here goes! I see one, eh? Rising Wyvern! Hurricane Thrust!
I'll have to take my revenge on you!
Dragon Swarm!
Do it! In here! More! I'll stop your movement!
And now stop your light.
Its armor's too strong.
Then I'll split it open! Be my guest! We're not finished!
Do it! Shield! Go for it!
Prepare to crumble!
Is that all of the people that are just kind of hanging out, waiting for the fate to start or something? Increased normal attack limit. And we'll go faster AG recovery. And we can actually grab this, and we'll get elemental defense. Aha! Finally got enough for KO prevention. Alright, let's save up for 1400 and we'll finish off this one. KO prevention on law. Yeah, let's go for that. Yeah.
Am I on a roll or what?
Well, look who's in a bright and shiny mood.
Let's dispose of the trash.
Commander of Heaven!
Phoenix Cyclone!
May 1,000 years.
You're mine! It's over!
Glacial Aqua.
Swallow Blade!
The enemy will
Got it. To the feet with effects on. I think I mostly turn the effects off. I think I set it to limited. Something like that.
An opponent like this should be eaten.
None shall escape my judgment.
Going in! Dragon Swarm!
Those flying creatures are real pain in the butt.
Rising Water!
Aim for the weak spot.
You're finished!
Shining
Going in!
Supernova.
Rising Focus!
Hurts
You're mine!
Magic
You're finished!
Sweet
You're
power.
mine!
Tiger Blade. I'll be safe.
Dragon Swarm!
Here's a hero. More where that came from. This one's mine. One more.
Take this!
Time flat. Blah, blah,
You're
blah.
finished!
Magic.
Rising
Radiant.
Water!
Oh, you get the gist. Tiger
Rising
Blade.
Falcon!
Lion
Take this!
Power.
Now, while it's reeling!
Take it down.
It's over! Swallow
Take
Blade!
that.
It's over!
Cyan Insect. This one's mine.
Swallow Blade! Coming through! Ha!
Oh, I can actually do it from Swallow Blade.
Scarlet Inferno! Here I come!
Radiant Fire.
Burn!
I'll be saving you.
Swallow Blade!
Thunder Blade. Too much to handle.
It's over.
Annihilation. Firmament Bender.
Rising Falcon! No escape!
Searing Blade.
Here I come! It's over!
Blade. Shining Supernova. Watch him.
Start up!
Dance in the wind. Air thrust.
Rising Falcon!
Photon Raging King.
You're finished!
Mega Ray. I'm ready. Dance in the wind.
Oh, what?
Forget it!
Stockpile.
Dragon Form! You're finished!
Now.
Look sharp!
Still got the attack off.
Lightning Tiger Blade!
We can really make weapons with this?
Tofu.
Did that get rid of the barrier?
How you doing, Tofu?
If Almadria's not in her own
Pretty
world,
good. Hey,
just where
excellent.
the hell is she?
It's
Glad
possible she
to
may be
hear
on
it.
the bridge, but I would guess that she's waiting for us elsewhere on the ship.
Which means she's most likely chosen a place where she'll have the advantage in a fight.
Be careful, guys. I came from an entire family of Daenerys.
I
And that woman murdered all of them.
Also doing
All
all
on her
right.
own. I hate to say it, but she's an incredibly powerful astral artist.
We already know she specializes in controlling wind astral energy. But on top of that, she might try to sick that monster on us again, too.
I think I need to go
Right.
back to using light
That
shot
woman, life itself is just a toy for her to play
for
with.
screenshots.
Let's make sure we put an end to it.
I recently switched over to, I think it's called Diazo, because that also lets you screenshot GIFs. And I wanted to show off updates on animations that I was getting made, but light shot is so much better.
Well, with only one last place to look. Straight ahead.
Almeidria.
Yeah. Like it lets you do like 10-second recordings and stuff by pressing the screenshot button. The really annoying thing is, though, it doesn't save it locally. It uploads it to like your own account. Like you set up an account, you take the recording or you take the screenshot or whatever, and then it uploads it to your own library of screenshots and stuff, which is pretty good for like linking to people like you've been doing with Lightshot. The only problem is the free version only lets you save 10. You have to pay for like unlimited storage of screenshots, and I'm just like, no, I don't want to.
There she is! Almeidria!
The size of that
But
bloody
all alone?
staff.
Watch yourselves. She's probably planning something.
I was getting rather tired of waiting around.
Her laugh is still horrible.
My, and I see you came along as well, Dan and Rich.
Almeidria.
It's like the person who's doing her voice acting doesn't know how to laugh, has never heard a laugh
Show me the
before.
full force of that hatred of yours. Otherwise, run and hide like the rat you are.
That's enough! How can you smile while causing pain to so many others?
That is the way of those who possess great power. The very way we Renans live by. Those with power set the example, and those without it are forced to obey. Though you two seem to have forgotten that's the way these things work.
And you really think that justifies your actions? You turned all those people into a hollowed sea!
What foolishness. It's only natural that the fate of a slave differ from that of its owner. Very well, I admit I did fan the flames just a tad back in Mies. But it wouldn't have mattered in the slightest if there hadn't been a spark to ignite. Without it, my actions would have been fruitless. Ultimately, it was their very own burning hatred that led them.
I treated those people like shit so that they would hate me. It's their fault they hated me. What kind of justification is that?
No one's perfect. We all have darkness in our hearts. But the atrocities that you've committed, they're unthinkable! Your heart is nothing but darkness!
What a fool! To think time and time again you would challenge Renan authority without so much as an inkling of how things actually work. Such ignorance is why your kind has been enslaved for 300 years.
Almeidria,
Well, if it isn't Lord Dohalim.
these people are my allies and friends. I won't let you insult them so.
What?
My, what a shock. I never would have expected you to claim mere slaves as your companions. If I didn't know any better, I would question your noble lineage. Oh, how far the mighty have fallen. A traitor such as yourself hardly deserves to be called a lord.
Wow, rude.
You are nothing compared to Dohalim.
Rinwell.
He would never stand by and laugh. His people hollowed.
Ha! What does it matter? You're descended from those who allowed the power and knowledge entrusted to them to wither away. Your pitiful family may have feared it, but I do not. That knowledge and power is all mine to command. And now, you will witness what that power's truly capable of. Mesmold!
Mesmold.
Enjoy your meal! Such sad eyes.
All right.
Let me reunite you with your parents.
Shut up! I'm gonna take you down if it's the very last thing I do!
That's right. Loathe me. Every step brings you closer to being me.
You're wrong! You're wrong! I'm nothing like you!
Right.
I'll bring you back from death. Lightning, a raging cascade!
Kisara died already? Yeah, I think there's oh, there is another one on the tail. Holy shit, that did a lot of damage. No, whoa, no. Ah, fuck. Missed it. What the fuck?
Their arts were interrupted.
All right. I hope people get new Mystic Arts at some point. Oh, Rinwell's dead.
This one's mine. Falling storm. Right. Where are you going? Switch to offense.
Divine! Too much to handle! Lunar Corruption! Gemini Aqua! Raging Storm! Radiant Lightning!
Here I come! You're finished!
Water snake, wait. Right.
Healing Lightning Condemned! Thunderblade! None shall
You're
escape
mine! You're finished! Take
Tiger blade.
It's over! Here I come!
Come on.
Escape!
Photon Blast!
Get the tail, please.
Light Astral Energy!
What's she doing now?
She's infusing her beast with more power.
Get ready! Here's evil!
Oh no.
Stay away from my friend!
From death to this!
Oh, Rinwell's dead again.
Let me help!
Here I come! It's over!
Foolishness.
Lunar Corruption!
Dance for me.
Gemini Aqua!
You're finished!
Radiant Blade! Here's the rhythm! Here's the
Fool.
I owe you one! Here I come! It's too much!
Whoa.
Water! Here's the
Cool. Come on. Oh, good. What? It didn't go down at all. You wish MMOs had this kind of combat? There are a couple that have this kind of combat. Blade and Soul is a game that has combat a little bit like this. Yeah, there's a couple. Sword, good morning.
They're attacking separate. Can't let me hit on him.
Keep an eye on him, and take out the monster first.
Take out the monster first. Okay.
Here's a healing arc.
She's no stranger to astral arts.
I can take care of that.
Yeah, take it away.
Oh, why did I do that? I pressed the wrong button.
I don't have much left.
My turn.
Appreciate the help.
Oh, I'm gonna die. I'm gonna die. I'm gonna die. I'm gonna die. Or maybe I'm just gonna dodge God out of it.
Wits about you, people.
I'm all stuffed up. Mega ray in here. Annihilation.
No! Oh, so close.
Blow your way. Fall before impending calamity. Shield chaotic disaster.
So that's the trick up her sleeve.
Your astral arts aren't so special. And now, they're mine! Not on my watch! I was overconfident. Come on! You have
Yo, no! Rinwell, no!
Flare the Malisa.
a new lease on life. Lightning! Here, burning strike!
Oh, I don't have any.
Spear.
I don't have any CP.
Not you.
I need to restore some CP. This one. Yes.
For that.
I'll bring you back from death. I'll bring you back from death. I'll bring you back.
Tiger Blade. Turn to dust.
I can carve through armor. No further.
All right. Let me at it.
I still have some fight left in me.
Oh, I'm alive.
Magic is in.
This one's all mine. Thanks. Ignite.
May a thousand tales tear you to shreds.
You're mine. It's over.
Tiger Blade.
Here I come. You're finished.
Switch off. Idiot.
Strike.
You will suffer.
Here, let me help you.
Here I come. It's all shattering up pieces. Attack us. Dragon Swarm.
Piercing roar. Her master core.
Not while I'm around, she isn't.
Dragon Swarm.
Lion Owl.
Go get her.
Appreciate the help.
It's on.
Hey, that.
Rinwell.
I'll never forgive you.
What?
Yeah. Ah, got him. Dragon's Dogma Online was a thing, but not anymore. Wait, there was a Dragon's Dogma, like, MMO?
You murdered my mother and father.
Prepare to die.
But I'm not like you.
Rinwell.
Even now, I hate you.
Oh, it was region
Here
locked.
I am, unable to let go. Honestly, even if I took my hatred out on you here and now, it wouldn't make me feel any better in the long run. I realize that now. So, I won't kill you. I'll take you in and make damn sure justice is served the right way.
You would dare mock me with your foolish, useless pity? A Danon, nothing more than a mere slave. I won't allow
Why
you
would they
to-
do that, though?
It's not about what you think. Or being Danon or Renan. Because you
Actually, doesn't Black Desert have kind of combat like this
And
as
that's all.
well?
It's that swordsman again.
Yeah, I think Black Desert and Blade and Soul are like the two that I can...
Oh, Lord Volron, what brings you here?
Think
No,
of.
forgive me. I've forgotten myself. Please allow me to make it up to you, my lord.
Nope. Dead.
Silence now, wretched snake. Does it hurt? It should. That pain is proof you're still alive. Enjoy it.
Did he just throw her away while she was still on his sword?
Volron. Years ago, the Lord of Ganath Haros met a sudden death. His successor was a man by that very name, Volron.
And like a restless lover, I've come back for more.
Stop right there!
Think you can cut me down? What?
Why doesn't he use the other sword? You know. The powerful one. And there it is. The mask is completely gone. The fuck is that?
Wait, what just happened to him? Alvin! Say something!
Uh-oh.
Let go of me! Let me go!
Shion!
Alvin!
Uh-oh. He can feel pain now.
Come and find me, if you truly are the Sovereign.
I told you. I told you that's what it was. Told you. You've been playing Mass Effect so much better than Witcher. It's a different kind of game though, isn't it? Test subject 1273. Spirit channeling ceremony will begin shortly. Till then, you're to calm your mind and await further instructions. But yeah, I would probably
After all
agree.
this time, I'll be free from this hell. I can finally go home.
I'm more.
I doubt I'll ever see this place again.
I am more of a fan of sci-fi stuff
Might
as
as well
opposed
walk
to
the
like
block once more for
fantasy
old time's
stuff.
sake.
Well, this game suddenly becomes Star Ocean, so that's fun. Maiden will maintain control over things. You just focus on not breaking your concentration while the ceremony is in progress. If you want to see your home again, you'll have to do a good job here, 1273. To be honest, I was beginning to sweat bullets. If you hadn't worked out, who knows what we would have done. This is the first time we've managed to assemble a sovereign and maiden ready for the ceremony after all. Seeing you make it all the way to today has put my fears to rest. Is the test subject, man? Wow, it looks just like us. On the outside, maybe. Inside, it's as uncivilized as the rest of them. I've gotten my warning from earlier, I hope. No, man, no touching the test subject, right? Okay. Not authorized for that. Not authorized for that. Wait, what did you say? So I guess Alphen used to be a Dahnan lord, and he won the crown contest, and then he was experimented on to become the sovereign. And the same thing happened to Xion, maybe? Either way, I called that Alphen used to be the sovereign like 3 days ago, so just saying, I'm pretty good at this. It's you, 1273, or should I say sovereign? You don't understand how much time and effort we've invested to create you as our lone success. We can't risk losing you to injury at this stage. I don't know who got it in their head to start calling you sovereign. At the end of the day, you're nothing more than a test subject. Your only worth lies in your physical aptitude for the task at hand. Your thoughts and feelings are of no concern.
As usual, nobody wants to explain anything to me. They just threaten and harass me instead. What does everyone think I am? Some sort of talk...
Predictable plot is indeed predictable. It's time, Alfred. Finally happening, huh? Yes, we need to change into our outfits and meet in front of the transference device. Once this is all over, you'll finally be able to return home. What I'm hoping for. So sorry you got dragged into all of this. Not your fault. Let's just do what we have to and get this thing over with. Right.
I just wanted to go back. To Dena. To my home.
Alphen.
Naori.
Naori. This was 250 years ago.
Alphen. Live for me.
No. Naori. No! Wait, please.
Okay.
Wait, I... What was that?
And now we get the main protagonist feeling sorry for themselves arc.
That... How long ago
Which
was
Yuri
that?
never had, because he's a badass. But every other character, for some reason, has to have
right.
one.
Shion. Oh, right. That's what pain felt like. So much for it all being a bad dream. Where am I? Where is everyone?
Oh, don't do that. I can feel pain now. Immediately tries to draw the sword that burns him with the power of 1,000 suns.
I need to find them. Better start looking.
Your party disbanded. I got the Master Core of Wind. Okay.
Naori. Shion.
Uh-oh. Don't make me fight by myself.
Take this! You picked the wrong fight! You're mine! Dragon Swarm! Rising Wyvern! Take this! It's over! Swallow Blade! Here I come! Dragon! You're mine! You're finished! Dragon Swarm! Rising Wyvern! Tear! Hurricane Thrust! Tear! Hurricane Thrust! Here I come! You're finished! Take this! You're finished! Dragon Swarm! Take this! You're finished! This one's all mine! You picked the wrong fight! Here I come! You're finished! Swallow Blade! Here I come! It's over! Rising Wyvern! We did it! You're mine! You're finished!
You just finished the questline. Prices for the things are still the same. Okay, so 200k.
Swallow Blade!
And then there's...
You're finished!
You need 6 of the fate items to get the rest of the stuff as well, right?
Rising Falcon! Take this! It's over! Swallow Blade! Slash! Rising Wyvern! This one's all mine! Strike! You picked the wrong fight! Slash! Dragon Swarm! Rising Wyvern! Tear! Here I come! You're finished! Try harder! My turn! No escape! Dragon Swarm! Slash!
Oh, what an annoying fight. Why would they make me fight armored enemies? Come on, game.
Alvin?
Frinwell.
What happened just now? Normally you'd be able to take that thing with your eyes closed.
Thank goodness you're alive. Are you all right?
Yeah.
I'm just glad we found you in one piece. You were the only one still missing. There's a village back the way we came from, Thistleim. Kisara and La are already there.
Frinwell. Where are we?
Ganeth Haros, Volron's realm. Remember?
Ushered by the waves straight to the enemy stronghold. A rare stroke of luck, it would seem.
Luck?
If Volron's here, that means Shion's close too, right?
Hey, look. Good morning. Yesterday you had your first Persona RPG session and it was great. Ah, good.
Are you sure you're feeling okay?
Glad to hear
You
it.
seem a little off.
He's probably just exhausted. Let's save the catching up for when we're back at the village.
Did you ever figure out how to make them want to jump off the roof of the school? Still haven't yet.
You sense one of your pals, Hoodle?
Okay, so there's an owl around here somewhere. Maybe it was back here and I just didn't notice. They have no idea how to get there. Yeah, sometimes you may need to give them a little nudge. But if you haven't figured it out yet... I mean, that seems like a pretty important step. If you haven't figured it out yet, how are they going to figure it out? You know what I mean? Oh, there it is.
Speaking of Thistleum, it's populated by Danans, but they're not under the rule of any lord. Pretty refreshing, huh? The whole town was built by Danan defectors, escapees from elsewhere. This area's teeming with stray Zeugles, though, so heaven only knows how they managed to set up a community here.
How many do you get per, like, doing the fate? Is it just one per?
Back there right now, trying to convince them of our good intentions. Say, Alphen, it looks like you got your.
Oh, you got
back
two.
then.
Oh, nice.
Yeah. And your sense of pain.
And how often does the fate
Any connection?
pop?
Really? Oh, but that means.
Probably.
I wonder
Actually,
if Alphen's going to be okay.
now that his helmet is off, we can change up his hair a little bit. Alright, we're gonna go for this one.
Hey.
For now, I believe we should hold off on.
Right, here goes! I'm not done! Catapult! Here I come!
Can you take
You're
it?
finished! Catapult!
Is it hot? Just back it out again.
Rising Wyvern!
Elusive deity!
Hurricane thrust!
I'll be saving this one. Okay? More where that came from.
Here I come! You're finished!
Illuminate the blah 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 magic.
Take this!
Holy land.
Here I come! You're finished!
Can you take it? Elusive deity!
Swarm of blade!
Captain Swirl.
Dragon swarm!
The enemy wields arts too.
You'll soon see about that.
Rising Wyvern! Catapult!
I'm ready!
Hurricane thrust!
Johaline.
Light burst forth!
Radiant Genesis.
Now!
Captain Swirl.
Rising Wyvern! Tear! Hurricane thrust!
Now.
Tear! Doubling! In an instant! Impact cross!
Impact Cross.
This should make for some good weapon crafting material.
I know I could. But what do I... Oh, like that.
You're
Yeah, I know I could always
saying we should check the Owl Forest?
I know I could always do that. The only reason I didn't was because he still had the helmet on during the story. I actually think he looked cooler with the half helmet thing.
Am I glad to see you safe.
Well, did you manage to convince them we're not in league with any lord?
Yeah, eventually.
When the ship sank, I thought we were done for. Guess the world just couldn't keep us apart.
Yeah. And now we can finally go rescue Xion.
In fact, I kind of want his half helmet thing back.
I got my memory back.
Crazy how large the universe is. You wish you could explore it. Yeah, unfortunately, we were all born a bit too soon.
What did you remember? Are you able to tell us now?
Give the man some space, Law.
I remember being up on Lenegus.
Go on.
I was abducted from Dano. I was told if I ever wanted to return home, I'd have to cooperate. So that's what I did. Next thing I knew, they had made me into the Sovereign.
You mean to say you won the crown contest? As a Dahnan?
No. They kept me locked in a strange facility. They experimented on me, like I was nothing more than an animal.
Told you it used to be the
There
Sovereign.
were others, but only I survived. Of course, I wasn't really a king. The reality was that they treated me worse even than the lowest slave. The only reason I survived was because my body was able to withstand the Sovereign's power that they placed inside me.
The crest that appeared behind you on Almadria's ship must have undoubtedly been that of the Sovereign. It all makes sense now. Your affinity with the Blazing Sword, and the strange powers you possess, they were all because you were the Sovereign.
Okay, but why would the Renans go out of their way to give you all that power? Just what exactly does being the Sovereign entail?
They said it was for something called the Spirit Channeling Ceremony. They taught me how to harness my power for when the big day came. As for what the ceremony was actually for, unfortunately, I never found out.
What happened in the RPG was that the players arrived at the town, went to the school to get the keys to the dormitory, went to the movie theater to watch a Demon Slayer movie.
So if what
And
you're
the day
saying
ended, and
about
the next
being
day they
on
went to
Lenegus
class
is
and
true,
had their
then maybe
first
you really
class.
did meet Shion. After
It
all,
was about
you said you
Tetris. They were asked what is
recognized
the
her from
origin of
somewhere,
the name
right?
Tetris.
But Shion said she'd never seen him before.
And they got the
How do
answer
you
right.
explain that?
Hey! You get 2 every
was wrong.
fate? Okay, so you only need to
Wasn't
do the
Shion
fate
I knew
3
from
times.
Lenegus. It was Naori.
That's not too bad.
She was a Renan maiden they paired me with during the Spirit Channeling Ceremony. She's the woman I kept seeing in my dreams.
A maiden? What?
Wait, so this Naori figure just happens to be the double of Shion? Bit coincidental, isn't it?
Naori's family name was Imeris.
Imeris? As in Shion Imeris?
So they're distant relatives or something? Wait, or are they sisters?
Your guess is as good as mine. All I know is it was Naori. She's the one who put the mask on me.
The mask? But why?
To keep my soul from devouring itself over the guilt. After what I did on Lenegus. Over the lives I took.
Lives? You mean you staged a rebellion?
Perhaps it was a part of this spirit channeling ceremony?
I don't know. Whatever it was that the Spirit Channeling Ceremony was supposed to achieve, it didn't turn out as
That Night
planned.
Lady is straight waifu material.
I lost
Yeah.
consciousness halfway through.
See?
By the time I came to,
Other people get it, Sword.
I opened my eyes to see Naori there.
You're the only one that's blind to it.
I shudder to think of how many deaths I caused that day. Certainly more than any of these lords can claim, I'm sure.
You really expect us to believe this? First the Sovereign, then Lenegis? You couldn't possibly have done all that.
I wonder. In ancient scripture, there is tell of a terrible calamity that befell Lenegis, nearly destroying it. The restoration took years, and required the work of countless laborers.
By ancient, you mean...
It predates the crown contest, to a time before even the first Renan invasion of Dana. More than 300 years ago.
300? But that'd make Alphen...
Oh, look at that. I caught that too.
That's right. I'm pretty much an antique of a human being.
The Night Lady is overrated.
Wow. Alphen. Some hero, huh?
Rooms don't make her right.
Cooperating with the same villains who snatched me from my home, committing mass slaughter, only for it to slip my mind. Then when I finally remember, turns out I'm so old I've got scripture written about me. So much for standing up to injustice. I've probably got more blood on my hands than all the lords combined!
Alphen, stop! Honestly, I'm not going to pretend to understand what all this means. But what I do know is that right now, you're just reacting to the shock.
Kisara.
Listen, what you really need is time. Time to process things and get your head straight. Truth be told, I think that probably goes for all of us.
What about Shion? We can't just...
I'm worried about Shion too, Law. But it's clear that Alphen's in no fit state to fight. This is Volron, remember? Even at full capacity, it's practically a suicide mission. We stay put in the village till we're ready. Okay, everyone? Take some time to think things through, okay? But remember, we're all here for you if you need us. No matter how dark things might seem, you're not alone, Alphen.
Thank you.
It's fine. All right, everyone. Let's break for now.
Party disbanded again.
Do I even have the right to fight? Do I have the right to go to Shion's rescue? What do the others think?
They got to choose their clubs. The RPG club was one of them. The RPG club had a trial to enter it. That was going to the rivers protected by the water treatment facility in the middle of the midnight. Fish there to get a dragon. The dragon was in fact a giant goldfish that had the property of creating water by itself. Ooh. Kind of cool. You really like her armor? Me too. I'm gonna talk to you first, and hopefully
All
you
this
join my
time, I thought
party.
it was the worrying
I wanna
about
see if there's an
Shion
owl
and
in
the
here.
pain bringing you down. I didn't realize you were lonely too.
I guess all of us are. In one way or another.
Yeah, but you've only just found out. I mean, no, not found out. Remembered.
To tell you the truth,
You only
I
just
was
remembered
actually
that
beginning to
everybody you
forget
ever
I'd even
knew
lost
is
my
dead.
memory in the first place. Now that it's returned, well, you can see what I'm like. It's strange. When I think about Lenegis, it still feels like it was only a year or two ago that I was there. But then I realized what feels like years was actually centuries ago.
What about your hometown? Do you know if it's still there?
I doubt it. When the Renans invaded, the world as I knew it changed overnight. Even if the place is still there physically, I expect the people will be long gone. Certainly everyone I knew, at least. My family, my friends.
Yeah, I know how that feels. I have no home to return to either. No family waiting for me. I used to curse my bad luck that I'd ever been born a mage in the first place. Otherwise, if I hadn't, maybe my mother and father would still be alive today. Although if that had been the case, I guess I'd probably still be just another slave with no means to resist. I'd never have met up with you guys, that's for sure.
Have you learned to embrace your powers yet?
Nuh-uh. I resent them a
Nuh-uh.
little less than before, though. They've kept me alive this long, right? I try not to think about it too much. After all, who can predict what the future will hold? I guess what I'm trying to say is that with everything that's happened in your past,
Never heard a character say
finding out you're the sovereign
nuh-uh
and all,
before.
it's no wonder you're conflicted. Heck, honestly, I think anyone would be.
Rinwell.
First it was Shion, then it was me, and now it's you. All of us suffering, just because of some power we never even asked for.
Yeah. All this time you were suffering right in front of me, and I never even knew. I feel like I finally understand what you and Shion were going through.
You couldn't have known. Still, if you want to make it up to her, shouldn't we hurry it up and rescue her already? Poor Shion must be lonely, all by herself wherever she is.
Yeah, you're right. Let's get going.
Ah, no, but what if there's an owl? Oh, I can actually run now. Hooray.
What do you see out there?
Zeugles. Strays by the looks
What
of
do
it.
your night eyes
We
see?
unwittingly disturbed their territory on our way here, and now they're looking pretty riled up. So, feel like you're making headway? You know, sorting through things?
All I know is Shion needs our help. As for what happens after that...
Say, how did you get back down here from Lenegis anyway?
I came down in a Renan starship. I have Naori to thank for that.
What happened to her? Did she come with you?
She stayed behind. Just as I wanted to get back to Dana and my people, Naori's place was with her fellow Renans, performing her duties as the Maiden. Neither of us asked for the power or roles we were given. I suppose we felt a kinship with each other in that sense. But even then...
Wait, so you mean it wasn't just Danans like you that Lenegis abducted? You're saying they forced Naori, one of their own, to serve against her will as well?
Even within Renan society itself, there exists a hierarchy. I don't think she was ever given the option to refuse. Despite that, she did everything she possibly could to serve her people. The very same ones I ended up slaughtering. And even after that, she still helped me escape back to Dana. She stayed behind on Lenegis to help any of her people who survived. I owe her more than words can express. A debt left to fester for what? 300 years? How do I even begin to make up for something like that?
In all honesty, you don't. You can't atone for what's happened in the past. I don't think anyone can. Be it several centuries ago, or just yesterday.
What are you saying? That I might as well give up?
I'm saying you don't have to be a white knight in shining armor. Back after my brother had passed away, it was you who told me that his dream lived on inside me. And you did the same for him, for Dohalim, when he was ready to give up too. You were there for both of us. You know what I heard? I heard you telling me to keep fighting, to strive no matter what.
Then I was out of line. I had no right to ask that of you.
No, you're wrong. Those words were exactly what I needed to hear at the time. In fact, I would go as far as to say that I wouldn't even be here had I not heard them. Left to my own devices, who knows when I would have been able to pick myself up.
You'd have been
Besides,
fine.
It's not like killing all those people was a choice that you made of your own free will, right? The truly terrible ones are the people who abducted you. The ones who forced you to wield that power. They're the ones you should be blaming. Not only that, but that guilt you feel inside, that's all the proof you need to know you're a good person, Alphen. Do you understand?
I was also gonna
If
say
I'm
that
still allowed to fight and keep on living,
as well,
then damn it, Alphen, so the hell are
but
you.
I did not. I didn't quite know how to
But
word it
If
properly.
you're still not convinced, then ask yourself this. What is it that you've really been fighting for this whole time? Go on, ask yourself.
What I've been fighting for, huh?
Dohalim.
You're certainly full of surprises, aren't you?
Trust me, it's not intentional.
Sorry, that was insensitive of me. Though, there's still an awful lot I wish I could understand. Every new piece of information seems only to yield further mysteries. The truth feels just as elusive as when we first started. I am well aware of where you got your powers. But why, as a Dahnan, do you bear the same crest as the current Renan sovereign? More to the point, why choose a Dahnan for their sovereign in the first place? And then there is the Maiden, a figure so powerful, she's playing yin to the sovereign's yang in esoteric ceremonies. And yet, I'd never even heard of her. Then again, this all occurred 300 years ago. What if the term sovereign doesn't even hold the same meaning as it did back then? Listen, I may be a traitor among my people, but I am still Renan, born and raised. I learned the same history, listened rapt to the same tales. And yet now I feel like there was little truth to any of it.
Speaking of which, there's something else that I remember from the spirit channeling ceremony. It used the Renis Alma.
You're certain?
Yes. Or at least that's what they called it. Only you would know if it was one and the same.
Oh, I have never laid eyes on the real artifact myself. And you never participated in a crown contest. You're not even Renan. Many mysteries lay buried in these 3 centuries past.
3 centuries is more than several lifetimes. Was I really out that long?
Well, I'm only estimating based on historical record. But all the facts would seem to point that way.
Who the hell am I?
If I may be frank, we have even bigger fish to fry than that. By comparison, the far more
Yeah, we gotta go kill what's his name.
is just what does it all mean?
Frank, huh?
Sometimes we need a little help in addressing the truth behind our pain. Not to compete over lives lost, but I suspect your count is still somewhat beneath mine.
Thanks for lending me an ear. And sorry for being a bother.
Please, no thanks are necessary. The quicker you get
Imagine
back
trying
on
to
your
make
feet,
somebody
the
feel
sooner we
better
can
by
all get back
saying,
out
don't
there."
worry about it. I've killed way more people than you have. I'm a way bigger asshole than you are.
Alphen, are we gonna go rescue Shion or what? What's gotten into you, man? Aren't you worried about her?
Do I even have any right to be?
If you were in my place, you'd say, to hell with all that. What do you want to do?
Sounds like me. Pretending I have all the answers is kinda my forte.
Come on, man, snap out of it. This isn't like you. Look, I get it. You finally remember your past, only to feel like you've lost yourself again. You're in shock, and who wouldn't be? Worse still, you blame yourself for what happened. And yeah, I don't agree, but that doesn't mean I don't understand either. But here's the thing. None of that's got anything to do with Shion.
I guess.
It's about Naori, isn't it? Look, you're still here, aren't you? Who's to say this chick isn't alive and kicking out there somewhere, too? Fine, I've said my piece. The thing is, though, where does this leave Shion?
My power consumed me once already. I left behind a path of fire and destruction. And the same thing could happen again. I can't guarantee anyone's safety, including Shion's.
So you think we might get burned up because of your sovereign powers? I can think of worse ways to go. Come on, fight this thing! What happened to the guy who talked to me after my dad died? The one who cared enough to reach out and save me? That's the guy I was proud to follow. Not this faltering imposter who's taken his place.
Law.
No, I'm serious. What's gotten into you, man? Just give me the word and I'll beat some sense into you if that's what it takes. Now, I'm gonna ask you this once.
Give me the word and I'll
only
beat
once.
your ass.
Are you serious about rescuing Shion or not? What's it gonna be, Alphen?
What do you think? Of course I want to rescue her. Hell, I'd do it right now if I could.
So then quit griping and do it already!
Listen, you're probably right about all this.
Alphen.
It's exactly like you said. Whatever happened in my past has nothing to do with Shion. But there's still so much that There I go again. So much for the inspiring Alphen of old.
He could be a pain sometimes. Besides, even a hero has to let the cracks show once in a while, right?
Yeah, I guess you're right. Just give me a little more time to fill in the cracks. And thanks, Law.
Hey, don't even mention it. You've totally got this, Alphen. I believe in you.
Back to the inn, I guess.
Yep. Can I jump off here? More games need to let you just jump off shit. Yeah, this is the main character feels sorry for themselves and need to be
Alphen!
riled up by their
you are!
friends kind of
What
thing.
is it?
Zeugles, that's what! They're almost at the village gates!
Any closer and they'll be house hunting. I knew we shouldn't have cut through their territory.
That sounds bad.
Can you fight? No shame in bowing out if you're not up for it.
Kisara's right. You don't want to go overdoing it.
I'm up for it.
Really?
That sounded like a different voice actor.
As ready as I'll ever be. It's now or never, right?
Alphen, right! Great to have you back! Now let's do this!
Bumbling fighter extraordinaire. Ooh, Inferno Punch. Take that.
Look sharp.
Alright, so we need to move you to here, we need to leave you there, and we need to put you here. The reason why I'm using Dohalim instead of Law, despite the fact that I like Law's fighting style more,
If we don't act fast, they're going to get into the village.
Right. We need to hurry.
is Dohalim is a healer. He uses healing magic. And you know, I need that considering I don't have Shion.
Do you sense one of your friends, Hootle?
Oh, there is an owl here. Where? Where is it?
I can't wait to start making our meal.
Wait, you can swim faster by doing it like this?
Yep, now that we have all the ingredients.
Somebody was saying yesterday that you can swim faster by spamming the sprint button. I don't know if that's faster than just holding the button down, you know.
Remember, if the pain's too much,
We've all got our own pain to deal with. I'm done letting others pick up my slack.
Here they come! We can't let even a single one through!
There's a firm no-Zuko policy.
Fine by me. Let's get to work then. Bet that shell's hiding something tasty.
Tiger Blade!
Elusive steed.
Rising Wyvern!
Begin.
Stardust!
Too fast.
Stand back. I'll trip it up. You're finished! Dragon Swarm! Swirl Blade! You're mine!
Elusive deity. Begin.
Dragon Swarm!
Resonate with the earth.
You're mine!
here goes!
It's over!
The power of light!
On your
All right.
Let me at him!
Astral art?
That's my cue!
Dueling! In an instant! Impact Block!
Shine. Radiant light.
Illuminate the dark!
You're gonna take a shower and do some groceries? Alright, Ricky. See you in a bit. Have fun.
Be my guest! Here I come! You're finished! I'm ready!
I'll stop your movement!
And I'll stop your life.
Boom.
Alphen, you okay?
I'm fine. This pain thing really hurts, huh?
But hey, at least you're still alive.
It wouldn't be called pain if it was pleasant. It can be pretty useful, though. It's good motivation to improve and get stronger.
Guess I've got a lot of room to improve in that regard.
Anyway, I'm glad we could protect the village, especially after everything they've done for us.
What has the village done for them exactly? They just let them stay at the inn.
You know, this Thistlum kind of reminds me of home.
That's it.
The people here have hidden themselves away out of the fear of being found, always watching their backs. Though in the end,
I'll stop your life is the most effective yet dumb way to say I'll kill you. Yeah.
That won't happen here.
It kind of fits in very well with the I'll stop your movement thing.
Yeah.
Pretty good.
I won't lie. Some of these memories will take a while to process. But I've learned something too. My rage, this fury I feel at our so-called rulers, it comes from having so much of myself stripped away from me back then. Friends, family, home. They took everything from me and left me with nothing but guilt. I was completely alone. At least that's what I thought. But not anymore. Since I awakened, I've met people who I care about. Friends who hold me up. Friends who make me feel like I'm worth something. And I won't lose that. Not ever again. I'll protect those bonds with everything I have. That's why I need to keep fighting.
But Xion comes first.
Of course. First we rescue Xion. Then we defeat Volron and liberate Dana. Everyone, will you fight with me?
Say the word and I'm there.
Certainly no objections.
Then it's agreed. Our next stop will be the capital, Pelegion. According to the villagers, there's a huge cliff separating Thistleum from the capital. Luckily for us, there's a path we can use to climb up.
Sounds like a plan. Let's go.
We don't know what lies ahead. We should prepare well before we venture forth.
Yeah, can't exactly fight at the top of your game when you're hungry.
Good point. Let's stop by the inn and plan our next move from there.
Where's this owl? Aha! Star hairclip. Actually, can I fast travel yet? Oh, I can. Just not to any of these places. Great. You need more rumors. You said to your players that if you write your wish on the nurse's diary, it comes true, and you want more rumors that are silly. If you write your wish on the nurse's diary, it comes true.
You're saying we should check the Owl Forest?
Okay.
Why?
Damn it.
I don't know.
What?
Is that so?
What do you have at the moment?
Great job.
Fishing fiends.
I'll teach these small fry who's the apex predator of these waters.
By the way, how is Mahavar doing? Wait, don't tell me we still haven't found him.
It's not like we haven't been looking.
Oh, that
I've
guy,
covered whole
the ship
length and
captain.
breadth of the coast, but
All of the other crew members are accounted for, including us. But we weren't able to find Mahavar. He's still missing.
I see.
Perhaps he couldn't bring himself to abandon the ship.
You mean at the bottom of the ocean? Damn it.
We don't know that it sank. We all washed up on the same shore. If the ship went down, isn't it strange we haven't come across a single piece of debris?
Do you think he might still be alive somewhere out there?
I think stranger things have happened. Whether he's alive or otherwise, we've exhausted all the avenues available to us. All we can do now is press on ahead.
Fine, let's get going. Thistleum was founded by Danans fleeing the tyranny of Renan lords, right? But when you first came, they must have known Dohalim was Renan. So why do you think they let us in?
they almost didn't. But it wasn't just Dohalim they were wary of. They didn't trust any of us.
Even the weird Danans just like them?
When you live life in constant fear of being pursued, it's only a matter of time before all outsiders start to seem a potential threat.
I suppose that makes sense. So how did you convince them to trust us?
You saw how destitute the village was. They needed food, badly. We hunted some Zeugles for them. That seemed to do the trick.
Of course, a little magic-assisted roast didn't hurt things.
Never underestimate a full stomach's ability to put a person at ease. It turns out a hearty meal can be a powerful weapon.
So many skits in this game.
Something's on your mind. You having second thoughts about rescuing Shion?
Of course not. Shion's our friend. Almeidrea was the one I hated. For as long as I can remember, She served as a symbol to me of everything Renin. But ever since getting to know Shion, I realized it doesn't make sense to group people together like that. Every individual is different.
I see.
Besides, the situation with Almeidrea was something else entirely. I'd already decided I wasn't going to kill her, but when I saw her die right in front of me, a part of me thought it served her right. That
We
she
don't
got
know
what
she's
she
dead.
deserved. But another part regretted that someone else had come along and killed her instead.
We don't
get me
know
wrong.
she's dead.
If I had the chance again, I still wouldn't kill her. But it's not like I'll be shedding any tears now that she's gone. It's all so confusing. I don't know how to make sense of any of it.
Who said it had to make sense?
Huh?
Rinwell, you've done nothing wrong. You've started to question the beliefs you've held all your life. It's only natural for you to feel disoriented. You didn't give in to the hatred you felt for Almeidrea. You made a choice not to kill her. And that's significant, whether you realize it or not. As for what it means exactly, that might be worth taking some time to figure out on your own.
Some time.
Or don't, if you don't want to. It's just an idea. I'm still searching too, remember?
No, I think you're right. It can't hurt to keep searching after all. And hey, thanks, Kisara.
You made a fish that creates water on its own. The Nurse's Diary, the Witch, the Repair of the Pharaoh Child. You need more. Like a van taxi car that ominously parks in front of houses of people who then become terminally ill. Yeah, you could almost have it be like a death thing, right? Like if you wanted to use the death social link or whatever, you could maybe have like somebody represent where is this?
I think Huro senses an owl around here.
Oh, I guess I just need to fight them. There's not a specific one.
Gotta break through. Radiant line. Regeneration. Regenerate. Try harder. Allow me to help. Here I come. You're finished. Try harder. No.
I'll take out the leg with my shield.
You're finished. Rising Rider. Stardust. Hurricane Thrust. This one keeps charging us.
That's what my shield's for. Get behind me.
Got it. I'll leave it to you. Dragon Swarm. Rising Wyvern! Stardust! Tear! Hurricane Thrust! Tear! Dragon Swarm! Dragon Swarm! No escape! Tear!
Oh, I guess he can't do his...
Eat dirt! Can you take it?
He can't do his Mystic Art because he doesn't have the Fire Sword. So he can go into Over Limit, but he can't actually do the Mystic Art.
Everyone, get back! It's too dangerous!
Shine! Radiant light!
Oh, here we go. Come on, Rinwell.
I'm ready. I'll stop your movement.
And I'll stop your life!
Now, take this! Dragon Swarm! No further! Make it rain! Totally! In an instant!
She didn't do it. She didn't do the mystic art.
I can feel my power growing!
It's a shame. What do we got?
Where should I cast my line?
None of those. None of those. None of those. None of those.
Hey, what do you think about that spot?
Good idea. I'll go for that one.
Come on. Got messed up.
Reel it in. Boy, that's a bit of a letdown.
Nice work!
Terrible fish. You were thinking this car could be a huge conspiracy of the government that tries to silence people who are intruding with their plans because the government was hiding this fish on the water treatment facility. So you're thinking maybe the government could represent the will of society for things to never change and they hide supernatural things.
It feels like I'm melting.
Yeah, that could work.
Glaglia was pretty hot, but at least the air there was dry. Out here, it feels like I'm trying to walk through thick soup.
I can hardly breathe, it's so stuffy. And don't get me started on the insects. You hanging in there, Hootle?
It's brutal, all right. I can feel my energy being drained away just by walking. All this vegetation makes it hard to keep an eye out. Keep your wits about you, everyone. And watch you don't keel over while you're at it.
What's needed at times like these is a relaxing hot spring. That would soon help us adjust.
And where do you expect us to find one of those?
What about you, Alphen? All that gear, and you hardly seem to be breaking a sweat.
Yeah, I guess when you've lived a life devoid of pain for as long as I have, even feeling hot and bothered could be a welcome change.
Well, lucky you.
Do I find chess boring?
Just don't expect us to carry you when you pass out.
For the most part, I find watching chess boring.
Is that the Zoogle we were told to dispatch?
But I don't find playing chess boring.
Little help!
You're mine! It's open! You're mine! Dragon Swarm! This
Are those arms even natural?
Oh, he has a version of Healing Circle.
I'll take you all on. Ha! Flare the Malisa!
Radiant light! Regeneration! Allow me to help you.
You get the gist.
Tiger Blade!
Begin snaring to me.
I'll stop your movement.
And I'll stop your life!
You find it too boring to learn how to play?
I think we're about to be real lucky.
Man, this place is thick with foliage.
I can kind of see why people would find it a little bit boring.
Swallowed up by all these plants if we stay in here.
Indeed. I much prefer the forests in Menancia myself.
Not that I don't agree, but maybe now's not the best time for Elda Menancia pride.
My dad was one of those losers that learned how to play Star Trek chess.
Let's see what you've got.
You picked the wrong fight! Take this! Here I come! It's It's over.
If they rush you, you gotta jump
Jesus.
for cover, okay? Lightning possess! Thunderbolt!
Charge like that can easily be fatal.
Just as well, I'm here to stop. I'm ready to go. You made me angry. That was a bad idea. Guardian Field!
Take this! Dragon Swarm!
Illuminate the top!
Rising Wyvern!
Holy Land!
You're mine! Take this!
Look sharp! Denied!
Hurricane Thrust!
Now, Frozen!
Hammer!
Hammer.
My turn! I owe you Piston! Rising Distance! Take this! Dragon Swarm! Swallow Blade!
Round and make it rain!
Rising Wyvern!
Raging
I'm ready! I'll stop your movement!
And I'll stop your life!
It's combat in this game, like Dragon Age, you can control the whole party. Yeah, so
Are bearing fruit.
in combat, you can switch which character you're controlling.
What's this thing?
You don't necessarily have to control this guy all the time. You don't even have to walk around the game as this guy either.
There's the Zoogle we were asked to handle. Little help!
No escape!
Look sharp! Can't get out of this!
Take this!
Raging Celestial Hammer!
Rising Wyvern!
I don't feel you where you stand.
Hurricane Thrust!
Going
Rising Falcon! Take this!
The abyssal deep.
Here I come!
the path. Onslaught serpent.
Fly! Dragon Swarm!
Lightning Orb!
Rising Wyvern!
Raging
Hurricane Thrust! It's over! Take this!
Freeze Lancer!
Resonate with the earth.
Dazzling Spin! Tiger
You're
Blade!
mine! It's over!
Darkness!
Take this!
Can you take it?
Dragon Swarm!
Time to stop!
Oh,
Diggle!
yeah, I don't
With this, I can become even stronger.
find it really weird controlling other party members in these kinds of games. Because, like, I'm so used to playing as this guy that if I was to change and play as somebody else, I wouldn't know what the hell I'm doing. Refined Flare Core, Refined Thundernail, Solid Edge. That doesn't look very solid. Ooh, the Dark Wings. Ooh. Refined Crystal Knuckles. Okay, none of those are different. Should have new armor for everyone though.
Have you guys checked your equipment lately?
It's like you don't pick Alistair in party, but he shows up at important conversations. It's a shame, isn't
Maybe
it?
I'll get some training in before we eat.
This flavor. Why, it
Like,
rivals the
who
cooking of my
actually
own
likes
chefs in the
Alistair?
palace.
Whose favorite
Chat a little?
character is Alistair?
You're still
Nobody.
awake?
There's no
I've always
way.
been something of a night owl. Ever since back when I was someone's property. Turning in for the night only made the next day come quicker. I wasn't in any great rush.
Sorry.
What about yourself? Care to share something from before I knew you? You were part of a mage clan, right? Must have been handy being able to rely on magic for everything.
Hardly. In fact, not at all. Magic's not so special when you're not allowed to use it. Always scared of who might be watching?
Right. Sorry about that. I guess I've read too many fairy tales.
We were still made to study it every day. It doesn't make any sense if you think about it, studying the very thing you're being persecuted for. But that's what we did, just like our parents and their parents before them. Honestly, I don't even know how far back it goes.
If memory serves, mages have been the stuff of legend for ages. Even as far back as 3 centuries ago, they were myths. Your people were persecuted even before the Renans got here.
Yeah, the more I think about it, the less it makes sense though. I mean, it was Astral Arts that let the Renans dominate Dana, right? Why didn't mages end up being the rulers of Dana
This is the
then?
first time you hear someone not
They
like
tried,
him?
but they
What?
just didn't have the numbers. Or maybe domination just wasn't something they were interested in. Have you ever considered it?
That
might have been
stupid elf
something
dude.
like that?
Oh,
I guess I
Zevran.
haven't.
I
Yeah,
wonder why
Zevran's
magic
kind
alone
of like
attracted the
a
attention it did.
nothing character.
Swords can be
That character
just as lethal
basically
in the
doesn't
right
exist
hands.
in that game.
Why not ban them?
My best guess? Swordsmanship can be learned by anyone. Magic's more of an exclusive club.
So, you either have the gift or you don't. When something's not easily obtainable, it's hard to comprehend. People are scared of what they don't understand. And fear leads
Or
to
Shale.
persecution.
Shale
the
doesn't
problem's not
exist.
magic. It could just as easily have been anything.
Yeah.
I am
Night,
now
everyone.
closer of Rinwell. Shale was a pretty funny character though, but just
Another day, another Gald.
kind of inconsequential because, you know, the whole DLC thing. It's funny, I don't think I particularly like any of the characters in Origins. Like, there's no real standout character. I'm just kind of like, yes, this is my favorite character in this game. Logain? Nah.
Take this! It's over! Look sharp! Hurricane Storm! Be careful, everyone. This one isn't normal. Swallow blade! Thank you. Take this! It's over!
Aw, too shy to come
Take
over?
this!
Here,
You're mine!
look sharp.
Rising Wyvern!
Going in.
Tear! Hurricane Strike! We did it! Tear! Hurricane Strike!
Lightning control!
Rising Falcon! It's over! Slash! Are you ready?
Yo, Halim!
All yours, Kisara.
Now! Take this! Slash!
This one's
Dragon
not
Sword!
Warrior Howl! Igneous
Swallow Blade!
Holy Round and Pound!
It's over! over! Rising Wyvern!
Here comes!
Hurricane
I'm
Slam!
ready! Johalim!
All yours.
Oh, Halim.
Firmament render!
Here I come!
I'll face you.
It's over!
This
Dragon
one
Swarm! Rising Wyvern!
You know that we know that you know it's
Quite
Morrigan.
necessary when creating weaponry.
Morrigan is a bit of an exceptional case in the sense that I like the character, but at the same time, I hate the character. Because, you know. Claudia Black. That's just one part of it I just can't get over. Ooh, right bandage.
You're saying we should check the Owl Forest?
Can I check the Owl Forest? Don't tell me I should check the Owl Forest and then don't let me go and check the Owl Forest.
Is that the Zeugle we're looking for?
Hope I get a quick travel spot over here.
What's up?
Once we get to the mountain, the terrain won't be easy. We should rest up here before
The thing
pressing
is,
on.
I don't even think there's particularly
But what about
one
Shion? She's waiting for us.
in
All the more reason to conserve our energy.
Huh?
It's not
Dragon
only
Age
the mountain.
2
Hard
either.
though that may be, it's a pittance compared to what follows, namely Volron. We wear ourselves out now, or worse still, get injured. We might as well show up gift-wrapped.
Maybe I don't like any.
That's
Maybe I
right.
don't like any Dragon Age
Besides,
characters.
Alphen still hasn't fully recuperated yet.
I'm fine. Don't stop on my account.
Oh, really? Well, in that case, it's me who wants to take a rest for a while. Does that suit you better?
I take that back
little
about
bit.
Dragon Age 2.
So, Alphen, 300 years, huh? Care to share the secret to such a long and healthy life?
I wish I knew.
Sword strikes
Once I
me
left
as somebody
Lenegis,
that
the next thing
likes
I remember is waking up in
Fenris,
Calaglia.
or whatever that guy's
Everything
name
in
is.
between is a blank.
You mean there are still gaps in your memory?
I've heard of starships with devices that can stave off imminent death by putting their passenger into a deep sleep. They're usually only intended as a temporary solution, until proper treatment for an ailment or injury can be obtained.
You think he might have been asleep in that starship for 300 years? But why? What would be the point?
Might this Naori have
You're
had a
welcome.
hand in it?
What do you mean?
If she's Renin like you say she is, she would have understood how to operate the starship better than yourself.
You're saying she deliberately put me to sleep for 300 years?
Dohalim, that's a bit of a leap.
Forgive me, I spoke out of turn. I'm merely thinking aloud, that's all. Shion and the maiden Naori. After 300 years, it's not unreasonable to suspect they may be related. Shion is nearly the perfect image of her, yes? She also just so happens to be connected to you. Is it merely a coincidence?
Like I've told you a million times already, I wouldn't know.
Well, if you're absolutely
What else
certain
did
that it couldn't
we...
have been
What other
Naori,
characters were in Dragon
I
Age
guess
2?
I
There
must
was
have been
what?
mistaken.
Anders?
Complicated machinery can sometimes break down or have failures.
Uh...
Sorry for being presumptuous.
Barrick?
Hold on a sec. Alphen, you said the mask was to placate you,
Meryl?
right? To keep your guilt and rage in check? And you were wearing it the whole time you were asleep, right?
Can't remember that.
I guess I must have been.
So that's
elf
300
girl's
years you
name.
were wearing it. It's just a hunch, but do you think that the mask might be...
The reason he lost all his memories?
All but a select few strong ones. so deeply ingrained in his psyche that he saw them in the form of dreams. It's not completely out of the question.
Anders,
In which case,
Aveline,
maybe it was the mask numbing his sense of pain, too.
Bethany
It's
slash
certainly
Carver,
As for how,
Fenris,
I wouldn't know, but the dampening effect on his psyche could
Isabella,
have manifested itself
Meryl,
physically as well.
Sebastian,
I'm sorry for snapping at you
Varric.
back there. It's thanks to you that I feel like that we're
Ah,
finally
Talis.
getting somewhere with all this.
No apologies necessary.
God.
Reading others' feelings has never been my strong suit.
So he finally
Oh,
admits it.
Talis.
I really hope Shion's okay.
I get why you're concerned.
Good food is the best kind of magic.
Alice is great too. Look, Alice is another one of those characters like Morrigan, where the character is good. But I fucking hate Felicia Day. She got a cool new dress.
Alone. I'm all alone.
Let's go. We don't want to keep Shion waiting.
I always hear you muttering to
I
yourself.
did. I did have that whole thing going on.
So, just what are you saying?
Why do you want to know? Does it bother you or something?
Not really. It's just the way you talk is sometimes kind of creepy. So I was wondering if you vent your frustration through your magic. Are you yelling, "You stupid jerk," or something like that to pump yourself up?
What?
Then
No.
companions in the original were Alistair, the dog, Liliana, Morrigan,
My tone to fit the mood of
Ogre
whatever
and
I'm trying to
Shale,
invoke.
Sten,
Invoke?
Win and
How do I put
Zevran.
it?
Okay, Win was
Basically,
probably the
elemental
best,
astral energy behind each art, I
the
guess.
best character in
Astral
Origins.
energy? Hold on. Are you saying you can talk to astral energy?
Who is Felicia Day?
Not exactly. But if I put emotion into what I say, it's easier for me to properly cast my arts. That makes sense?
Kind of. Okay, so if you can talk to astral energy,
She does
then
all
you can
sorts of
ask
stuff.
it to, like, predict the weather or find secret treasure.
I don't know.
Wait.
But you at
don't
Sten?
really think that, do you?
Hmm.
Or you can ask it to send down lightning
Who?
to where
Who
there's
is
bad guys
Win?
lurking and...
May lightning condemn those who bear
Win
false.
is
Thunderblade!
What are you doing?
Win is the old lady
with that.
mage.
I just asked the astral energy to send down lightning where there were annoying boys.
I don't know what to do.
Yeah,
Things
she's a
can't go on
good
like
character.
this.
What do you mean?
Ah! Oh, it's you, Rinwell.
You were talking about me, weren't you?
No, I wasn't. I've just been thinking about some things.
Really? How unusual.
Cut it out. I'm being serious here.
Sorry.
I was thinking about... You know how I used
Inquisition
to work
had
for Annabelle back when I was in Cyslodia?
some cool
Yeah,
characters.
of course. You were brought in after the Snake Eyes killed your
Oh wait, and then there was
friends,
the
right?
Awakening characters as well. You had Anders, Justice,
I used to have
Nathaniel,
nightmares about it when I fell
Ogren,
asleep.
Tigran,
Lately, that's
and
been happening a lot less.
Belana.
I don't know how to feel
Belana was
about
kind of
that.
cool.
That's a good thing, isn't it? You should be happy.
Yeah, but
And then every other expansion is just
I did a lot of terrible things
inconsequential.
back then. And I'm scared I'm starting to forget what I did.
Okay, so let me just get all of this straight. You think you'll forget everything if you stop having those nightmares? Why?
Because, you know me, I'm freaking stupid.
But it sure doesn't sound to me like you've forgotten.
Oh, yeah, but still.
I don't think those nightmares going away means you've forgotten. Maybe it's a sign that you've come to terms with what you did.
Come to terms. You mean like Alphen with his past? You think that's what's happening?
Yeah, I do. You're pretty amazing, Law.
I am?
Yeah. Not all of us have figured out how to accept our pasts. Least of all, me.
Rinwell.
Okay, we did get a quick travel point there, so let's go back here and we'll go hand in this quest. Okay, Inquisition had Blackwall, Cole,
Looks like we made it here in one
Iron
piece.
Bull, Dorian, Cassandra, Sarah, Solus, Varric, and Vivienne. I would say the Inquisition probably has the most good companions.
Okay.
Okay. Yes.
What?
I don't know why you're laughing. That sentence makes perfect sense. Of the 3 games, Dragon Age Inquisition has the most good companions. Because the other 2 games pretty much only have 1 good companion. Whereas Inquisition has like 3. So yes, Inquisition has the most good companions. I don't know what's not... I don't know why that's a funny statement to make.
Dohalim.
It's got Blackwall, Dorian, and Cassandra. Cassandra obviously being the best of the 3, but good nonetheless.
Dohalim, I'm going to look into some seasonal fishing spots.
I know why it's not letting me travel to the Owl Forest. It's not letting me travel to the Owl Forest because the entrance to the Owl Forest is in Calaglia and they don't want me to go there. Annoyingly.
By all means.
Leave the preparations to me as well.
Oh, wow.
That's what we're going to climb?
Yes.
Is it just me, or does Rinwell suddenly seem much more comfortable around Dohalim than she used to?
I noticed that too. When the 2 of them came and found me together back on the beach, I could hardly believe my eyes.
It's not like we had a choice or anything. Law and Kisara had to hang back to convince the villagers we meant them no harm. More than that, though, there are a lot of things I've still got to come to terms with regarding Almeidrea. But I guess I'm through making snap judgments based on someone's origin. At least, I'm trying to be. I guess you could say it's a work in progress.
I see. You hear that, Law? Sounds like all that hard effort wasn't for nothing.
Yeah.
That's got to be reassuring to hear. Right, Dohalim?
Not being subjected to unwarranted suspicion is certainly welcome.
Yeah, that long-winded way you have of talking, though? Not so much a fan of that.
I think that's more of a personality thing than a Renin trait.
Really? In that case, I won't have to feel guilty getting annoyed by it.
I hope you're not being too annoying for asking for advice on the Persona RPG. I want your opinion on something else. I told my players there was a circus passing through town and your friends said that they want to see the clown. By that, I think they mean Dashi or Joker from the DC universe. I couldn't figure it out by the tone of their voice. So you want to make an encounter with them, but you don't know how to do it. Wait, they said that they wanted to see the clown. And you took that to mean a Dashi or Joker from the DC universe. How? So you want to set them up with an encounter with a clown? I mean, they could just mean an actual clown, right? Is this a circus?
We can really make weapons with this?
Ooh, Ice Stone.
Crap. This injury hurts more than I thought. Shion, sorry, but could you...
You would rather have a clown that they can recognize. Okay. I mean,
Let's see what you've got. Take this.
the obvious answer would just be to use a character that's previously appeared in a Persona game that uses the full Arcana, right?
Step back. This one's all law.
That would be a character that they would recognize, wouldn't it? Or, you know, the Jester, I guess. Yeah, but as far as I know, Jester only appears in Persona 4. So if you were going to do that, it could only be Adachi. Oh, here we go.
Well, looky here.
Oh, here's what you could do. You could make it a clown, like make it just a generic clown, but like leave subtle clues where they could possibly guess the clown's identity. And like maybe the clown is somebody that they meet, that they kind of spend time with. I know this might be difficult to do, but the clown basically gives them riddles to solve. And the riddles can maybe like give them clues to his identity or something.
We work well together.
Like a finely timed waltz. Excellent technique. How are your weapons holding up? That's not to give me any idea.
Nah, that might not be a good idea. But like the clown kind of starts off as just like a generic clown. There's not really anything special about him or anything. He's just kind of a clown that works at the circus, but the more they get to know this clown, it actually gets revealed that it's somebody else. Maybe not another character that's already in the game, but maybe someone that they would recognize, like an existing character from the franchise. Like you were saying, maybe a character like Adachi or Joker or whatever.
Do you think we could add some more flames into the mix?
Huh? It's not that easy to adjust, you know.
Stay calm. I shall provide assistance.
Don't mind if I do.
All back in their defenses!
Glad you have your uses.
I'll show you how useful I can be!
What the hell is going on?
Fall back, Alfie. We'll take point here.
I can't move.
My cue.
Shut him down.
They're all coming after me.
I'm coming, Redwell.
I'm not scared. I'm totally fine.
Dragon Swarm!
Sleep now.
Rising Wyvern! You're mine!
Anything in armor is all mine!
Arctic water!
It's over!
I'll smash you! This time I can handle it!
Swallow Blade! Dragon Swarm! Rising Wyvern!
I'm in your death, Billy. Then tonight's meal is on you.
You got it.
Nick.
Enough done! Swallow Blade!
Negative gate!
Lightning orb!
Rising Wyvern! You'll pay for that!
Oh great, Dohalim's dead.
That's quite,
Dragon Swarm! Rising Wyvern! Hurricane Thrust!
Don't mind if I do.
This one's mine.
It's over!
Can you take it? I'm ready. Frozen.
Oh my god, this fight.
Nicely done.
Dragon Regeneration! Rising Wyvern!
Being interrupted.
Thank you, Dohalim.
I only did what any other would.
Look sharp! Lightning Tiger Blade!
Oh, thank god. You were thinking of being more like a single encounter, not an entire social link, but then thinking about it, that could be a social link. It could. Like I said, it's up to you though. if you weren't planning on making it a social link, then I kind of feel bad about giving you this whole thing about, oh, it could be a social link, yada yada yada. If you were looking for it to just be a one-off encounter, then yeah, I'm not really sure. I just think that having the social links lends more towards being able to do more with a character. Like having a one-time interaction with a character is kind of, I don't want to say boring, but it definitely it's definitely harder to make a single encounter important or impactful.
How much farther?
I don't think we're even halfway there yet. Hang in there.
Coming through.
You want to play?
Let me see what I can do.
Not on my watch. Coming through.
You're finished. He who prepares is free from the Swallow blade. In an instant. Impact block. We work well together.
But it's finally time to work.
Stardust.
Now.
Resonate. All yours, Kisara.
Resonate my turn. It's over. Stardust. Hurricane thrust.
Take this. Sleep now.
Take this.
More for the stockpile.
You're mine. It's over.
Tiger blade.
Swallow blade.
In a bind. Ground and pound. Make it rain.
Are really incredible.
It's thanks to you I can use them.
And I promise I'll always be here.
Celestial
Here I come.
Ice
Captivity.
Swallow now.
Win left. Light burst forth.
Radiant Genesis.
Man, I feel like she
I saw back there?
I feel like she gets loads of
Well,
different
sort
ones.
of. Actually, it's a family staple harkening back 8 generations.
Maybe you can just write all this down?
It's, she wants to know, but she doesn't want to know. Oh, here we go. Boss fight coming up. Okay, so I still can't make that. I can make this now. I can make this now. That's good. Oh, I can make this now. And I can make this now. So I still need to make a solid edge. I still need to make a refined Tenebris staff. Still need to make the dark wings. Still need to make a radiant shield. I still need to make black iron gauntlet. Oh, impact ring is a new one. So is comeback ring.
I always love the sound of hammers banging away.
What's this do? Strengthen guard ignition. Increased mid-air damage. Nah, I'll save up. Save up for her. Alright, boss, let's go. It's because the town currently has little things to do other than social links, so let's fix that. It could be an arcade that has a variety of games that cost money, could raise a social stat. True. Yeah.
Doesn't look like we're getting past without a fight.
Watch your feet. Fall from here and it's curtains.
So you just want some sort of like...
We're just trying to get...
You basically want stuff that aren't social links.
Save your breath! All that thing sees is a talking meal!
Then let's show it how wrong it is. Is it trying to stop us?
Raging
Well
Dragon!
done.
Aim for the weak point!
Dragon Swarm!
Take that! Ice Prison! Razor
Rising Wyvern!
Celestial Hammer!
A debut performance. The fluidity of your movement is simply incredible. Dragon Swarm! I've been hit with something. So even a magnet has its limit. No feeling so great. Rising Wyvern! Use its weak point to take it down.
All together, everyone!
Rising Falcon! No escape! Slash!
Wind Astral Energy!
Clear for us. You're mine!
Man, this thing goes down for quite a while once you've downed it.
Swallow Blade! Dragon
Tiger
Swarm!
Blade!
Rising Wyvern!
Lightning Orb! Falling Storm! Lightning
Hurricane
Control!
Thrust!
Thunder Blade! Blah, 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 magic!
You're
Holy
mine!
Land! It looks like you got this one covered!
Interrupted!
Illuminate the dark! Come forth! Its wings are lighting up!
It's getting ready to attack!
Leave the charges to me! Regenerate!
Such tremendous power.
Whoa!
Take it! This one's mine!
Is this it? Forgive me.
Ah, shit.
Piercing roll!
Negative gate!
On your knees! Waterfall! Freeze Lancer! Dance in the wind!
You have a res. I know you do.
Blah, 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 that's Freeze Lancer! Still!
Wait, maybe he doesn't. Maybe I didn't, maybe I didn't buy a res. Maybe I didn't buy the res for Dohalim. Maybe I should have.
That's what my shield's for. Get behind it.
Good. I'll leave it to you. Benediction light. Heal. Thanks.
In the wind. Air thrust. Go top.
No further.
Blah blah blah. Tiger blade.
Flush. It's wide open. It won't escape me.
There you go. Don't let up.
Thank you. Hurricane Thrust.
Astral energy. More with that hit. Magic
Rising Falcon.
piercing.
Dragon Swarm. Tempest.
Flush.
Rising Wyvern.
This one is almost in the bow.
Not done yet. Performance. Just falling back.
Then it's time for you to do what you do best. Getting stronger.
Switching up its movements. Watch
It
out.
looks like we made a
Here
mess.
I come. Rising Wyvern. Stardust. Fairy Circle.
You must be tired of killing me. I'm merely doing what I can to help. Glad you're on our side, Dorothy.
All right. It's showtime.
Ready to be seen.
Tiger blade.
I'm nearly done for.
With far enough.
Here goes. Dragon Swarm. Rising Wyvern. Allow me to help you.
Look sharp. Dance in the wind. Air thrust.
Smash you.
Not on my watch. Illuminate the dark.
Try harder.
Haha!
Take this.
Finally dodged it.
Negative Rising Wyvern. On your Stardust.
Now.
Dohalim. In an instant. Impact Cross.
Boom.
With fauna like that,
You're
I'm
using
impressed
stats like
so many
courage,
people
charm,
from this will made it
intelligence to
through
make
here
the town
alive.
feel more alive, like the
Who's to say
movie
there weren't a whole
theater.
lot more of them who didn't.
Well, at any rate, it should be a safer climb now that we've cleared the way a bit, right?
No.
I don't know then.
So long as people feel the need to face terrain this perilous, I'd say true safety's some way off.
You mean defeating Volron and putting an end to the crown contest, right? I guess that would be the best solution here, huh?
We've wasted enough time here already. Let's get going. Xion needs us.
How are we still not there yet?
Let's
Feels
see.
like we've
So
been climbing
movie
this mountain
theater,
forever.
It
arcade,
helps if you try not to look up or down. All you need is silent determination. Talking too much will only waste
batting
energy and
cages.
burn you out.
I'm too tired to look up or down, even if I wanted to.
Take care you don't fall. at least.
Restaurant.
Unless you want to make a Zoogel's day, that is.
Zoogles? Why would they care if I fell or not?
How would you feel if a 3-course meal fell right out of the sky at your feet?
I don't know. Just kind of go back over 3, 4, and 5 and just steal all their ideas.
If you can help it.
The best
You'll
way to
only
do
be
it.
encouraging him if you do.
Tell me that before I listen next time.
Still, Dohalim has a point. One wrong step and it's curtains.
Wouldn't it be great if we could all fly like Hootle? I bet even the refugees who didn't make it would have made it to Thistleum that way.
There could be an
Until
there
we
could be an
magically
illegal
sprout
cockfighting ring.
Let's just watch where we're stepping instead, okay? Come on. Xion's waiting for us.
Yeah, it could increase courage. And I don't know, is luck a stat? Luck is a stat it could increase.
Hey! Are you insane? What the hell were you thinking? I thought we were gonna die!
One simply needs to be bold and act with conviction in times such as these.
Did you know it was gonna be safe before you jumped?
No.
Because I sure didn't.
More or less.
Oh, maybe this
I
is
figured there
faster.
would likely be a basin here akin to most such waterfalls.
Don't just make people jump off cliffs on a hunch.
Are we ever gonna finish climbing this ladder?
What a
We're climbing a
thrill!
considerable height. It's only natural that it will take some time.
Darkness
Not the problem here.
We are getting closer to the top, aren't we?
You've just got to keep your spirits up, Rinwell. Positive thinking is everything.
We finally reached the top.
Let's get
My
to
legs
the
feel
top.
Like they're about to fall off.
Already? You kids need to train more.
She's right. We don't have time to catch our breath.
Someone's got a lot of pep in his step.
Oh, went right in the middle of them.
Here I come! You're finished! Slash! Rising Wyvern!
Tiger Blade!
You're mine! Rising Falcon! Here I come!
All back in their defenses!
Glad you have your uses.
I'll show you how useful I can be!
Illuminate the dark!
You're finished!
The enemy wields Arc Shield Sandpack. I'll trip it up.
Hurricane Thrust! Rising
Shine!
Falcon!
Radiant Light!
Oh, why did you stop attacking this thing with me?
Chrono Blade!
The tide of battle has turned in
We
our
nearly got the break.
Let's keep pressing the attack.
Indeed, but remain ever vigilant.
I can carve through armor!
Here goes!
I'm ready!
All yours, Kisara.
We did it!
Magnificently done.
I can do it all day!
Hurricane Thrust! Kisara! All yours, Kisara. Benediction.
My turn! Heal! Soda! Rising blade! Try harder! Now!
Boom.
Hey, I'm pretty lucky.
Drums of the Master.
You've collected an awful lot of those objects. You sure it's not just
Hush. Be quiet for a moment. The pieces speak to me.
What?
These relics that have scattered about. I can hear them whispering, longing to reunite with their lost friends and become one again.
Really? Do you hear any voices coming from them, Rinwell?
What? No! Don't get me wrong. I'm really interested in these things too, but I'm not crazy.
But don't you sometimes mutter stuff like, "Come to me, astral energy," when you cast your arts?
You're right. Oh my gosh. Are Dohalim and I actually alike?
Its charm really shines through now that it's been reassembled. Its streamlined shape, its geometric patterns. This is no mere amateur's work.
He's in his own little world at this point.
You get just like him when it comes to weapons, you know.
You're right. Oh my gosh. Am I just like Dohalim?
Huh? Why are you guys so quiet all of a sudden?
It's clearly something cruel and evil. The players would probably
I don't smell it.
try to end that. There could be a whole mafia around it, and the players would start getting involved with the underworld, like black markets, things like that. Not something that will increase their stats. It's an entire side quest that unlocks stuff that can help them with the rest of their adventure. Hey, maybe that's where they buy weapons from.
Anything?
Blade of Sealing. Effect name, 1 damage. Combat point boost. Clicking effect boost. More ore. So yeah, let's not turn on the 1 damage thing. I don't want to only be doing 1 damage.
Guess I misread the landing.
This is where I jumped off, right? Yeah, because then that landed... Okay, yeah. Okay, now we go this way. Oh, wow. A very rainy area. The Land of Naught. Ganath Hados. Look at that Kingdom Hearts looking ass castle.
We've reached the top of the mountain.
About damn time. My knees are singing symphonies over here.
Look, there it is.
That's it. That's Pelegion, the seat of Volron's power.
So that's where Shion's being held?
Legion.
Most likely.
Most likely.
That is what I said, yes.
Pelagian's still our best lead. So that's where we go, right?
Any advice before we head in there?
No.
No?
In the ancient tongue, Ganath Haros means Fortress of Naught. Though I fail to see what insight that nugget of trivia holds.
I guess I just thought you might have something we could use.
Since Volron became Lord, the only thing this realm has been known for is its shroud of secrecy. It is Volron's stronghold. All else is incidental. Just keep in mind that you can't be too careful inside.
Speaking of which, just how are all of us planning to get inside exactly?
It's not like there are any secret passages.
We've come this far. If there's no other way in, I guess we'll just have to use the front gate. Volron told us to come find him, which means he's expecting us. Let's do this the old-fashioned way.
Land of water or no, this place has a most curious atmosphere.
It
I
does,
sure
doesn't
hope
it?
nothing bad's happened to Shion.
Keep those thoughts to yourself, Rinwell. Everyone's anxious enough as it is.
Sorry. It's just... I can't seem to stop thinking about it. What do you think it is that Volron wanted with her anyway?
Going by what he said back on Almadria's ship, it would appear his primary target is Alphen. Though, it's likely he hasn't forgotten the blow he sustained at Shion's hand either. That might even be what ignited his interest.
Yeah, did you see the way he reacted? It was like he was enjoying every moment. Even his pain at Shion's thorns. Oh, that guy's just creepy.
Let's just hope he's keeping his perverted tendencies in check.
What? Law? Don't say things like that.
It's not like we weren't all thinking it.
That's still no reason to...
All right, you two. Now that's enough already. Alphen shouldn't have to grit his teeth while he listens to you.
Oh.
Sorry.
Alright, while this is going on, I need to try and book a sight test because I need to get a new pair of glasses. So, give me a sec. Can I fast travel anywhere yet? Nope. Still can't make that, still can't make that, still can't make that, still can't make any of those. Alright, that's probably going to be in this area.
I swear I've seen that castle somewhere before. You're right. I remember seeing it from the cliffs in Calaglia, across the sea.
You mean Volron's castle?
Yeah.
Oh, that's right, I remember that.
Easy peasy. I knew I could handle it.
Easy peasy. There could be a big company that are looking for small entrepreneurs. So there could be a building that holds these festivals where people show off their inventions and plan for ways to develop the town further. If they make something really interesting, they get financially supported in their endeavors. Oh. Yeah. Oh, wait, hold up. What if you... Yeah, okay, so what if you use that as like a money-making thing, right? But there's stuff... There's like... items or like monster material drops that they could then use to show off as at these festivals, and based on what item drops they bring back, they get a different amount of money each time, right? So let's say they kill 10 things in the dungeon, and each of those things drops an item, but they can only show off. Let's say the festival gets held once a week, right? Let's say they can only show off one thing per festival. They kind of have to make that choice. They have to be like, okay, we have this thing. We can show this thing off. It has to be one of these things that we got from the dungeon. Let's choose one. And maybe each festival can have a particular theme. And they have to try and match the item to the theme to maximize the amount of money that they have. Or that they can get from people that are looking to financially invest in them. Oh god, they want to know the date of my last site test. I don't know, we'll do it like 15th February, why not? Yeah, give me a sec. I'm still trying to book this site test. Because I really need to get a new pair of glasses because my glasses are falling apart. And apparently I'm not allowed to get a replacement because my last sight test was 3.5 years ago. And apparently 3.5 years is too long to go without a sight test. So my prescription is technically out of date, which means that in order to get a new pair of glasses, I need to get a new sight test. Which luckily doesn't necessarily mean that I need to leave the house. Because I can get a home visit, maybe. Alright, cool.
Dohalim, care if I hang out for a while?
Dohalim. You love that idea?
You
Excellent.
worried about what's going on with Menancia?
What makes you think that?
Well, you were speaking to Kisara earlier, weren't you?
I mean, I guess
rude
it's
to
something that
listen
they
in on
can
others, you
do with
Sorry, I didn't hear what you two were
items
actually
and
talking
stuff,
about,
right?
though. I just figured it was Menancia.
It's like in
since it was the
Persona
two of you.
4, you basically just
I am
sell those
performing
items
Lord
to
who has
the
abandoned his
weapon
post.
shop, and then the weapon
I'm no
shop
longer in a
gets
position
new
to lead the realm in any
weapons.
capacity
But if you're
whatsoever.
going to use the like
Yet Kisara still seeks out my
underground
opinions,
mafia or
knowing full
whatever
well that is the case.
to buy weapons,
This
then
despite the
they
fact
need to
that I
do
am no longer
something
her
with
master
item
either.
drops.
Couldn't it be precisely because you're not her master anymore? It's natural for friends to want to hear each other's opinions.
I hadn't considered that possibility.
It's funny what you miss sometimes.
Hardly uncommon among artistic types such as myself. When lordships are decided based solely on one's astral energy, it can lead to funny results.
But even so, you still took your job as Lord seriously, didn't you?
Certainly, I learned to perform my functions. However, I was less interested in ruling, so much as avoiding life and death decisions. Of course, such a mentality in the end led only to sickening pain and death taking place elsewhere out of sight. I pretended not to see or hear any of it, content to let our supposed peace and equality keep me blind and deaf to reality. I was a fool.
But you're making amends.
I would like to think so. The path ahead is dark, yet I still walk on. I merely pray that I shan't fall down any holes along the way.
We're now closer to Dohalim.
We'd best get ready for tomorrow.
Hello, Ram.
Shall we get moving?
I don't want Shion to get mad at us for dragging our feet.
Alphen?
How's it going?
She's the one that's kept us on track. Picked me up when I was down.
Sure.
I just thought she'd always be there.
Alright, so this area is gonna be somewhat annoying. Actually, I don't know. It seems pretty straightforward. Didn't realize I could just run through there. Those walls are new. Maybe. Find out.
Right, here goes!
Take this! Flaming meteor!
It's over!
Lion Howl! Gale Force!
Captivity! Blade!
Tiger Blade!
Your reflexes will not serve you well here.
Take this! You're finished! Dragon Swarm! Slash! Negative gate! Here I come! You're finished!
Flaming meteor!
Take this! It's over! Slash! Impressive, Dohalim.
Float like a butterfly and sting like a bee. Or so they say.
That's
Small, but a victory nonetheless.
We have a long way yet to go.
float like a butterfly and sting like a bee. That expression should not exist in this world. Right? My immersion, it's broken. Okay, so there's an area up here. Lab 2 Marshlands Depth. Oh, this is a boss arena if ever I've seen one. %.
I think Hoodle senses something.
Well, there is an owl in this area.
What's with that shining bow over there?
You know, it's funny. I still don't actually know what the yellow enemies are supposed to represent. Cruel. Money. It's always money when he dives into the ground. You know, I've never seen the Rocky movies. Is that weird? I've never watched Rocky. What? I can't jump off there. Rubbish. Where's this damn owl? Think an old guy like me would have? I'm not even that old. How old are you, Sword? I'm curious. Ah, there it is. 24. I don't believe that.
Is this a joke? Get behind me! Dragon Swarm! Slash! Dragon Swarm! Prepare to be seized! Rising Wyvern!
These ones can run freaks around us.
I'll think you picked the wrong fight! Here's Hollow Blood!
Make it ready! Zara, frozen!
Hammer!
Nicely done!
Take this!
All
You're
thanks to you.
Slash! Dragon Swarm!
Divine Strength!
Rising Wyvern!
Make it ready!
Here I go!
Frozen!
Hammer! My turn! No escape! Startup! Tear! Rising Falcon! Elusive Deity! Dragon Swarm! Rising Wyvern!
Snake can be a bit
Did you see this coming? Razor Cyclone! Celestial Hammer! Make it ready! Dohalim!
Light Burst Force!
Radiant Genesis! You don't mess around.
My turn! Certainly not. Swallow Blade! Slash!
Hurricane Strike!
So I
Flip it and we might believe. Yeah, maybe.
still had room to grow.
Can't bring up the map while you're in water. I find that really weird.
There's something in the water.
You already know the first thing that they could make. They could sell the fish of infinite water to this company so that its water becomes a delicacy. They give the fish to the biology professor so that he could make and reproduce and make a whole new species of fish. That is true.
Hey, what do you think about that spot?
Good idea. I'll go for that one. There we go.
Fish on. No.
Dag nabbit! It got away.
Dag nabbit.
We should be able to cook here.
Alright, still can't make any of those. Ah. Oh, apparently they get nothing. Alright. I can now raise sheep.
Gosh.
I must admit, I'm rather proud of this dish.
I'm just thinking a little bit more about what you said about how they can do different things with
Kisara,
the
let's talk
items,
for a bit.
right? What if the people
watch
that
tonight.
they
It's okay.
sell the items to, let's say 2 weeks later,
Before we go, do you guys have everything?
then give them maybe like a recipe or a new
We're almost there,
item
guys.
is
Don't let your
created
guard down.
that they're able to
I'm
use.
excited just thinking about us barging through the front gate.
Like you were saying, that it could either be the new species of fish, which would be a food item, or they could either sell the fish to this water company that could then mass produce the water,
Are you Alfin and his companion?
and then that would be like a healing
Why
item
would
or
you think
something.
that?
You know, something like that.
You are the only one.
So
who
depending
scheduled to
on
arrive, and there
what
are
choices
no
they make
unscheduled
on
arrivals in Ganath Harrow.
who to
So
sell
I'll
it to,
ask again, are you
changes
Alfin
what
and his
items become
companion?
available to the players
We are.
later on.
Then pass. Lord Volron is expecting you at Castle Delpharis.
Well, suppose it's rather nice of them to roll out the
Dinner
red carpet
time.
for us.
1:15 in the afternoon. Too early for dinner. So the area is called Pelegion, and the castle is called Castle
So we're
Balfaris.
supposed to meet him in there? What do we do now?
Let's see how things look around the city first. Then we'll make our way to the castle.
Buttered mashed potatoes? Ah, the best form of potatoes. I see.
Not a slave in sight. Where is everyone? There aren't even any soldiers.
Something feels off. I don't like it.
Like the fact that the enemy could ambush us at any moment? Yeah, not crazy about that either.
No, not that. Something else.
That must be Volron's castle up ahead. I suppose we just walk right up to it then?
That's what the guard from before said. Now, if we only knew where they were keeping Shion, we could try to...
That's it! That weird feeling. It's not just that the city is empty. It feels like no one lives here at all.
Now that you mention it, it does feel strangely artificial. Think maybe it's a district just for the Renans alone?
With all this open space, seems unlikely.
Huh?
Hey! You guys! What's going on? What was that about? They were Danans, right?
Right.
That wasn't normal. Wait, you don't think it could have been the fruit of Helgen, do you?
No, they seem too docile. What about astral energy? Could you sense any coming from them?
No, and I'm pretty sure I could tell if it was. If not that, though, then what?
Speaking of which, it didn't look like there was anyone guarding them either.
They were headed for the castle.
That's where we're going.
I have a bad feeling about those boats.
I get what you mean. It didn't feel like those folks are just commuting to work.
The waterway they're floating on appears to lead to Del Faris Castle. If we follow it, we may learn more about what's taking place here.
Man, this place gives me the creeps.
La, your legs are shaking.
What?
Yeah, this place isn't great.
Just kidding.
What you were thinking is that if they give him to the biology professor, they would keep feeding the fish with bugs they find around the city, and the fish would start getting bigger and bigger each day, and after a long ass time, like 2 whole months, the fish would start laying eggs, and that by itself would show them the beauty of life and fill them with inspiration and unlock stuff for their personas. They give the fish to the company, they would each get 10 items, the starting money they had, which is a lot, or 10 times the starting money they had, but would never see the fish again, and its water would be way pricier than they could afford. Since the company wouldn't give him the proper love and care, the fish wouldn't grow. Ah, yeah, I see what you mean. So it's a choice between getting something big at the start, but getting no payoffs in the long run, or getting something, getting nothing to begin with, but then getting like a really big payout later. That's actually a good idea. I like that.
So, any ideas what the deal was with that boatload of weirdos?
Your guess is as good as mine. They looked like Danan slaves, but beyond that...
This city is grander and more beautiful than any other we've been to, yet...
I know what you mean. From the architecture right down to the people, something feels off somehow.
I've long maintained one can glean a lot about a ruler from their city. Considering how unsettling this place is, I'd say I wasn't far off the mark. Despite its
I really like that
surface
idea,
majesty,
actually.
walking around inside, it feels more like a hollowed-out ruin.
I say we follow after that boat. If we're lucky, it might be in the mood to give us some answers. I've seen ghost towns that were more alive than this city. Where the hell did all the Danans and Renans go?
50,000 people used to live here. Now it's a ghost town.
There's nobody here either. Looks like the only building up ahead is the castle. But
Beef.
No good. It's a dead end.
I don't relish our chances climbing. Or breaking through, for that matter.
And yet, this seems to be the only way inside. Take a look around. There must be a switch or something to...
What? What is it this time?
Look! Over there!
More of them.
Alphen!
Oh.
Astral energy? But then... that means...
Snap out of it! Can't you see what's happening? You're being deceived! Please stop! You'll die!
Uh-oh.
Damn it! Bull Run is killing you! You need to
Oh,
run!
hello.
Please, get off the boat!
How are you doing? Tails improved so much this time. Over the recent ones, sure.
What just happened?
I'm still not quite convinced that this game is better than Vesperia yet.
We're being summoned.
Summoned? By that murdering monster?
It's all a demonstration designed to provoke. To prove to us, no, to Alphen, just what he's capable of.
Kidnapping Xion. Killing all those people.
If it's just me he's after, then why hurt them? Why do all this just to get at me? You hear me, Volron? Answer me!
Alphen, this is not your fault. Don't give this to him.
I know. And I won't.
It looks great compared to previous games.
My hands are stained with blood.
I still prefer the art style of Vesperia,
But even so,
to
if we're
be
going
honest.
to stop that bastard, then I need to keep going. Let's move.
It's just something about Vesperia that ticks all of my boxes.
Damn it.
How awful. All of those people in the boats. Do you think they had any idea what was going to happen to them?
They did a
It
damn good
has
job of
good
concealing it if they
characters,
did.
good art
If you
style.
ask me,
I think the only
only thing on
thing
their
that this
minds was
game
following
improves
orders.
on is I like the
And
combat
I
in this
bet I
game
can
more
guess who from.
than Vesperia.
Volron.
The only thing they knew was mindless.
I also wish that JRPGs would go back to having a world map.
Living only to die at your master's whim?
Like, not having a world map is kind of annoying
Being a
me.
slave means having your whole life stolen from you. In the worst cases, quite literally. That bastard will get what's coming to him. I'll see to it he does.
Yeah, there's no world map. In the, well, I mean, you can like teleport between the different regions and everything, but there's no like proper world map. I miss having world maps.
Is this what I think it is? Those people, they were all...
Got all the money they can put into hallways.
Sick and
True.
deranged.
Remember this well.
Okay,
This is the true face of
Overworlds.
who we're up against.
Sure. Let me see if I can... Yeah, I think Overworlds might be the right thing. Like this is what I'm talking about. You know, you actually leave the town and you go around the overworld. Like this is what I want. This is what I want back in. Those are silly. No, you shut up. All right.
Still, if it's not Fruits of Helgen he's using, then how do you think Volron goes about controlling all of them?
They didn't look like they'd been threatened, but they didn't look like they understood anything either.
It could be something else, like a potion perhaps. But frankly, I doubt it.
But that would mean they're following Volron out of choice? But why?
Nothing bolsters a despot's authority more than loyalty. Loyalty is advantageous for any ruler. For Volron, it means acolytes willing to give their lives for him. As for whether they did it
You
willingly
look like
or
some
not,
giant walking
I'd
over
say they're
ants with
merely
that
puppets
shit.
dancing to their master's tune.
But to the point where they'd give
It's
up
not-
their own life
it's not
force?
that bad.
Is that even possible?
You just saw it for yourself. And think back to when I was your lord. If I'd asked you to sacrifice yourself for some cause, would you have?
Dohalim.
My apologies. My words got away from me again.
No, you're absolutely right. The only difference being that you never demanded such a thing. You wouldn't.
All lords are masters in the art of manipulating their subjects' hearts. Whether they use fear, torture, or various other methods, the outcome is the same.
Fear.
No wonder there's no remaining signs of a resistance force in this place.
Also, I just found this this screenshot. This game does not look like this. It's why is nobody up in arms? You remember when everybody was like up in arms about how Watch Dogs didn't look as good as it did in the E3 trailers or whatever, and then everybody was up in arms about the Spider-Man PS4 game where the puddles were all of a sudden non-reflective or whatever. Like, this game does not look like this. Also, as cool as this looks, I still prefer this. This is what I want. I think this looks much better. Like this looks cool, and I like it. But this is Tails for me. I think it just suits it a bit more. Max structure as it is now is kind of unbelievable when the first two towns, the second didn't know the first had a doctor despite being literally 500 meters away. Yeah. Yeah, I don't know. It is what it is.
Shion!
Wait! Something's not right.
Shion.
It's so dark. Everyone.
We came to save you. It's okay now.
I don't know. There have been a couple of good Assassin's Creeds recently.
Shion?
Lies.
You know, Odyssey exists. I can't hate Ubisoft for Odyssey. Uh-oh.
Swords! This situation just got prickly.
There is immense dark astral energy here. Far too potent to be the work of a single individual. It's possible Volron's manipulating her. But we cannot tell from this far away. We need to be much closer.
Only to do that, first we need to get rid of the thorns. So we fight fire with fire! Unless you have a better idea. Alone. I'm all alone.
Shion!
I can't die. But I also can't live.
Shion! Shion! We're coming for you! Won't let you down this time. This pain I feel. It's nothing compared to what you're going through. I won't let you go again. I can take whatever you give me. So please, open your eyes. Shion! Not a chance. No escape. Here I come. Take this.
Thunder field!
My turn.
Raging cascade!
Take this. Not a chance.
Magic is in!
My turn. Strike. My turn. My turn.
Okay, there we go.
The thorns just
Oh,
keep
Lord
growing
did
back.
just say that.
This keeps up
He
then.
definitely did.
Please wake up, Shion! Come back to us!
Hey, Ricky, welcome back.
I'm alone.
Oh, she's becoming a hermit again.
Alone. I'm completely alone.
You're wrong.
Elfin!
She thinks we left her all alone. She can't see us or hear us. All of this. It's because I pulled away from you. Because I couldn't hold on to you. Shion.
Don't do that. I need that. He feels pain now. Yeah, he lost the other half of his mask and now he feels pain.
Rinwell too. Kisara. And Dohaling. And so am I.
Yeah, he got his memories back or something. And now he feels pain.
So please, don't give up on us. We will bear your thorns together. I swear it. Shion.
Now I have the thorns too.
Alvin!
And Althin dies to thorn damage.
How many times do I have to tell you? Not to be so careless.
There's no
Wow.
more time for us to rest.
Can't believe you just said that.
Let us finish this. I entrust this blade to you once more.
What? Don't do that. He can feel pain. That's gonna hurt like hell.
Let's go. Bull Run is waiting.
Oh, the power of friendship.
Hey,
Oh, you right.
Alphen?
What is it?
While I was away, what did you do?
I missed you.
Alphen. But after what happened because of me,
I got a glimpse of the real you.
Well, his armor's
It was
supposed to be
worth it.
black. I changed his
You could
outfit
say
to a
pain
recolor.
is some kind of reward.
some reward. You sure all that hurt hasn't done something to your head, too?
Hey now.
They change it for cutscenes, but they can't change it
Is it
for
just me, or are they?
for the animated sections.
It's been a while. They're just happy to see each other.
I know. I mean, it's fine.
We all express ourselves in different ways. Leave them be.
They should get a room.
Kieran has joined the party. Got a shaded Aster and Twilight One Piece. Alphen learned the master art Blazing Pillar.
Shion.
Yeah, so his armor is normally supposed to be this color, but I don't like the black and blue, so I changed it to black and white. Because I think it went better with the like half helmet, white hair thing. I like the color of this more. But then there's also like a black and red version that I got, and then there's like a silver and orange version. Then you've obviously got the samurai armor and stuff as well. Like there was also this. I didn't like the color. This is like the default as well, but I also didn't like this either, so I changed it to black and blue. So I kind of like that. Looks like Trunks. I wanna change his hair to like the version that still has the half mask, but apparently that's not a thing. No, the normal Sin Cleaver armor is you just get that later in the game. And then the Reconciler armor is just a recolor of the Sin Cleaver armor. Okay, we need to change you. Actually, what is that gun that you just got? This one. Oh, it's just a recolor of the Noble Rose. I actually kind of like that. Do I like it more than the Blackthorn? Probably not. I like the Blackthorn. Oh yeah, she actually gets a... I actually really like this. This is really cool. So yeah, this is Shion's normal outfit, and then there's like a black recolor of that as well. However, the best armor is this one. So we'll change it to that one. Yeah, she also gets a special hair thing for it. See, this is the best version of Shion. Okay, so that's her best item, that's her best weapon. Alright. We'll put you there, and we'll put you there, and we'll set it up like this.
Thanks.
Dohalim's fighting style is...
Some streamers have
what's
him
the
in
word
that
I'm looking
armor.
for? Subdued?
The bikini
No.
squad.
Do you mean elegant, perhaps?
Yeah, that's the word. For better or worse, you can definitely tell he's cut from posh Renin cloth.
I don't know.
And he's not just skilled with the staff either. He can also use astral arts, including healing.
I considered it,
I can
but
see how he made it to the position of a lord.
You flatter me. But my fighting
Huh.
techniques merely come from a style that aims to conserve energy by minimizing body movement.
Is that why you wait until the last second before you dodge attacks? To avoid unnecessary movements?
No, I do that to sharpen my senses. I find that doing so is an effective means of drawing out my innermost strength.
Oh yeah, I've noticed you look stronger and strike out with your rod more after you dodge attacks. Guess that's why.
Still, it's a risk. Don't you ever worry you'll dodge at the wrong moment?
Then, it'll be just as well.
Huh?
It's nothing. Let us continue.
Those things that came out of Shion are her thorns, right? She said they're made of dark astral energy.
She did.
So, the Sovereign, the
wait, is there still two more
fate of
companions?
Onyx
No,
300 years
I think
ago.
we're all good on companions.
That is a lot to take in, isn't it? I never realized the weight of the burden you were carrying.
I could say the same.
The person you kept mistaking me for. It was Naori, wasn't it? So, what do you think? Could I be her descendant?
It seems likely. You two do look very similar.
Yeah, see, I was
Kidnapping
thinking that
Shion,
too.
mistreating
It does
slaves,
seem a
and
little
who
bit
knows
weird
what other
that there's
terrible
two
deeds.
open
Seriously?
support
These
slots,
so-called lords
but
just think they
as
can do
far as I
whatever
can
they
tell,
like.
I am deeply ashamed.
this is
to be
all of
one
the
their
companions
kind.
that you get.
Sorry, my bad. I didn't mean you, Dohalim.
Do you think Volron could have been behind
far as
what
I
just
know,
happened
anyway.
with Shion's thorns?
I'm not sure. If it was bait he needed, kidnapping her should have sufficed. Perhaps he had some other purpose in mind.
Her thorns aside, as a hostage, surely it would have made more sense to keep her
Maybe
close
you
at
get
hand.
like extra
So why did he
companions in
leave
the
her
post game
unguarded?
or something.
If getting rid of Alphen was Volron's only priority,
Maybe
then he
that's
could
the
have
thing.
ambushed us directly. It's not as if he lacked the power. He chose not to, which means he's toying with us, prolonging Alphen's suffering as much as he can.
But why? What does Volron specifically have against Alphen? Is it because he's leading the Danon rebellion?
Possibly. But try to see it from Volron's perspective. He'd do anything to win the crown contest, correct? Knowing that the true sovereign already exists somewhere is bound to ruffle his feathers.
Be a while to
Your
have two
paths
more
crossed
people in
before,
at this
Alphen?
point in the game.
Only when I've been with you guys.
The problem is,
In the end,
I don't even
We
know
just find
how
more
far into
mysteries.
the game I
What
am.
isn't a mystery is how badly we're gonna beat this creep up once we find him.
Like,
what a
guys, one
simple
big
and
issue with Tales of
straightforward person you
Vesperia
are,
was
Law.
just how it always seemed like it was going to end and then didn't.
Way to give us a heart attack. I wasn't sure how that was gonna pan
It just
out for
kept
a
going
while
and
there.
going.
I'm just glad everyone's safe.
So I don't know what they're going to do with this
What
one.
about you, Shion? How are you feeling? He didn't.
Like, maybe
do
we just go
anything to
there,
you,
we fight the
did he?
Fifth Lord, and then that's it, the game over.
The last thing I remember is being back on the ship. Back then. Seeing Alphen's pain return to him the moment he touched me. It brought me back to my childhood. The fear in people's eyes whenever they were around me. And the next thing I knew, darkness was welling up
What is
inside me.
this?
It was smothering me. I couldn't see anything anymore. I was all alone.
Shion.
You're okay now. You're safe, Shion. We're here with you. You're not alone any longer.
You want me to add that, don't you?
Thank you.
Oh. I probably could.
Must be Volron's Imperial Guard.
They don't seem to be keeping lookout. More like they're waiting.
Oh well, the royal welcome was nice while it lasted.
I think Sword might
Time to
finally
give
get
up this
their
journey,
wish.
huh?
Wait, we don't have a plan!
As far as law's concerned, this is the plan. Let's go!
Getting rid of the Chunguses. And just replacing it with the solo Chungus.
Its blind loyalty is just another form of slavery.
Glory be to Volron!
That's useless. They're brainwashed. Just like the Danon puppets we've dealt with outside.
Illuminate the dark!
It's over!
By the power of
You're mine! It's over!
An astral arc?
That's my cue!
Shut him down!
My god, these guys have so much HP.
Here I come! Rising Wyvern! Look there! Coming through! Ha! Now! Scarlet Inferno!
Here,
No! Do I switch characters? I don't know. I maybe should sometimes, but I personally don't.
I'll take you all on! Ha! Flare Demolisher! An outstanding...
You're mine!
I'm only
It's
getting
over!
it.
You're mine! It's over! Dragon Form! Swallow Blade! This one's all mine! You're finished! Kisara! Commander of Heaven! Phoenix Cyclone!
There we go.
Well, that didn't feel great. Those soldiers were just like the slaves, driven by a warped sense of
Yeah,
loyalty.
Kasara's Mystic Art is not
Yeah.
great.
That was just about as hollow a victory as they come.
It's strange. I always thought loyalty was one of the greatest virtues out there. Now I'm not so sure. Is it simply a question of where your loyalties lie? Or is it fealty itself that's the problem?
Maybe it only becomes a problem the moment you stop thinking for yourself.
So if we defeat Volron, you think they might learn to think independently again?
Actually, no. Never mind. This isn't the time.
We can worry about that after we finish the task at hand and defeat Volron.
As expected, Volron's elite guards are quite formidable.
Ooh.
Their equipment and training far exceed those of any foot soldier.
We need to be careful not to let them exhaust us before we reach Volron.
Alright.
A grandiose castle for a grandiose city. You really didn't cut any
You haven't got it yet. You can't wait to chuck Law out. The thing is, I actually like Law. Not as a character. I just really like his fighting style.
In what way?
I'm a big fan of hand-to-hand fighters in a game with weapons.
Merciless. As if any pretense to ease of living was sacrificed in favor of sending a message. One of domination and a thirst for total power. In other words, the perfect domicile for our power-crazed foe.
That's why he let us in. It's precisely the message he wanted to convey. Almost like he's mocking us.
That bastard's in the mood to play? We'll see who's laughing once we've taken him down a peg or two. Is it just me? Or is the blazing sword burning even more brightly than before?
Yeah, as if the astral energy
For one who
within it has become
enjoys
more
wrestling,
powerful somehow.
like
It would appear
CQC-based
Alphen
characters,
harnessed
it's
his
true.
sovereign abilities to even greater effect.
Is that true, Alphen?
I'm not sure. I don't think I'm doing anything differently.
You're not. It's proof of your strengthened bond with Shion.
I don't think
No
it's
further
because I like
explanation
wrestling,
needed.
though.
Oh man, for real? Nice!
Is that true?
How am I supposed to know?
Fat lot of good the two of you are.
I may have a theory or two I could offer.
Yeah, no. I think we're good.
Now that you mention it, though, I guess I have noticed a change. It's like there isn't as much resistance when energy's being siphoned from my Master Core.
Aha! So it is a bond thing! Aw, you guys!
Wait, what about your hand? That thing practically used
Yeah,
to
exactly.
give third-degree burns every time you
What
wielded
happens to
it,
his hand?
Right?
Kisara's got a point. And if it's gotten even hotter since then...
I won't lie. The searing heat and pain are almost unbearable. Almost. When I'm fighting, I'm somehow able to endure it. It's like the sword becomes part of me or something. Like I can feel it pulsing through my
Wait,
chest.
so he just kind of
I can't describe it.
bites through
In
the
other
pain,
words,
I
your
guess?
heart burns with a flame more powerful than even that of the sword. Fascinating.
Yeah, take it from our resident poet laureate.
Hmm?
Gotta break through!
The enemy wields arts too.
We'll soon see about that.
Coming through! Ha! Mount! Scarlet Inferno!
Didn't he get a different Mystic Art?
Rising Wyvern!
I'll stop your movement!
And I'll stop your life!
With this, I can become even stronger.
I thought you got a new Mystic Art. That's Scarlet Outburst. Oh, to execute in Overlimit, hold 2 of the following buttons with a 5+ combo performed using separate art. So I need to use... I need to use 5 different arts. And then hold the buttons down. Okay.
With such a huge area to search, where should we even... So where is he?
There's no sign of him here, so I can only assume he's waiting for us in his throne room.
What's with all the fake suspense? Why doesn't he just come out and face us?
I'll say. It's not like he's had any problem doing that in the past.
This is all one big game to him. He's probably savoring every last moment.
Like a Zoogle toying with its food before the kill. No wonder he doesn't have any friends.
This is all just a ploy to weaken his prey, wearing us down before the final ambush. It's all too well orchestrated to be anything else.
Alvin?
I'm fine. Once we defeat Volron, the final Master Core will be ours. With that, we can create the Renaissance and finally put an end to this whole nightmare.
Haha! Skillfully dodged. Haha!
Is the path being pulled up like some kind of drawbridge?
I'm guessing there's no way to kick it back down.
Oh, get out of here!
Most likely, it's connected to a control apparatus of some sort. I suggest we search around and see what we uncover.
Ah, you bastard.
That's far enough!
See what I can do!
This one's mine! Vanquish Dark!
You're mine! It's over!
Tiger Blade!
Rising Wyvern! Rolling Spear! Tear! Rising Falcon! No escape!
Shining Supernova Arc Steel!
Take this!
Blah, blah, blah.
Transform!
Freeze
Rising
Blade! You
Wyvern!
get the gist.
Soaring
Air
Light
Thrust!
Spear!
Make it rain! Ringwell!
Frozen!
Hammer!
You know, I've never seen those moves not kill,
Nicely done.
which I like. I like that.
It'll take more than this to stop us.
Perhaps they were trying to exhaust us?
No choice. No further. You're mine. Flash. Dragon Fury.
Not in your dreams.
Rising Wyvern. Soaring Light Spear. Hurricane Swift. Tear.
In here.
The enemy wields arts too.
We'll soon see about that.
Require a hand.
Dragon Swarm. The flame inside me yearns to be let free.
Illuminate the dark.
Take it.
Come forth. Holy
It's over.
River. Holy
Ignite. You're mine.
Mega Ray!
Astral energy.
Say no more.
That's probably my favorite double team move.
Falling Storm!
Dragon Swarm.
Make it rain! Go for it! Prepare
Probably the coolest looking one.
Am I on a roll or what?
14,000 gold. Oh, I'll just duck into this room. Oh god.
Gotta break through.
Never miss. Each turn.
Burn it down. You're mine. It's over. Dragon Swarm.
Your wings won't save you from me.
It's over.
Blind freaks! What did they just sit still?
Sierra, can you take care of them?
No sooner said than done.
Coming through.
I didn't do it, did I?
Now,
Fuck.
Scarlet Inferno. Kisara, Commander of Heaven.
I thought that was it.
My turn. I'm nearly done for.
I guess I didn't have 5 different moves.
We can really make weapons with this?
Get black vest. I thought I had it, but he is saying Scarlet Inferno, yes. Which is not what that move says it's
That enemy
called.
looks strong. I bet it'll be worth our while to fight it.
What's with that shining foe over there?
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know why.
I won't forgive you. This one's falling in your dreams.
Here I come.
I can do this all day. Here's a healing orb. Holy What did they
No.
Sierra, can you take care of them?
No sooner said than done. Dreams.
Rising Wyvern. Soaring Light Sphere. Rising Falcon. Swallow Blade. An astral boost?
That's my shield.
Shut him down.
To make it rain! I'll stop your movement!
And I'll stop your life!
Here I go.
Not a chance.
Dragon
Swarm.
This one's mine!
Take this.
Glacial Punch! Tiger Blade! Now!
Sphere.
Go for it! Prepare to crumble!
I need to be stronger.
So hard to tell what some of those double team moves are actually
By
doing.
the way, I wanted to say sorry for attacking you when we first met.
Fred,
This is the weird
if nothing
camera
else, it
angles.
made our encounter that much more lively.
I know, but I've been meaning to apologize for a while now anyway.
At this stage, I'd say it's all in the past. If anything, I consider you a capable and trustworthy ally.
An opponent like this should be easy. You're mine. You're finished. Dragon Swarm.
This one's mine!
Rising up.
Into the shadows!
Eat this.
I can shatter any steel!
It's over.
Make
Got
it
fire.
rain!
All yours, Kisara!
We did it. Now. Tear. Hurricane. All mine. Swallow Blade.
The enemy wields art too.
We'll see about that!
Carve through armor!
Take this. Dragon Swarm. Strike. Try harder. My turn. I'm not done. Hurricane Slug. Soaring Light Spear. Rising Falcon. I'm not done.
Do it!
Still.
This ends now!
Consider yourself finished.
Whew.
I can feel my power growing.
Battle suit. Voice actor thought Scarlet Inferno sounded cooler, so he yelled that during recording with excitement, and nobody had the heart to stop him, so they just shipped it as is. Oh, you mean like all of the times that Nanako said welcome home, despite the fact that the subtitle said welcome back?
Hi, Hoodle.
Here I come!
Not in your dreams.
Dragon Swarm! Rising Wire! Soaring Light Spear! Take this! Take this! Dragon Swarm!
Anything in armor is all
Soaring Light Spear! Hurricane Thrust! Try this!
Astral energy.
Infernal Torrent! I'll burn it all!
Ah, there it is.
Flaming Pillar! Fire!
That's not what that says.
They've really got us on the ropes.
He
Don't
just
forget
said
to heal your wounds.
he just said flaming pillar, right? That move is clearly called blazing pillar. Hate this game. I hate all games. Silk robes, probably for you. Yep. It might be. It might be the end, yeah.
Hi, Hoodle.
Not today! Rising Wyvern! Soaring Light Sion, can you take care of them?
No sooner said than done.
The enemy heals up too.
We'll soon see about that.
My turn! Okay! Soaring Light Spear!
Frozen.
hammer.
Here's a healing arc.
Here I come!
The thing is, it's not even about the translations. It's just make the voice actor say what the subtitle says, or change the subtitle. You know.
Rising Wyvern! Soaring Light Spear! Rising Falcon!
This one's mine.
Strike! Take this! Swallow Blaze! Not here! No escape! Soaring Light Spear!
Illuminate the
Rising
dark.
Falcon!
I owe you one.
Here I come!
Idiot, get charged. Make it rain.
Astral energy.
Say no more! My turn!
Illuminate the dark.
Tiger blade.
Lock. Get toasty.
Burn Strike!
Oh, that's also one of my favorites.
I feel sprightlier than before.
Hey, didn't we come through here earlier?
Yeah, I think you're
Oh.
right. I don't know where we are anymore.
When everything around us looks the same, it's easy to get turned around.
Let's go the other way first.
That's no ordinary enemy I see over there.
Is that a new enemy?
Go no further.
No.
Rising interrupted. Rising Falcon. It's over.
Lightning orb!
Swallow
Dance
blade.
in the wind! Air thrust!
Soaring light spear.
Make it rain!
Take this.
All yours, Kisara.
It's almost too strong. Spread it out. Be my guest. Rising Wyvern.
Spear! Here's Eagle!
Soaring light spear. Rising Falcon.
Make it rain! Never miss!
Swallow blade. Kisara. Commander of Heaven.
Phoenix Cyclone!
None
Illuminate the
can.
sun!
You're mine.
Holy Land!
It's a flame inside me. Yours to be let free. I'm not done.
Tiger Blade!
Dragon Swarm.
Now! This ends now!
Consider yourself finished.
Is that why you play games in Japanese? Because you don't like that they changed some of the subtitles?
We're all right, Alpha.
I can understand that.
Right, here goes. Here I come. You're finished. Soaring light spear. Rising Falcon. Here I come.
They
It's
may
over.
look cute and stuff, but they're vicious! Celestial!
Flying free.
Do it! Go, Helene!
Light burst forth.
Radiant Genesis!
Now, you're mine.
The enemy wields arcs too.
You'll soon see about that!
Rising Wyvern. Soaring light spear. Take this. Here I come. Take this. You're mine. It's over. Dragon Swarm.
Not in your dreams!
Rising Wyvern. Soaring light spear.
Annihilation!
Rising Falcon. You're mine. It's over.
More for the stockpile! Radiant Pierce! Freeze Lancer!
I can carve through
Hurricane Strike!
No escape. Swallow blade. Dragon Swarm. Rising Wyvern. Soaring light spear. Rising Falcon.
None shall escape my judgment!
Piercing roar. Swallow blade.
Ray!
Dragon Swarm.
Oh, what?
Slash. Swallow blade.
Thought I had that.
You're finished.
There!
You're mine.
It's over!
You're finished.
Glacial Pipe!
Oh.
Am I on a roll or what?
Well, look who's in a bright.
Yeah, I don't know. I kind of like the voice acting for Tales games. I think they've generally been pretty good.
It's a trap.
Ah, I knew that was gonna happen.
Let's dispose of the trap.
Can't get out of this. Rising Wyvern. Rising Falcon. No escape.
I never fall! Eat dirt! Illuminate the sun!
We got fire.
I've got this! Let a marksman handle it!
All yours.
This one's mine!
Swallow blade.
Freeze Lancer! Think with your one's mine!
Too fast.
Stand back. I'll trip it up.
Lunar Corruption!
Dragon Swarm. Slash. Dragon Swarm.
I'm nearly done for.
Rising Wyvern. Soaring light spear.
Tiger Blade!
I'll burn it all. Flaming pillar. Fire.
Fucking flaming killer.
Everyone still in one piece?
Get out of here with your flaming pillar.
Worked up a sweat. Hey, Shion.
Yeah.
You know,
What is it?
do you remember that conversation we had after Almadria, you know?
Ah, nearly.
I won't forgive you!
Illuminate the sun! Dreams!
This one's war! None shall escape my judgment!
Infernal torrent.
Look here!
SD airborne scoundrel.
Sounds like a job for yours truly! More where that came from! None shall escape my judgment!
I knew there was a reason I didn't use the flaming sword. Keeps killing me.
Magic is there! Freeze Lancer! You get the gist! None shall escape my judgment! More for the Tiger Blade!
I'll take you all on! Ha! Flare Demolisher!
An astral witch.
That's my cue!
Shut him down. Soaring light spear.
Here
this, I can become even stronger.
I was just about to say, why is there just one dude standing in the middle there? I was like, it's going to be a mini boss.
An opponent like this should be easy. Here I come! Swallow blade! Hurricane thrust!
More where that came from.
Rising weapon! Soaring light spear!
Oh no! I thought I had that.
Frozen hammer. Here's a healing
Dragon swarm!
Feel.
I'm just going to use it more now.
Don't forget to heal your wounds.
Right, here we go!
Armor won't save you!
Dragon swarm! Rising wyvern!
This one's
You're mine! You're mine!
Make it rain!
Astral energy! Full throttle!
Now! You're mine! Look sharp! Lightning tiger blade! My turn! I'm not done!
Why does everybody keep getting launched into the air? And I was waiting for Shion to use her mystic art, and then she just never did.
Am I on a roll or what?
Omega Elixir. Okay. Oh, I do not have a lot of CP left.
Seriously? Is this a joke?
Try this! Sion, can you take care of them?
No sooner said than done.
It's almost too strong. Be my guest.
This one's mine.
Dragon
Let me help. Save it now.
I don't have much.
Commander of Heaven.
Phoenix Cyclone!
My turn.
Here goes.
Hurricane thrust. Soaring light spear. Rising falcon. No further.
Make it rain!
Go for it.
Prepare to crumble!
My turn. It's over. Dragon swarm. Swallow blade.
Freezing the storm. Raging sword. More with the
Here I come.
Let me help!
Soaring light spear.
Glacial fire!
Okay, one thing I don't like,
In this state isn't advisable.
I don't like the
You're
fact
so strong, Shion.
that
Even after
you
everything
can't
you've been
control
through.
when you go into over limit.
I wouldn't say I'm strong. I don't know what would have happened.
Which is something that you could control in the older games.
To me if I'd stayed alone.
think you would have endured.
I wonder if I can
As long as you remember you're never truly alone.
lure it away
That
from the
thought
two
can-
guards.
I'll take you all on. Ha! Flare the Molotov.
Burn it out!
Look sharp.
Dragon Swarm!
Leave the ensnaring to me.
I'll burn it all! Flaming Pillar! Fire!
Will this help?
Not a chance! It's over! Dragon Swarm! Rising Wyvern!
Make it rain!
Clear! Go! Commander of Heaven!
Phoenix Cyclone!
Not a chance!
Hurricane! On guard!
Take this!
I love how somebody says, "Will this help?" and his voice line is just not a chance.
Rising Wyvern! Soaring Light Spear!
Going in!
You're mine!
Here I come!
Can't get out of this!
Here
Here I come!
Look sharp!
Holy Land!
Here I go! Time to fly!
Annihilate!
Look sharp!
Illuminate the dark!
Soaring Light Spear!
Holy Land!
Rising Wyvern!
Let me help.
Look sharp!
Hurricane Dark!
You're finished! Burn! Prepare to be seized! Blue Escape!
Hurricane
Swallow
Sword!
Blade!
Look sharp!
Here's the evil!
Soaring Light Spear!
Freeze Lancer!
Rising Falcon! Take this!
Flurry Horn!
Dragon
Dance in the
Swarm!
wind! Tiger Blade!
Swallow Blade!
Appreciate the help!
Dragon Swarm!
Holy Land! Burning water! Hear my
Blue
call!
Escape! Flash! Dragon Swarm!
Illuminate the dark!
Far enough!
Take this!
Holy Land!
Smash you! Swallow Blade!
Lightning concealing circle!
Rising Wyvern! Soaring Light Spear!
Here's the evil! Holy Land!
Not today!
Freeze Lancer!
Blue Escape!
She just got a second over limit
Rising Wyvern! Soaring Light Spear!
in the same fight.
Do it! Ridwell!
Frozen!
Hammer!
Hey! Poodle's quivering! I think we're about to be real lucky! Do you sense one of your friends, Hoodle?
Now, where's the owl? We control, let's turn it and see what it does. I brought the drawbridge down. There's another drawbridge over there. Then does that mean there's a separate device that controls the lower bridges? I guess let's look around some more and see what we find. So... what, I need to go back the way I came again? Fight the other dog? Oh, are you fucking kidding me? Seriously?
That's far enough! Hurricane Cyclone! Illuminate the dark! Ready to go! Rolling Storm! Tiger Blade! Thanks so much! Time to instant!
It's over! It's too fast! All yours, Kisara!
Radiant Sun!
Not a chance!
Here!
No escape! Rising Wyvern!
Illuminate the
Hurricane Thrust!
Hurricane Thrust!
Dragon Swarm!
Here's evil! Water Snake
Blow
Wing!
away!
Freeze Lancer! Here's a healing!
I'll burn it all!
Alright, let's see how much damage this actually does.
Flaming Pillar! Fire!
Will this help?
Not a lot.
Take this!
Dance in the wind!
Ignite!
Flaming Needle! Lion Power!
Dragon Swarm!
Corruption!
Power Blade! Dragon Swarm!
Look sharp!
Ready to rock!
Burning!
You're mine! It's over! Try harder! Here I come!
Let me help!
You're finished!
They're up for interrupting!
Crush!
Hurricane Strike!
Can't get out of this!
Power
Blade!
Mega Ray!
Dragon Swarm!
Annihilation! Mega Ray!
It's on!
Water Snake Wing! Raging Storm! Time for
Eat this!
Hurricane Strike! Look sharp!
Dragon Swarm!
Raging Cascade! Back into the fray! Hurricane Strike! Going in! Radiant
Rising! How about this? Searing Gale!
Here's a healing arm! Radiant Discard!
I owe you one.
Ooh, that move looked cool.
Rising Wyvern!
Lunar Blast! Thunder Blast!
Rising Phoenix!
Oh,
Annihilation!
Swallow Blade!
Tiger Blade! I'll heal you all! Raging Cascade!
Swallow Blade! Thanks!
You made me angry. That was a bad idea.
Here I come! Swallow Blade! Lightning can do without this pain! Dragon Swarm! Kisara!
man, I just got some real bad deja vu then. Tara learned something to do with something. Gain extra resistance, I guess. Do I have enough for 2 of these? No? Alright, we'll get arc casting mobility. Boo, 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 boo. Okay, maximum burst. Easier perfect evading. Increased boost gauge from enemy downs. We'll grab that. We'll grab that. Can you get both of these? No.
I'm in good form. I'll crush any enemy with my mace.
I guess the awakening requirements thing
Truly, she leaves naught but rubble in
is
Are you guys?
something to do with his skill.
It's almost too strong! Split it open! Be my guest! I'll smash you!
I owe you one for that.
An astral archer?
That's my cue.
Shut him down!
I never miss.
You're finished!
Here, let me help.
Swallow Blade!
Tiger Blade.
Rising Phoenix! Now! You're mine!
Go for it! Prepare to crumble. I'll heal
Not a
you all.
chance! No escape!
Now, heal. This ends now.
Consider yourself finished!
There.
My turn! No escape! Swallow Blade!
Now, into
yourself finished.
Nice, nice, nice. I hate this. I hate this dungeon though. I hate this castle. Because I need to go that way, and then I need to go that way, and then I need to go all the way back this way. And then I need to go to here. And then I need to go up here and through there.
Full or what?
Is there like a fast travel spot I can go to where I can like heal or something? Just gonna go back to the marshlands for a sec.
Oh, look who's in a bright and shiny mood.
Looks like we made it here in one piece.
I'm gonna have a quick rest.
There's certainly an abundance of...
This came out so good.
Shion, could we talk a moment?
Do you mind if we chat a bit?
Oh, I'm gonna need to go
Now,
get
there's
something to
something
eat.
I never thought I'd hear you say.
Remember when we talked about what it was like for me growing up? Well, I thought it only fair that I also get to ask what you were like as a child.
My childhood? Maybe you missed the memo that was going around, but I can't remember anything of my past.
I know. Just whatever you can remember. There's gotta be something, right?
Let me think. Well, have I ever told you about my army days? Back when I used to serve under a Danon master?
Yeah, but that must have been after you were already grown up, right? Do you happen to remember anything from back when you were younger?
Actually, I remember I had a kid with me.
You had a kid?
No, of course not. The child's father was another soldier. Back in those days, we risked our lives.
Oh,
for a
hell
master
yeah.
we'd
The
never
Switch is
even
getting a
seen.
price reduction in
We just
Europe.
fought for them and didn't even question it.
20
That kid's
bucks.
dad died, and I saw them sitting there crying. I felt this bitter, indescribable feeling. It was like I was drinking something toxic that I knew I shouldn't, but couldn't stop. It was strange. I never understood why I reacted like that. Soldiers died every day. It wasn't anything new.
What it tells me is that deep down, you were the same man then as you are now. You've never been able to accept injustice in the world.
If you keep talking like that, you're going to embarrass me. I wonder whatever happened to that master and poor kid. Not that there's any way of knowing now. You know, I just remembered that kid was good at sewing dolls. They gave me one once. It was a good luck charm to protect me.
Dolls? I'm looking forward to breakfast.
Shion's always looking forward to food.
Come on, guys.
There was a fast travel to the front of the castle, right?
We've got lots to do. Stay sharp. We're going in.
So I want to go... I need to go to the main tower, and then I need to go left. Alright, first, I need to go get something to eat. I will be back in a couple of minutes. I'll see you guys in a bit. Hello. I'm back.
That's no ordinary enemy I see over there.
You like seeing your name up on the screen? Yeah, some people do. Some people don't really care, but some people do. That's why it's still up there. You're enjoying watching this gameplay? Excellent. I'm glad to hear it. Alright, so we need to go this way. Oh, let's wait for those guys to get to a part where I can go around them. They're going to turn around, aren't they? Yep. Oh, that's not enough. Ah, shit. Yeah.
Hi, Hoodle.
Here I come! Glory
This one's mine. In here. This one's mine. Far enough.
But why did I get sent so far back? I'm starting to get this new Mystic Art kind of down.
Now, here's a healing. I'll stop your movement.
And I'll stop
Like
your
it.
life.
Everyone hanging in there?
Okay, I need to go this way. Ah, damn it. Oh, I could get through the middle of them.
This one's mine. Not in your dreams.
Rising Wyvern!
I'm only getting started.
Hurricane Thrust! Soaring Light Spear!
Pesky airborne scoundrels.
Sounds like a job for you.
You're here for the RPG ideas.
That's my cue.
Shut him down!
Clearly that's the only reason you're here. I understand.
I'll stop your movement.
And I'll stop your life.
Now! Here I come! Hurricane Thrust! Dragon Swarm! I'm not done! Rising Wyvern! Rising Phoenix! Swallow Blade! Dragon Swarm! Goodbye! It's over! Dragon Swarm!
Do it! Igneous discharge!
Pound and pound.
I can feel my power growing!
Oh, I should have forged new weapons while I was out of the castle. Oh god.
No choice!
Where are you going? Not in your dreams!
Take this! You're finished! Dragon Swarm! Rising Wyvern! Soaring Light Spear!
Why can't they just sit still?
Shia, can you take care of them?
No sooner said than done! Still!
I'm not done! Dragon Swarm! Next, my turn! Hurricane Thrust! Rising
Alright, are we gonna get a Mystic Art out of Shion? Probably not.
Dragon Swarm! Swallow Blade! Commander of Heaven! Phoenix Cyclone! Not again! It's over!
Armor won't save you.
Slash! Here I come! You're finished! Swallow Blade!
Oh, we're definitely gonna get one out of Kisara.
You're mine! It's over!
She Mystic Arts more than any character I've ever seen.
Rising Phoenix!
There it is.
Flare Demolisher!
I'm not done!
And
Stand back. I'll trip
I can't believe she's in overlimit again.
Flare the Malisham! How about this?
You're finished!
Hear my call!
Burn in hell!
Blood!
Rising Wiper!
Dance in
Soaring
the
Light
wind!
Spear!
Feel!
Rising Falcon!
More for the stop!
Wait!
Feel!
Now or never!
Piercing roar!
You're
I'll
mine!
be saving this
It's
one!
over!
Next shot!
Light power!
Swallow
Let
Blade!
me help! More where that came from!
Raining
First
Slash!
aid!
Dragon Swarm! Slash!
Just
Here!
stop!
Swallow Blade!
I'll be
Dragon
saving this
Swarm!
one!
Rising Wiper! Soaring Light Spear!
Here! Let me help!
Rising Falcon!
First aid!
I'll burn it all!
There we go.
Flaming Pillar! Fire!
I'll heal you all!
Take this! You're finished!
Here!
Rising Wiper!
Hear my call!
Rising Phoenix!
Appreciate the help!
You're It's over! Rising Wyvern!
Here's the evil!
Soaring Light Spear! Rising
Where
Falcon!
are you?
Just make it rain!
Kisara! Commander of Heaven!
Phoenix Cyclone!
Ah, this fight is so annoying. Everything is so tanky at the
Don't
moment.
forget to heal your wounds.
Still an owl somewhere around here. But this is going to lower the lower drawbridge. Ah. I think I could have done it up there somewhere as well. And I think I was supposed to.
Out of our way! See what I can do!
Take this! It's over!
Here goes! Where's the shot?
Rising Wyvern! Soaring Light Spear!
Raging cascade! We'll soon see about that!
Does anybody care about Deathloop, by the way?
It's over!
Light Burst Force!
Radiant Denizen!
It's on! Here I come!
This one's mine!
Dragon Swarm! Rising Wyvern! Soaring Light Spear! Rising Falcon!
This one's mine!
No?
Get your break! I'll stop your movement!
And all
I didn't think you would.
I feel sprightlier than before.
Aha! Ooh, is that 80% of owls? Hell yeah. Meal cooked ice cream. This one, Novice Solo Grounds. This one is subquest cleared, missing lover. Artifact types acquired 8. Novice Solo Grounds. Novice solo grounds. Leg strike proficiency. Oh, I think that just means they need to use leg strike 700 times. Novice solo grounds. She has all of hers.
Hmm? You're saying we should check the owl?
I think I'm only missing 7 now. Yeah, I'm only missing 7 owls. Deathloop looks interesting, but you don't want to play it with a controller, and the PC version has Denuas, so it can piss up a rope. I get that. Oh, there was something that somebody mentioned a couple of days ago that they were like, oh, Umbra will be happy to hear about that. Oh, I can't remember what it was. Oh, I think it was something to do with EA and BioWare not working, not having any input on Knights of the Old Republic's remake. Quite sure. I think it might have been that. Also, the fact that there's only 3 camping points left makes me think that I'm like right near the end of the game, and that's a little bit disappointing, to be honest.
Forest?
What is this place?
Look, over there.
What is that? Man, this game feels like God Eater in
Looks like
some
there's no
respects.
backing out now.
Where
The roaring beast welcome, eh? No class.
Look sharp, everyone!
all of the monsters kind of look generic.
Roll rolling out the red.
Yeah, some hospitality.
Can we all concentrate on fighting?
You know what I mean?
Ignite!
This one's mine.
Swirl blade! Take it! Dragon swarm!
The weak point.
Here I come! Dragon swarm!
Shining supernova!
Go. Hurricane mine.
Get out of this!
Searing flame.
Look sharp! It's over! Dragon
Orb!
Going in.
flew away!
Like, this looks like a monster from God Eater.
The enemy wields arts too.
We'll soon see about that!
Yours to be let free! Dragon swarm! Flew away!
It's weakened.
This ends now! Rising Wyvern! Soaring light spear! You're mine! Swirl blade! Now or never!
This
You're
one's
finished!
mine.
Not today! You're finished!
Oh, I don't know, actually.
You're mine! It's over!
Might very well have done.
More for the stuff! Here goes!
Take this!
Magic is in! Lunar corruption!
Nearly done for.
First aid! Light astral!
I owe you one. Look sharp! Lightning tiger blade! You're mine!
There's something in the
Oh
tower!
my god, what is this now?
Hey, we didn't ask for a replacement.
Here I come! It's over! Try harder! Now! Here I come! This one keeps charging us!
That's what my shield's for. Get behind me.
Got it! I'll leave it to you! Rising Wyvern! Soaring light spear! Take this!
Not in your dreams!
Rising spell!
Going in.
Yeah, I guess we just focus on the weak one first.
Mission looking good. My turn. Swallow blade. Rising Wyvern. Burn in hell. Swallow blade. Dragon form.
Ah, no, the charger.
Hold on. I'll bring you back from death a bit. More with that resuscitation. Here, let me housing gear. You could use a hand.
Rise up.
I'm ready to go. Not in your dreams. Look sharp. I'm almost in touch.
High praise coming from you.
I said almost. Don't get carried away.
Try harder. No, you can't. Strike. It's over. Hurricane strike. Soaring light spear. Rising shotgun.
Hurricane strike.
Now, while it's reeling.
Take it down.
Oh, I'm frozen.
You'll pay for that.
Probably didn't need to do that.
I'll be saving this one. I don't feel so hard.
You should sit this one out then.
I miss all the
Oh, no.
Soaring light spear. You're mine.
I can do this all day.
Dragon swarm.
Illuminate the top.
Rising Wyvern. Kisara.
Boom.
Commander of Heavens. Phoenix Cyclone.
Here's a healing arc.
Now.
That's one of them taken care of.
Should make things easier at least.
Take this. You're finished. Wait. Something's happening.
They fused together?
They fuse together? Oh my god, it's a Zenoga.
Here I come.
And became worse by the looks of it.
Is this its true form?
First aid! In here! I'll use
Here I come. Try harder. Now. Now. Here I come.
Ah, dodging 2 out of 3 there isn't bad.
It's over. Take this. Swallow blade. Rising Wyvern. Soaring light spear. Rising falcon. I'm not done.
Magic is
Oh, wow. I knew she was going to do the healing circle on me, so I was just like, oh, I should probably try and move the healing circle closer to everyone else as well. Oh god.
You picked the wrong fight. Rising Wyvern. Soaring light spear. Rising falcon. Escape.
Nice.
I'm not done. I owe you one. Take this. You're finished.
Magic adjustment. Air thrust. You get
Here I come. It's over. Rising Wyvern. Swallow blade. Rising Wyvern. Soaring light spear. Flame inside me. Curious to be let free. Rising falcon. Rising Wyvern. Coming through.
Oh, I did the bad one. Shit.
Scarlet Inferno.
Denied. Will this help? Here's a healing arc. In here. I'll just maybe this one.
It's over. Try harder. Now. It's over. Try harder. No, you can't.
Here goes.
You're mine. You
I don't think I can down it while it's blue.
mine.
Lightning.
I'm not done. It's over. Rising Wyvern. Soaring light spear. Rising falcon.
In here. This one's mine.
Here I come. Strike. Dragon swarm.
Oh, I'm gonna die. Yep.
Can't end here.
Don't leave me all alone here.
Back into the hurricane foot!
Oh, why are you standing so close? Get out of here.
Will this help? Shining supernova!
I'll pick you all on.
Alright, that'll do.
Flare the Malisa.
I'll heal you all!
Take this. I'm not done.
Piercing rock.
Healing circle!
Try harder. Now. Here I come.
No, oh, come on.
Divine streak! Ice tornado! The power of light! I'll bring you back from death's abyss! Resuscitation! Illuminate the dark! Come forth, holy liver!
One more of this and I'll burn out.
Not on my watch!
I'm not done.
Lightning condemned!
Going in.
Swallow blade.
Here!
Rising Wyvern.
There! Magic
Rising
advance!
Falcon. You're mine.
Holy land! I'm all wrapped up! Mega ray!
Dragon Swarm.
Is this what real pain
Oh.
feels like?
Come forth, holy glimmer, holy land! Cyan instant! Falling lunar corruption!
This should do it.
Let me help! First
You're
aid!
mine.
Tempest, lunar corruption! On guard! Gemini Dawn!
Oh, he's blue again.
Ready to go! Lion Owl! Mega ray! Gemini!
Wait, what?
This should do it.
There we go.
Thunderblade! Illuminate the dark! Magic advance!
Piercing
I'm not done. Here I come.
Definitely dodged that.
Dragon Swarm. Swallow blade. Rising Wyvern.
Piercing rock.
Rising. Burn.
Lunar corruption!
You're mine.
Lunar
Dragon Swarm. Rising Wyvern.
Piercing rock.
Rising Falcon. You're finished.
Just a little bit left.
Do it!
Boom.
Commander of Heaven.
Phoenix Cyclone.
Ah. Got him. Alright, now let's go back and read what was here. Will it be a remake or remake adjacent? Who knows?
Everyone hanging in there?
There's a few rough edges to the game that could
Just
stand
about.
some sanding
Though
down.
if
The
we have to
entire
waste our energy on many more
dying
like that, I don't
terrace
fancy
section
our
is too
chances
long.
against Volron.
Ultimately doesn't
We gotta
matter.
try to conserve.
But they can double the length for all I care, as long as they give me a button
That
to tell
sound
Carl to
again.
shut the fuck up.
You must be worried we'll have a change of heart.
Head of development for
certainly cleaned out all the
Arise,
stops.
who worked on God Eater.
Alpha,
Oh,
I
that
know
makes
it's
sense.
hard, but we have to stay focused on moving forward.
Glad you're coming up with ideas for your Persona RPG.
I
It's
know.
flowing like fine wine. Nice.
Are you doing okay, Shion?
Oh, yeah. Thanks.
I don't need no credit for nothing.
We don't know what else Volron's got up his sleeve. Be careful, alright?
I'll go check and see if the coast is clear.
What is it?
Oh, it's nothing. Just wondering what that was all about.
Huh?
It's just, you don't think
Oh, you
Shion
can't
is
see
acting
them?
kinda
Oh yeah, you have to go
weird around
into
often, do you?
Like
FFC
standoffish weird?
and
Isn't she always like that?
No, not that.
enable
I mean,
7
since we
TV.
rescued her.
Then I guess. Maybe it's the identical ancestor thing.
Maybe. I guess that could be it.
You sure you're not reading into it? What? What'd I say?
Nothing. Just forget it.
Talking to you.
I can never win with you. You know that?
I wonder if we're getting any closer to finding Volron.
I sure hope so.
We'll find him. And when we do, there'll be hell to pay.
Hey, Kisara.
I do.
Have you noticed how Shion...
Seems to be grappling with something all by herself.
Yeah. She's been acting differently around us ever since we rescued her. The same towards Alphen, too. Now that Alphen's regained his memories and his sense of pain, maybe she's become more
Yeah, look,
self-conscious
I can
that
see
she
'em.
still has
Look.
her thorns. In which case, it makes sense that she'd be feeling out of sorts.
And there's nodders.
But I can't help but think there's something else, too.
You're wondering if there's anything you can do to help her.
Shion said something to me once. Something that helped me move
I
forward.
literally just
So I'd
told
like to return
you.
the favor and do that for her too. The only problem is,
Just
even
go
if I
into
did have the
FFZ and
chance to
activate
talk to her,
7TV.
I don't know what I could say that would help.
Shion's dealing with a lot right now. Maybe more than she can handle. Trying to unravel the threads of her own worries, that's challenge
Oh.
enough itself. Not to mention that trying to
ETTV
win
is a
in
thing of the
blindly will
past.
probably end up
Right?
making things even worse than they already are.
But
No one
how do we
needs
help
it.
her then?
For the time being, I think all we can do is be patient and keep an eye on her. That way, when she's finally ready to let us in, we'll be right there to lend her a shoulder.
I hope you're right.
A gold gel. Omega Elixir. Gold gel restores 100% CP, and an Omega Elixir fully restores all allies' HP as well as heals KO and physical ailments. Damn. There's got to be another heal spot up here, right? Yeah, there it is.
So if Volron is the Lord of the Water Realm, then it's probably safe to say he has some water abilities tucked up his sleeve.
He and Alphen couldn't
Hey,
be
it
any
ain't
more
so.
different. It's like they were practically born to be rivals.
Looking back on it, in both of our previous encounters, he's only ever fought us with his sword. We haven't seen what else he's capable of.
And yet, even with only his blade, he still managed to overwhelm us. He's a force to be reckoned with. That much is certain.
Yeah, that guy is seriously bad news.
It'll be okay, Hootle. We'll get through this.
Shion?
It's nothing. Let's keep moving.
Alright, healing spot. Oh, it's down the side. Guess not.
This area is the grandest looking of the lot, and not a single soldier in sight.
So probably the place.
Why'd you keep getting all these random emotes?
This is it, everyone. We can't let Volron treat people's lives like toys any longer. We need to put an end to his tyranny here and now. Everyone ready?
Ready.
We've come this far.
Man, it feels like the game's
Without
about to
question.
end.
I'm nervous, but I know what needs to be done.
I only have one gifted sub at the moment. Where is it? This one.
We've come for you, Volron! Did you really come all this way, just so I could take you back over his dead body?
Bastard!
dismiss them?
He must not think he needs them to defeat us.
Why have you been coming after me? Isn't it your ambition to become the winner of the crown contest?
My ambition, you say?
Pepsi Cola.
I have no ambitions. Since the beginning, everything was mine to control. Everything.
Man, you really do have a lot of gifted subs. There we go.
I'm happy to see you. What the hell's that supposed to mean?
A lonely, watery grave is all the burial you shall ever deserve. And yet, it wasn't without regret that I watched you sink beneath those waves. Now, I get to savor carving the life of your body myself. So all this, kidnapping ships, sacrificing those people, was all just for your own sick satisfaction? To help pass the time? I would not expect you to understand the tedium that absolute power lays upon you.
I've had it with your mad ramblings. I'm here to take you down, Volron, and free those you've enslaved.
Very well. I shall look forward to fashioning my throne from the remains of your existence. Today you will die at my hand, and I shall bask in your final desperate pleas.
Well, I look forward to disappointing you.
Enjoy.
Glacial speed. More with that heat. Here goes! Raging storm!
Struck! Ignite!
Take this! Reload!
You're mine! You're mine!
Look
You're
sharp!
finished! You're mine!
Mega ray! Annihilation!
Here I come!
Raging
What?
Don't leave me all alone.
How about some of this?
I'll bring you back from
Take this.
There are blah blah blah.
Here! Try harder!
Appreciate your help.
Take this.
Yeah, I've been watching for a while
Just won't stay still.
because I used to watch her art streams. And then she became a VTuber, and I haven't watched properly since.
Did we get him?
He's open. Let's go.
Dragon Swarm!
Healing circle. Appreciate the help.
Dragon Swarm!
Lion Howl. Thanks, Shion. Look sharp.
It's over!
I'm all stuck. Raging Cascade.
The enemy wields arts too.
We'll soon see about that. More for the stockpile. I'll heal you all.
Take this.
Healing circle. Appreciate the help. Weird sword. Photon blast.
It's over!
Falling storm.
VTubing took your streamers away from you? What do you mean?
I'm out of ammo. Piercing ray. Divine finish ray. Astral energy.
Say no more!
Is that it?
You're mine!
Dance in the wind.
Going in! I owe you one!
What's he planning?
Damn it! It's too fast!
This looks bad.
Stand back.
We've got to
I'll
stop
trip it up.
Here's a healing heart now.
Can't get out of this.
Fool.
Try your
Try
poison.
harder! My turn!
That's far enough.
Do you not watch VTubers?
Now, are you ready to entertain me?
Oh shit.
Don't disappoint me by dying.
Eyes on the ground! Here it comes!
Damn it! Don't take your attention off him either.
Oh, I see. So it just seems to be a coincidence that you watch streamers and then as soon as they become VTubers, you stop.
Sleep now. I'll heal you all. More for the stockpile.
Dragon Swarm!
Healing circle.
I owe you one!
Sleep now. Water. Hear my call.
I owe you one!
It's a virtual musical instrument.
Rising Wyvern!
That's what it is. Oh, this guy's taking no damage from me. What the hell is that move?
In a bind.
Healing circle. Here I go. Going in. Lightning. Dazzling spin. Permanent render. Cyan instant.
Slash. Dragon swarm. Rising wyvern.
Hurricane swarm. Flame of fury. Burning strike. Water. Hear my call. Hurricane swarm.
Coming through.
I had to do one of them.
Now. Scarlet Inferno.
Here, let me help.
Here I come.
How about some of this?
Confiscated.
There, just like that.
Rising Falcon.
Now this is enjoyable.
Take this.
Rising wyvern.
That's far enough. This is over.
Lightning orb.
Now, are you ready to entertain?
Oh, great.
Don't disappoint me by dying just yet. Take this.
Here, let me help.
Here.
Not today.
I'll fix you up.
Take this.
That's far enough. Through armor. All right, let me at it. All right,
Rising wyvern.
eliminate the dark. Healing circle.
Here I come.
Hurricane strike. This one will work.
Finish. Commander of Heaven.
Phoenix Cyclone.
Boom. Got him.
Got him.
You tried watching Code Miko. After seeing the interview with Destiny the other week, it was just bad. Put you off YouTubers for
It's
life.
all over. Vol Run. Now put an
It
end
was
to
just
that
a
death
meme,
procession
true.
You're holding outside. Right now. You think this is over? What?
One guy was called Asparagus.
Who do
And
you
there was a
think
guy
you
named
are?
Rotisserie Chicken. Yeah, the thing about VTubers is, like, I can understand people wanting to, like, use a virtual avatar and stuff like that, as I do, because I don't plan on using a webcam ever. It's just, like, something to interact with, I guess. But, my god, I think I've said this before, the whole culture around VTubers is just, it's so cringe.
How can this be? If Alpin's the sovereign, how is it possible that Volron has that crest as well?
And if Volron's the sovereign, then what was the point of the crown contest?
After everything we've witnessed, it would seem the whole thing is a ruse.
Well, I follow a lot of artists on Twitter, so I think I experienced the worst of it, to be honest.
Bow before your sovereign. What the hell are you?
How sweet your ignorance must be.
You resent not being the only sovereign. That's why you're after me, isn't it?
There is that, I'll admit. But your grandest sin was unveiling your strength.
Sin? You use people as playthings. What right have you to speak of sin?
Sin is for the weak. The powerful care only for domination.
They never asked for rules. No one did.
What do I do? Your wants? You are but a mote of dust in the light.
Alpin!
I'm through taking orders from tyrants.
Jesus.
Going in.
This should do it, Aaron.
Ready to go.
Take this. No. Can't end here.
And I'm dead.
You have one.
Unleash lightning.
Glacial spear.
Out of my Unleash lightning.
Nicole.
Oh no. Damn. I really needed Rinwell to have her boost attack there.
Try harder. Not a chance. Unleash lightning.
Look sharp.
Try harder. No escape. Impudence. You're mine. It's over. Dragon Swarm. Unleash lightning. Is this it?
Oh, what?
This one's mine.
He's too fast to keep up with.
Then we'll take him together. Rinwell, follow my lead.
Okay.
No.
I'll provide cover.
Lunar unleash lightning.
I'm ready.
Dragon Swarm.
Thunderblade.
In a vine. Here I come. You're finished. It's on.
Dreams.
Take this. It's over.
Maybe that move wasn't strong enough for me to interrupt it, but
Commander of Heaven.
boom.
Phoenix strike up.
Know your place.
Igneous discharge.
Kneel before your sovereign.
No.
I owe you one. Your life will end here. He's about to attack. Here. We need to stop him.
No.
Shall be banished. Try harder. Try harder.
Skillfully dodged.
Be the true power of a sovereign?
What is this? Dragon Swarm. You true power. Created one. Coward. I could do without it.
I'll take you all on.
Dodge God. That's me.
Flare the Malisa.
You're mine. It's go time. Dragon Swarm.
Whoa!
A new lease on life. Far enough. I'll bring you back from death's abyss.
Just ready. Resuscitation. Confiscate.
Here, let me help.
Not done yet.
Thank God.
I'll heal you all.
Oh shit!
Sorry.
More than not burn out. Rising Wind. Take this.
Okay, yeah, you resuscitate.
Really have some fight left in me.
I owe you one.
Oh shit.
No more playing nice.
Come on, are you actually going to use a Mystic Art this time?
Rising Wyvern.
Mate.
Take this! Try harder! I shall be the ruler of all things! Dragon Swarm! Unleash lightning! You're finished!
Oh, shit. Get him. Oh, we don't have CP. What's... Fuck. Uh-oh. Alright, here comes the dodge god again. Yes.
Consider yourself finished.
Got him. And now it's time for a third form. Because, you know, it's a Tails game. Ah!
Come on now. What do you think you can do? This guy's still standing?
I'm still standing. I mean, 2 swords versus 1, that's just not fair.
Is it over?
Yeah, I think so.
Does that make me the one true sovereign now? That was actually kind of a cool boss fight, to be fair.
There. We finally collected all of the Master Cores. So what do we do now?
It is said that bringing all the Master Cores together in one place should form the Renaissance.
So, now we put Xian's with the rest.
With that, we can finally free her of her thorns.
He does look a bit like Niski. You're right. Doesn't seem too happy about this.
What's going on? Are we missing something?
We can't be. So why isn't it?
Alphen! Behind you!
That was the woman that was with Balfest in the beginning.
What? Xion, are you the maiden?
What is this? Why is this happening?
What the? The Master Course!
Is that darkness? A dark Master Core?
I just finished the tutorial. Yeah, you right.
Renis Alma!
The Renis Alma. It's here.
What's going on? The Renis Alma's only supposed to consist of the 5 Ganon elements.
What do you think you're doing?
He was about to stab her in the face.
She disappeared?
What in the world just happened?
Is it over?
No. It's only just begun.
Excuse me? I really shouldn't. I'm muting this. This is definitely gonna get copyright claimed. Alright, we can still see what's happening. No one's talking, so it's fine. So what, everybody just goes back to their lives? And it's just raining a whole lot? What is going on? Should I be skipping this? I don't even know if I should be skipping this. Right, I'm about to fight another God Eater monster. Yeah, the 8-ball sucks. We knew that already, though. Alright, I am the liberator of Dana, apparently.
A month has passed. For the time being, we decided to stay put in Ganeth Haros.
For a month?
Even with their lord toppled, We had a long way to go before the people of Pelegion would be liberated in their hearts and minds. Lenegis hung ominously over our heads. We knew we'd need to deal with it sooner or later.
So I guess I've completed the first half of the game.
The Red Woman and the Renaissance, the present and the past of 300 years ago. Not to mention what happened to Volron's body after his defeat. Still, we were determined to keep fighting. I had my hands full taking care of everything. But in some ways, I was kind of grateful to be so busy.
Are you all right? You looked like you were spacing out there.
Yeah, I'm fine. Sorry. You need something?
It's about that citizen's petition. I was coming to talk to you about it.
It's more like a Kingdom Hearts castle to me.
If I'm being honest, I think the problems of this realm's Dahnans hit close to home for me.
Oh?
You saw how things were in Menancia. We might have put way too much faith in Dohalim, but at least we could still think independently. The people of this realm weren't even afforded that much basic dignity. I don't know what kind of future the people here are going to ultimately choose. But whatever it is they decide, I want to help do my part so they can make that decision of their own free will.
You mean like how the Dahnans and Renans of Menancia chose to remain committed to coexistence? It'd be nice if this was a step towards that dream.
That's another issue altogether. At the very least, I want to believe all our hard work will pay off in the end.
Yeah. I guess we can only focus on what we can do right now and take it from there.
I'm going to go on ahead. Would you mind talking to Shion for me? Once you're ready, we'll meet up at the castle entrance like usual. We can talk more there.
Right. Got it.
Power of a Sovereign. Increased boost strike damage. Sara the Idealist. Inferno Crossing. Yes. Increased vacuum blades. Easier over limit. Flaming edge burst. Easier over limit. We'll get this vacuum blades as well.
Shion's been hanging out in the observatory a lot lately. Let's see if she's up there.
Okay, so I guess I'm the lord of this realm now or something similar? Can I quick travel yet? Cannot quick travel anywhere. Damn, this actually looks really nice.
Is something going on?
Sounds like it. Kisara wants us all to meet at the castle entrance. Taking in the view again?
Yeah. Looking at the scenery helps take my mind off things.
Like what?
Being a maiden. Whether I really am a descendant of Naori. Those kinds of things.
So, are you mad at me?
For what?
I destroyed the Renis Alma. Right as you were about to get rid of your thorns forever.
Why did you destroy it?
Wait, is that what happened?
When I saw it appear in front of me, it reminded me of what happened back on Lenegis. And the rest was... it was all just a blur. I'm sorry.
It must have been a pretty terrible memory. Besides, we don't know that the Renis Alma actually was destroyed. For all we know, it might have disappeared with that red woman.
If so, then why are
Don't.
you...
It's okay. You brought me back. You got me away from Volron. That's enough for now.
You're welcome.
Let's get going. We shouldn't keep everyone waiting.
Shion joined the party.
Hey, Shion.
Don't.
Okay.
I'm sorry. But if you come any closer, you'll only end up getting hurt.
Because of your thorns, you mean? Trust me, I've endured...
No, that's not it. You don't understand. Never mind. Sorry, just forget I said anything, okay?
If it isn't your thorns, does that mean there's something else?
It's just... It's nothing, really, okay? So you can stop asking me.
Okay. In that case, I'll see you up ahead, okay?
I actually don't like Alphen's armor. But I think that's just because I don't like just armor in general. I feel like I would rather he was still wearing this. Like this would be cool. I mean, he could wear that. In fact, he is. He is gonna wear that. Place is so unnecessarily large. Where do I need to go? The third floor?
Phew, what a rush.
I don't know if that is actually worth it. I don't know if that saves time. Where am I supposed to be going? This is the bottom floor. Oh, this is... I see. It wants me to go there. Okay. For some reason, I thought this was the Pelagian, but... this is... Delvaris Castle, or whatever it is. They're really making me walk all this way from the very furthest spot away. Doalim.
Oh, it's you two. I suppose that makes me the last one then.
We better get a move on or else we'll never hear the end of it from Kisara.
Right you are. A month has passed since we vanquished Volron. I would have thought that the Renans on Lenegis would have made their move by now. Yet they still remain as silent as ever. We have no idea what happened to Volron's body, nor its whereabouts. The Red Woman also has yet to reappear, for that matter. And contrary to what I had heard, when the Renis Alma formed, not 5, but 6 elements were present, with darkness constituting the 6th and final Master Core. Were either of you aware of this?
You mean about the Renis Alma? Of course not.
Same. I had no idea a Darkness Master Core even existed.
What about Shion's maiden powers?
No. That was the first I learned about that, too. Or anything about having that power.
Me too. I remember thinking the same thing.
Unarmored
What
butt.
could it all mean,
I'll have you
I
know,
wonder?
I have too much
There are so
respect for
many
Kisara,
questions
so ever
with
look
too
at her
few
butt,
answers.
alright?
Particularly when it comes to that Red Woman and her abilities.
Or at any other ability that used astral energy, I'd say it was an astral art. But hers was... different.
Speaking of astral energy, we also mustn't forget that while the other Master Cores disappeared when forming the Renis Alma, for some reason the Fire Master Core remained. It may well have been the work of your maidenly powers. Alphen, are you still able to wield the blazing sword as before?
For now, at least. That Renis Alma sucked most of the energy out of the Fire Master Core, but it still has enough for me to use the sword.
And the sword is safe inside of me for the time being.
Good. At least that's one thing we needn't concern ourselves over.
You can say that again. We have more than enough to deal with as it is. Let's go.
Hey, wait up!
Doalim has joined the
I
party.
heard we are all to meet at the castle entrance.
Then everyone just
This is
phases
Garnia,
it.
who has a problem he needs help with. I was just about to ask him what that problem is.
All right, then. Well, tell us what's on your mind, Ganya.
I'm hungry.
You're hungry. Where are your rations? Did you not get yours?
I did.
Are they not enough?
No, I have enough.
Then what's the problem?
Alphen, you have to remember, these people aren't used to responding so quickly. Be slow and gentle with him.
Okay.
Oh, right. I forgot. Sorry about that. So you have your rations, and it's enough food, but there's still something wrong with them. What is it exactly?
I'm hungry.
Yeah, I got that part.
Do your rations taste bad?
I don't know.
What's that supposed to mean?
I haven't eaten them, so I don't know how they taste.
Wait, if you're not eating them, then what are you doing with them?
Bringing them into the castle.
What?
Why?
Why? Wait, back up. Are others doing this? Who told you to bring your rations in?
Everyone in my group is doing it. I don't know who told us to do it. They only said to bring the rations into the castle.
I'm guessing none of us told them to do
Wait,
it. or
which
else we'd
ones?
know, right?
I was afraid that something like this might happen. The people in this capital are slowly regaining their own wills, but not everybody is getting them back at the same rate.
Are you
Yeah,
saying
that's the
someone
one
got
that
their own back,
Nem
so
wanted
might
me
be
to
taking
add
rations
earlier.
From other people? If so, that's a serious problem.
And I also gave sword an emote
Definitely. This is something we can't ignore. We need to investigate.
because
the
apparently
castle.
I definitely needed that copium emote.
It seems like the people here still tend to...
Hey, remind me, just what exactly are we all doing here?
What do you mean? We're helping people, aren't we?
Could have fooled me. Lately, it feels like everything we're doing ends up half-baked. We liberated the people of Pelegion, but their hearts and minds are no less under the yoke than the day we found them. As for Volron's cronies, we have no idea where they scampered off to.
You think I don't already know all that? We're doing everything we can, aren't we? We didn't choose to get stuck here. Sometimes you have to play the hand you're dealt. Besides, you've seen all the same things I have. You know as well as I do that deposing the lords alone won't solve all the world's problems.
Rinwell's right. We've gotten this far, haven't we? We can't just leave things unfinished now.
I guess? I mean, I didn't think we'd be singing around the campfire as soon as the wall came down, but still.
The fight isn't over just yet. At least not while Lenegis remains a threat.
I'm just sick of all this waiting. If they're gonna invade, why don't they get a move on already?
Stop that! Don't you think we've got enough problems as it is without you tempting fate?
More people. You know, the funny thing is, I see other Twitch channels that just have
Just wondering if
loads.
I could see any armored guards.
Armored guards? You
And
mean Voron soldiers?
I was always just kind of like, I don't really like them, but everybody else seems to like them, so I guess I just have to bite the bullet and be like, alright, fine. Have your fucking emotes.
Without them, making Pelegion half-habitable again has been one big headache.
It's not like they were on their last legs. They could have chosen to stay and fight, but instead they ran away and disappeared without a trace.
But without a lord to follow, they can't have any place to go. Unless... You don't think they went to Lenegis, do you?
It's not completely out of the question. Though I'd say it's more likely they're biding their time somewhere, just waiting for the perfect moment to strike back at us.
The people here in Pelegion are nowhere near ready to defend themselves. Great. Another headache to worry about. Is it just me, or was today's dinner a little low on salt?
I felt that it was seasoned perfectly.
Oh, I
so as
bring
to
the
bring out
salt
flavor
raw,
of the
alright.
ingredients.
Last taste buds are still like a kid's, so if his food isn't rich enough, I bet he doesn't feel like he's eaten anything at all.
Nothing but salt over here.
We all need salt in order to survive.
He has a point. You do lose stamina if you don't get enough salt in your body.
Yeah, I remember seeing people trying to lick the rocks back in Calaglia.
What? Why would anybody do that?
Sometimes you can find rocks out there that taste salty. They used to say it was because of all the tears we slaves shed.
Most likely, that was actually rock salt that they found. When our provisions ran low, Miguel would often bring some back for us to use. At the time, we used it because it's all we had. But now there's something hearty about rock salt I like. Even more than table salt.
Is it possible, perhaps, to find any rock salt in these parts?
It is. You have to know what you're looking for, but when I find any, I always break some up to refill our supply. The flavor even changes depending on what kind of terrain it comes from. Sometimes I end up collecting more than we need, just in case we like it.
Wow, Kisara's really serious about her salt.
You can always count on Kisara to be earnest. That's why we have to do our part and not add any more to her burden.
Alright, can I finally TP to places. Oh my god, this is the only place I can be.
I think Hootle senses something.
Hootle senses something. There's an owl around here. Ah. Ooh.
Maybe something's going on in the forest.
I know there's something going on in the forest. I'd love to go there. Jesus.
Well... Hey!
Everyone should like Kisara. And anybody who doesn't like Kisara is weird.
Got it.
Alright, let's see what we can do. Maybe I'm finally strong enough to fight that mantis.
I think there's someone in trouble here.
Well, let's see what they...
Yes, we are the liberators.
Well... Yeah.
No way.
Huh? Got it.
Yeah. Yeah.
Boomy! Boomy!
Heck? Are you stuck on that too?
There's an inn over here as well.
Really? I kind of see where they're coming from.
Alright, craft a weapon. I can make the solid edge now. Supreme Thundernail, Supreme Gale Wings, Supreme Ground Fang, Supreme Flame Claw, Flare Claw. Atonement Edge. Make this one. Find Ignis Spore. Yeah, that's somehow worse. Hanuman Shaft. Hey, the Dark Wings. Tyrant Fists. Oh, that's not bad. Black Iron Gauntlets. Alright, we'll make those. A giant red shield. I don't really know what's radiant about this radiant shield. Whatever.
Are you okay with...
I think I need to make one of these. Heal bangle I need. I think that's it.
Anything as long as it's right.
Alright, let's have a look at my play records. Let's see what we're doing. We're 30 hours in. So we're at 65 out of 156. That's insane that there's still so many enemies in this game. I've only opened 94 chests. Just over halfway on skits. I'm not even halfway in subquests. Okay, I guess I'm only halfway through the game then. Yeah, I'm just halfway on all of these. I've got 3 more camping points to find. I've got 6 more owls. Way too many flowers. Still got 13 elite monsters. Oh dear. Oh, there's another side quest over here.
I feel like somebody's watching us.
Oh, hey!
Yeah, that's true. With them being so big, I could get that.
Well...
You don't have any materials.
That's just... Yeah.
I will hand over the materials that you want. Easy.
Oh?
Oh, wow! All right!
So thank you. Apparently that's a big deal.
I wasn't expecting it.
Alright, so I need to go back to the castle, up to the main tower. I also need to go to the waterfall area. And I also need to go to the wasteland area. Wait, how do I get to the waterfall? In the central area.
Thank you for that.
Maybe social...
Alright, we're gonna go over here.
Socializing with people is helping to jog his memory bit by bit. You did good, Law.
Thanks.
Oh, shit.
Is the blazing sword okay?
A little water's not going to hurt it.
That thing looks like trouble. Quite. I doubt we'd fare well against it.
Wait, really? We'll be fine. Ooh. Level 42.
This one's tough, but we have no choice.
Let me know if you need healing.
Take this!
Oh, my party's wrong. God damn it.
Leave the enemy's arch to me.
No complaints here!
You finished!
Look sharp, please. None shall escape my grasp. Go ahead.
Here I come!
Company. I will have your dreams.
Dragon Swarm! Rising Wyvern!
Looks like you came to my rescue again.
You need to be careful. With the blazing sword and with my friends.
Shion.
Oh, there's 3 of them?
Rising Wyvern! Hurricane Thrust! Rising! No escape! Sword Blade! Dragon Swarm!
Never miss! Vanquish darkness! On guard!
Here I come!
Annihilation!
It's over!
Hurricane
Dragon Swarm!
Divine strength!
Rising Wyvern!
Heal mind if I do! Hurricane strike!
It's over!
And just like that, I'm back in.
Start by holding the front line.
No sooner said than done.
Ignite!
Tiger blade! Here, flame of freedom!
Rising Wyvern! Sword Blade!
Wait, is there 4 of them now?
It's over! Dragon Swarm! Take this!
Oh, I don't think that got it.
Rising Wyvern! Soaring Light Spear! Hurricane Thrust! The flame inside me here will be let free!
It's weakened!
Take this! This ends now! Soaring Light Spear! Take this! It's over! You're finished!
Fight's actually a lot easier than I thought it was going to be.
Here I come! Burn! Take this! Dragon Swarm!
If you get to death, holy land! Not on my watch!
Take
What would I
this!
do without Thanks for the healing. Watch yourself, okay? Yeah, you too.
Rising Wyvern! Soaring Light Spear!
Unless, of course, all of these enemies have individual health bars, and the health bar that's at the top is just the one health bar
You're mine!
for this one enemy I'm fighting.
This isn't looking good. Dragon Swarm!
Got it.
I can't
No
move!
chance.
No!
Look sharp.
Iona!
Raging
Take this! Dragon Swarm! Rising Wyvern! Soaring Light Spear! Here I come!
I'll heal you all.
Oh, come on.
Thanks so much. I'll bring you back from death abyss. One more shot. Here's an illuminated Where are you going?
Dragon Swarm!
Holy land.
Rising Wyvern! Soaring Light Spear!
Hellfire complete.
You pay!
No!
This one's mine.
Probably not the fight to use
A new lease on
a,
Take this!
Focus your attack.
The flame inside me here!
Holy elixir. Oh, no, no!
Can't end here!
I'll bring you back from death's abyss. Resuscitation. Will this help? Guardian field.
Wait, who were you resuscitating? I thought you were resuscitating me. There we go. Oh, God.
They're all coming after me.
I'm coming, Rinwell.
I'm not scared. I'm totally fine.
Guess I had to use it sometime. No, it won't end like this fast.
Oh, no.
I think maybe we should get out of here.
You got this, Kasahara. I believe in you.
Enemies immobilized.
Dragon Swarm!
Not like this. No, it won't end like this.
Oh, it will definitely end like this. No!
Holy land. Guardian field.
Not like this.
Dragon Swarm!
No!
Ready to go.
Photon flash.
I like my guard down.
No! Ugh. Did I use that item? Okay, I didn't use that item. I guess I don't know how to use that item. Wait, who are you resuscitating? Probably Kisara, right? Oh no, never mind. No!
Thanks! Come on! Let's you and me get in there and finish this fight! Here's evil! Arch Shield! Freeze Lancer!
You're mine! Its defenses are down!
I'll bring you back from death a bit!
Rising Wyvern! Soaring Light Spear!
Resuscitation!
You picked the wrong fight!
Make it rain!
Commander of Heaven!
Oh.
Phoenix Cyclone!
Did it!
Yeah! Nice technique!
Hey, we got it.
Power flowing through me.
You'll be able to help
Jesus
even more.
Christ, that was a hard fight.
Yeah, I guess
Well,
I
it wasn't
will.
even really a hard fight. It was just a... just a... It wasn't that fun, basically.
You guys want to rest here?
I guess in a way it was. I don't know. I don't know what's fun anymore. Which of these haven't I made yet? I don't think I've made a curry yet.
This is great. The taste and aroma will blow everyone away. Kisara, let's talk for a bit.
I've been thinking about what we discussed earlier. His reasons
I
might
don't
not
even
have been
remember
pure,
what we
but in
discussed
the end,
earlier.
Dohalim still made Elda Menancia a place where Danans and Renans can coexist. I thought everyone would welcome that change, with open arms. I took pride in what we had without putting in the work to truly solidify it. After so much failure, do you think I even have the right to pursue my ideals?
It doesn't matter what I think. You've already found your answer, haven't you?
I know what I want to say, but I can't help but wonder if I'm being selfish.
Everybody makes mistakes in life, Kisara. Everybody. It's what you do afterwards that matters. But you already knew that, right?
Yeah. I won't look away from the world any longer. I'll do my best to confront reality, so that we don't lose anyone else, ever again. More to the point, Dohalim needs someone who can push him forward. I think we both get lost in our sorrow too easily when we focus on the past.
If we see that happening, we'll set him straight. Don't worry. We'll look out for both of you. I have to say though, if you turned out this well modeling yourself after Miguel, he really must have been a great man.
What, you didn't believe me before? I'm pretty sure I've been going on about him since I joined up. If you need more convincing, I've got plenty more stories about him.
Maybe another time.
Don't worry. Once I finish folding these clothes, I'll go to sleep.
Alright. You do that.
Rise and shine.
Okay, so now I need to try and get back to the waterfall area.
This place is rather gloomy.
Why don't you lighten the mood for us while we're here then?
I'll see what I can do.
What happens if I jump all the way down? Is this where it wants me to go? Probably isn't where it wanted me to go, is it? Nam. Maybe I can't get to there from this side.
I won't forgive you.
Here I come. I can't get out of this.
Here goes. Purge, confiscated. Ready.
Resonates.
Oh yeah, I need to remember that it doesn't save.
Sounds like a job for yours truly. You got Welsh and Ren.
It's over.
Magna Ray.
Swallow blade.
Do it. Astral energy.
Say no more. Got it.
Well done. None shall escape my
It doesn't save my party layout if I do it in a party. Or in a fight, rather. So I need to go to edit. I need to put you over there. And I need to put you down here.
Easy peasy. Pahoodle.
Let's dispose of the trash.
Now you see what I can do.
Ready and ready. Illuminate the dark.
Blow away. I'll take you all on.
Flying freaks! Why can't they just sit still?
Sia, can you take care of them?
No sooner said than done. Go for it. Prepare to crumble. Think we overdid it? Not by a long shot.
An astral art?
That's my cue.
Rising Wyvern! Shut him down.
Make it rain. Judgment. Go for it. Prepare to crumble.
My turn. You're mine.
Not in your dreams.
No escape. Flash. Swallow blade.
You've got a knack for battle.
I still plan on training though.
That's what I like to hear. As impressive as always.
There we go. I need to change these two around.
Am I on a roll or what?
Well, look who's in a bright and shiny mood.
Yeah, I guess I've got to go that way.
Guess I misread the landing.
So upper level, interior. Oh, and then that leads to the waterfalls. Okay.
The spray from this waterfall feels so good.
I don't know why they wouldn't just give me a quick
Seriously?
travel.
Makes the sweat I worked up getting here all worth it.
Don't get too wet now, you two, or else you'll catch a cold.
Let's see if you got any more ice armor. Oh. Try and avoid that. And then we want to jump down. Ah, shit.
No choice. You picked the wrong fight.
Now you see what I can do.
In here.
Rising focus.
Do it. Shield. Go for it. Prepare to crumble. Think we overdid it? Not by a long shot.
It's almost too strong.
Split it open.
Be my guest.
Here's the rolling storm. In here. Make it ready. This one's got your name on it.
Oh, this is a new one.
Freezing storm.
Well, actually, I don't think that is a new one.
Dragon swarm. It's over.
I think the only one I haven't seen. Okay, I think the only double team move I haven't seen the entire game is the Law and Dolamine one.
For now, things could shift at a moment's notice.
You're right. Get behind me.
Going in.
You're mine.
Inferno crossing.
I've been doing really great lately.
Is that the Zoogle we were told to dispatch?
I won't forgive you. Vanquish guard. Let the marksman handle this. Lunar corruption.
Right here. I got you.
Rising Wyvern. It's over.
Downfall.
Rising Falcon.
Flame of Stern. Blake of Fear. Here's the evil.
As impressive as always.
Here I hope there was improvement.
No, I mean, you're even better than ever.
I've never seen Theon actually look flustered.
All yours, Kisara.
Alright, I think that should do it.
Wow.
Yeah. Oh, the Lord's Chamber has a quick travel spot. Excellent. Wait, can I fast travel to the library? I cannot.
Look what I just found.
Always good to be back in familiar territory.
Alright, I killed your boomies.
Yeah. No. You did it.
You did it.
Yeah.
Fish steak.
What's gotten into him?
He says instead of making a Zoogle sign, we should be making a Hoodle sign.
I agree. We should make Hootle the mascot.
Seer?
Hey!
All we got is money and SP for that one. Lightning Princess. Sure, it gives me 50 elemental attack. I'll take that. Okay, I don't have enough for this one. We'll just save up for that. We'll save up for that one. How do you only have 1200? Oh, this is another one that gains attack. Okay, no more side quests. So we need to go up to the main tower.
Oh, quit grumbling. This sort of stuff's old hat for us by now.
I've never understood that expression. Something being old hat.
It's not going to take forever. Law, I promise. Let's just do what we came here to do and get out.
Oh, there are some guards left over.
Well,
Hey. Pardon me.
That guy's been dead for a month.
What the hell? Do these guys not realize who we are?
Doesn't seem that way. You must think we're just Danans from the town.
Whatever's going on, these are Bull-Run soldiers. Watch yourselves.
It's over! Dragon Swarm! Ready to slash! Dragon Swarm!
Thanks, Shion.
Be careful not to overdo it.
I'm sorry. I'll do better.
I'll burn it all! Flaming Pillar! Fire!
Lightning condemns!
Here I go.
My power! You're mine! It's over! Hurricane Punch! Solar Light Spear!
Between heaven and earth!
Dragon Swarm!
Make it rain.
Kisara! Commander of Heaven! Phoenix Cyclone!
I need to change one of my aerial attacks.
Yeah.
Hey.
You don't say.
He didn't know.
Well...
Well?
How?
Oh, wow!
Ah, we got him.
So then,
Harvey, hello.
I can't believe how quickly you got all those soldiers to obey you, Dohalim.
actually,
How you doing? Yeah, we need to change this one. Devastation. Luna Rondo could be pretty good. We'll leave Luna Rondo in.
we're abiding.
Another side quest on level 2. You just got back from another Sono appointment. Baby could come any day now. Hey, nice.
Hey, if we find anyone who needs help here,
I know.
Cookie, hello.
Oh?
Oh god, it's him again. Gordino Ramzino.
yes. Just great. What?
What?
Yes!
Nice.
Right. Very nice.
Guess who slept for the last 11 hours? I wonder who it could be. I wonder. Guess who slept for 4 hours? Oh, I wonder. I slept for 6 hours.
Just a minute.
Great!
What? Yes! Great!
You missed dinner. Oh no.
Hey.
No way!
Oh? Hey.
Sorry. How? Amazing! Yes! Hey. What? Very nice.
Mabo curry.
Alvin! She owns stuffing bread with Mabo curry!
Do I not get to go to other areas? See, look at that. There's a side quest at the wharf. And I can't get it. Because I need to be in the Pelagian or whatever it's called.
Jeez, Jill, you're hooked on that stuff.
You. You're gonna get up and eat dinner now, then give it a couple of hours and have breakfast.
Things should
Nice.
stay calm for the time being.
I know Renans tend to take authority extremely seriously, but you sure know how to throw your weight around as a former lord.
I only managed to get through to them because Volron's curse is lifting, but not to the extent that they can act independently as of yet. Considering we had other matters to attend to for the past month, we should consider ourselves lucky that nothing occurred during our absence.
But if they do start operating independently again, that's going to cause a whole new set of problems to deal with.
Indeed. Ganeth Heros is unlike Menancia. Without intervention, they'll likely revert to oppressing the Danans as they were doing before.
Meaning there's still a lot of work to be done in this realm. Not that there aren't problems among the Danans, too.
Yes. There was no way to avoid the deep-seated conflicts that had festered here. But I just hate that we had to use your position as a lord to solve the situation, Dohalim.
Had I not intervened, yet more blood would have spilled here, and nobody wishes for that.
So, what's going to happen to the Renans here now?
Why do you ask?
We've stripped the soldiers of their armor and locked them up. They can't hurt you guys anymore. I promise.
So they're alive? They're not going to die?
What?
Those people deceived us. They did terrible, terrible things to us.
That's true.
They made us suffer. Long before you guys came along. For years and years and years. It was constant. Never stopped. Not even for a day. So many people died. Our parents, our children, our friends. They all died. They were murdered. And it was the Renans. The Renans were the ones who did it. They killed us.
Why do they get to live after so many of us have died? The bastards should die.
Oh, he's real angry.
One of them!
I know how you feel, Ganya. I used to be a slave, and I hated the Renans just like you. I took up the blazing sword to bring them down. But along the way, I've met many people and seen many things. People refusing the hand life dealt them. People who have lost loved ones, but are still
He's
trying
just
to make
some
this world a
guy
better place.
that lives here.
People driven by hate who stopped before it was too late. And those who couldn't and paid with their lives. And I fought plenty of people who were all too happy to make others suffer. Believe me. But after a while, I came to realize that it's not the Renans who are our true enemies.
Then what the hell are we fighting if it's not them?
We're fighting against anyone who tries to take what doesn't belong to them.
But that's what these Renans are doing. How is that any different?
Because I judge everyone by their own actions. That goes for Dahnans too. Because at the end of the day, at the root of all evils committed is an individual who committed them.
You're right, Alphen. It seems like people are either blaming an entire race for one individual's sins, or an individual for everyone else's mistakes. But all that does is add more hate in a world that's already full of it. I want to help create a society where people can finally stop suffering.
You talking about how much sleep you got?
But if we try to
make
do
me
that with more violence,
bloody
then we'll just end
tired.
up right back where we started in the first place.
All right. Have it your way. I can't argue with the folks that helped us get back our ability to think and speak freely again.
Is that to say you trust us then?
I don't trust the Renans as far as I can throw them. I trust you guys because of who you are and what you've done.
Fair enough. We won't let you down, Ganya.
What's the matter, Kisara? Is something wrong?
Oh, no,
I
nothing.
don't even know where this
It's fine,
story is
really.
going now.
I'm just a bit worried about
So
what'll happen to
confused.
all these folks.
Right. It'll take time before they start thinking for themselves again.
Indeed, that is part of it. However, what I'm even more worried about is what will happen to them after that. What do you think they're going to want once
Next
they
time you
realize
meet him,
how
he's gonna
cruel Volron was to them?
have a completely different haircut. His eyes will be visible to
What
symbolize.
happened to Ganath
we
Haros
can
is the
now
worst
see.
form of oppression we've seen. Treated
This
cruelly or
is the
kindly,
main
slaves
story.
will rise
Yes.
Lenegus aside,
Although I don't even know if it's
there's
part of the
still
main
remnants of
story,
Renan
because
supremacists
I did a
scattered
thing
throughout Dahna.
where
I mean, all that trouble we went through to
I've
get rid
killed
of the
all
Lords
5
might just
lords,
lead
or
to more
4
violence?
technically,
That's the last thing I want to see happen.
but
Of course not. And if we don't do something to
the
prevent it
game
all
is
from starting
still
up again,
going.
there could be even more bloodshed for us to regret. There's still a lot we don't know about the Renan rulers. Whatever the face of truth behind their veil, it's on us to put a stop to them. But there is one thing that's clear. Whatever we do to finally end it, our motives can't be getting back at the Renans, or it'll all be for nothing.
So, what exactly is it that you're saying? That we should just act as if nothing happened?
Law's right. We can't expect everyone to just forget all the pain they've endured up until now. Not so easily, at least.
But we have to at least try to change course. We can't just keep allowing history to repeat itself like this.
Exactly. Look, I won't deny that between the crown contest and 300 years of oppression, there's a lot of bad blood between the Dahnans and the Renans. But all these problems are just too big for us to try to carry the burden on our own. We'll keep doing our part in the interim, but we need to take this one battle at a time.
Sara, Heartfelt Shield, increased aggro while guarding. Flag Assault, you can't call her that.
Glad that work's taken care of.
I don't think we're done just yet.
Check to see if there are any other problems.
I want you all to stick around.
Where are you going?
Since when do I need your permission to move around?
I wasn't saying that you do. Though I'm not sure why you're biting my head off about it either.
Oh, that's so typical of you. How can you be so relaxed about all this? At this very moment, the enemy is doing who knows what behind the scenes. And yet we're just sitting here twiddling our thumbs in Ganeth Harros.
I know that, but our hands are tied right now. What do you want me to do? And what's gotten into you anyway? Is there something you want to say to me, Shionne?
Look, you're right. Forget I said anything.
If I said something to hurt you, I'm sorry. But I honestly don't know what I said to upset you so much. I really wish you would tell me.
You don't need to apologize. You didn't say anything. It's not your fault. It's not anyone's fault. Not really.
Then why?
Please just drop it. I don't want to talk about it.
All right. If that's what you want, I won't push any further.
I'm sorry.
It's fine. Just don't be too hard on yourself, okay?
Okay. Who are these guys now?
No way! All right.
Alright, time to go break the news. Where do you live? You live up here.
The sun died isn't an easy thing to do.
But if not us, then who?
Hey lady, your son died.
Sorry.
Yes.
All right.
How can she think of putting her son to rest as work?
Alright, so it wants me to go here. Yeah, I feel like the game's over at this point.
Because that's
but
the way people were made to think about every aspect of their lives.
for
I
whatever
know he
reason,
doesn't mean anything bad by it. I know that, but
game's still
Looks
going.
like she went out of town to take care of her son's body.
Yes.
True. This is the filler arc. No, you're right.
What?
Doalim is trying to bring in Renan traditions. Not what we want. Honestly, I'm kind of with Rinwell on this. He's being a little bit harsh about it, but she is right.
I'm afraid not.
I'm sorry.
Rinwell.
Huh?
There we go. We did it.
Good.
Oh, God. I blame Cookie for being so tired.
Right.
That little speech you gave back there was pretty impressive, Al.
You were talking about how much sleep you got, and now I'm tired.
Something's eating at you again, huh?
I don't know if I would say that. I mean... Actually, I guess I do have one or two things on my mind. My people, we lived in hiding, so we never really experienced the full extent of Renan oppression.
I hate you so much.
Not directly, anyway. After Almadria killed my mother and father, though, I guess that's when I started hating them so much. The Renans, I mean. But then I think of all those people who were born into slavery. The ones who never even got angry in the first place because it was all they ever knew.
I hear you. Every city we've been to, it's the resistance that gets labeled the troublemakers for having the guts to do the right thing.
When it comes down to it, sometimes I wonder which of us really has the better way.
You can't let your anger eat away at you, Rinwell. But then again, losing your parents that way... Hell, who could really blame you for it if you did? I guess what I'm trying to say is... sorry. Hell, it's hard putting this stuff into words.
No, I get it. You're saying that grief and anger are different than hatred. I never thought of it like that. But hearing you say it, it makes sense. Thanks, La.
You're welcome?
I thought you said you were blaming me because I said I was tired. Yes. I'm blaming you for me being tired because you talked about how much sleep you got. You're used to being hated? Oh. Now he's going for the pity point.
Just about as much as we can.
It's not gonna work.
What?
What's that noise?
Alfred, this is bad! Look at the sky!
Oh, here we go. Yes, yes they did.
What's happening to Rena and Lenegis?
It looks like Lenegis is transforming? But into what? What's going on?
How the hell are we supposed to fight the Renans if they're packing that kind of arsenal?
It seems they've broken their silence at last. My concern is that object they've dropped into the water. It's as if they're driving a literal wedge into Dana.
Not just into Dana, but her own resistance too. And what's with that beam of light coming down from above? Got any idea what that could be?
Astral energy.
Are you serious? All of that is astral energy? But that...
It's a lot for sure. Not even all the astral energy harvested by every lord combined compares to that column.
They're trying to squeeze every last bit of energy out
What does
of the
this have to
planet.
do with anything? I don't know.
But
It's
why?
like the
I thought they only
fucking
needed to harvest astral energy as part of the crown contest.
Renan
Who
space
cares?
station
If we don't stop it now,
doing
the whole
something.
of Dana is going to be hollowed into oblivion.
Oblivion.
Do you think that red woman is behind this?
It certainly wouldn't surprise me. Just as the Sovereign, the Maiden, and all 5 Master Cores are gathered in one location, she appears out of nowhere bearing a 6th core. She then forces the 2 of you to help her assemble the Renis Alma. Just what kind of person is this woman?
You mean you don't know her?
Pardon?
She was there at your palace, wasn't she? I figured you knew who she was.
Are you saying I should be familiar with this woman?
Well, sure. I remember seeing her with you back at Adelina Palace several times. Everyone in the guard always wondered who she was.
Now that you mention it, I remember seeing her with Balsa.
I
too.
remember seeing her with Balsa.
You saw her, right, Shion? Shion?
Oh, sorry, I drifted off. As far as I remember, the first time I saw her was when we ran into her in Pelagian.
Maybe you
Seriously?
Renans can't
How
see
could
her.
you two not notice her before? She sticks out like a sore thumb.
I guess I always figured she kept an eye on the lords for the Renan top brass.
You're sure you don't remember ever seeing her before?
I'm certain of it. My memory has never failed me.
But if it's not that, then
We'll get to the bottom of this later. Right now, that wedge is a bigger
I
concern.
mean, that seems like
Well,
a
what are we gonna
pretty,
do then?
like,
We're not gonna
important
be able
thing.
to leave Ganeth Haros until we come up with a plan, right?
Cyslodia lies beyond the northern mountain range.
Yeah, but we haven't found a single route through those mountains while we've been here. And we haven't gotten clues from any of the freed locals either.
Surely there must be a way through. This realm can't have been completely isolated from the rest of the outside world for 300 years. Volron may have simply sealed and hidden it.
okay. Then let's try asking the townspeople again if they know anything. Who knows? We might have missed something the first time around.
Sounds good to me. Better that than trying to build a boat from scratch. Let's start searching.
That must be...
Okay, so now there's side quests there and there. There's a side quest there. There's a side quest at the training grounds. Side quests
Rena's
everywhere, and
true
I
power.
can't go and
imagine
do
there would
any of them.
I bet the whole of Dan is losing its mind right about now.
And just when we'd finished liberating all the
They keep
realms.
showing all of them at weird
So much
angles,
for
to be
things
fair.
getting somewhere close to normal.
It's too calculated. As if whoever's behind all this was watching us.
The people of Pelagian seem pretty unfazed given the circumstances.
They've yet to get the full range of their emotions back. Maybe it's for the best. Can you imagine the panic otherwise?
Yeah, we wouldn't have been able to leave. That's for sure.
Whatever Lenegis is planning, it's a fair bet this wedge they've sent down is just the beginning.
Even now, they're stealing away Dana's astral energy as we speak. Come on. We don't have much time.
Hey, when that wedge dropped down on Dana, did anyone else see any weird lights shoot out with it?
Indeed. As I recall, it was 4 lights. Each one a different color and going in a separate direction.
That's what I saw.
Oh, I
too.
wonder what that could
What
symbolize.
were they?
Hold on.
Okay. There's a way through the Forlorn Mountains.
Where are these Forland Mountains exactly?
Those are the mountains you encounter if you walk deep enough into the Lavtu marshlands.
Ah, I can go grab these side quests now.
I don't remember there being any sort of path like that around there.
Alright, what do you got
No
for me?
way.
Naughtier.
All right.
Oh, maybe this is the quest that he needs for his title. Hikari. Yeah, I think the quest is called Missing Lover or something.
You don't say. Stay calm.
Oh, he works as a guard in Validigian.
Good.
Sure.
Yeah, Missing Lover, there we go. I never got the option to accept the quest or not. The game just decided automatically that yes, you will accept this quest.
I felt moved by people whose...
Huh?
An enormous bird.
Ridiculous.
Got it.
See? There you go.
Right.
Seaside tornadoes. Yes. So that's got to be over here, right? Yeah. Alright, we are healed.
I wonder what we'll find out there this time.
Most likely Zeugles, I would reckon.
I mean, other than them.
Alright, this bird's got to be a high level, right?
Think we could take that one?
Well, if you're up for being the...
Level 42. And we need to get rid of the other birds first.
I have a bad feeling about this.
Airborne beast. My perspective.
Now I can let loose. Dragon Swarm! Aim for their weak spot. You picked the wrong fight.
Far enough. This one's mine.
Here I come. It's over. Slash! Rising Wyvern! Lunar Rondo! Tear!
Do it.
Frozen.
Hammer.
Nicely done.
Not a chance.
All thanks to
It's
you.
over. It's on.
Going in.
Rising Falcon!
Do it.
Kisara! Commander of Heaven!
Manor of Heaven.
Now! Take this! Dragon Swarm! Swallow Blade!
Oh yeah, I forgot there was a boss in this fight.
Dragon Swarm!
A wailing Yanti of
Swallow
lightning.
Blade! Here I come!
Do it. This one's got your name on it.
Action to action!
Dance in the
Now!
wind.
You're mine!
First aid.
Now I can let loose!
Between heaven and earth. A wailing Yanti of lightning. Divine hit.
It's over!
Air thrust. Hear me. Flame of terror.
You're mine!
Oh, the wing.
Let's keep up the pressure.
Just what I needed.
Can handle this. Where you going?
Got it.
Nice.
Now's our chance.
Actually, I don't know if that is nice. Because it would have been downed anyway.
A wailing Yanti of lightning.
Far enough.
Burn in hell!
This one's mine.
I'm not done! Swallow Blade!
Thanks, Shion.
Dance in the wind!
Why'd you heal me?
To stop you dying?
Heaven and earth. Here's the healing arc! Lightning! Divine Sting! Magic is there!
Okay, I'm starting to learn some really cool spells. Look at that. There is just stuff happening all over the place.
This one's mine. Hurricane strike. Here's the evil between heaven and earth. Glory blazer. A whirling sea of lightning. Divine Sting.
Rising Falcon! It's over!
Hurricane strike. None shall escape my... It's weakened.
This ends now!
Surrender.
You're finished! Rising Wyvern!
Do it. Hurricane
Kisara! Commander of Heavens!
Phoenix
Yeah.
Vanquish darkness. Radiant here.
Take this! It's over!
By the power of water. Going in.
Rising Wyvern!
Hurricane strike.
Lunarongo!
Tear!
Lunarongo!
Hurricane
Rising
thunder
Falcon!
blade. Going in.
Take this! Rising Wyvern!
A wailing beast. Hurricane strike. Divine. Night magic.
Wait, is it a lightning bird now?
Now you're getting serious?
Here comes a big one!
Hurricane strike. Illuminate the dark.
Rising Wyvern!
Going in.
Rising Falcon!
Between heaven and
Dragon
earth.
Swarm!
Hurricane strike.
Blade!
Look sharp. The marksman handles it.
Rising Wyvern! Lunarongo!
This one's mine. I'm out of ammo.
Amazing.
Hurricane lightning.
Look here I come!
Here I go.
Rising Falcon!
Hurricane here.
Rising Wyvern!
Hurricane strike.
Lunarongo! Now, all is reeling!
Take it down.
You're mine! We've got him on the run!
Don't get cocky.
Right. Still anyone's fight. You're finished!
Corruption. It looks like you thought this was covered.
Eat dirt!
Radiant hurricane.
I'm not done!
Man, this bird does not stand a chance.
Rising Wyvern! Lunarongo!
Going in. Plenty left. A freezing hail.
You're finished!
Ice tornado. Illuminate the dark. Come forward, holy flame. Going in. Holy land.
Dragon Swarm!
They're not playing around. Right. Watch out.
Rising Wyvern!
Oh no!
How do you like being pounded into shape?
One's all mine!
Here, let me have
Now! Look sharp! Lightning Tiger Blade!
There we go. Lovely jubbly.
Hey! Hoodle's quivering! I think we're about to be...
Good fight, good night.
real lucky!
That was quite the little adventure we went on.
Here you go, dude. I solved your bird problem.
Yeah.
How?
Huh? Well...
Hey.
Rinwell. Burning Strike. Hmm. Might as well get that. Can't do any of those. We'll do that one. We'll save up for that one. Improved healing arts, why not? So Rinwell learned... What did she learn just then? Burning Strike? Okay, we have a side quest over here.
We've reached our destination.
Probably camp and heal up. Try and cook that new bit of food. What did I get last time? I got... Oh, it was the Mabo curry, wasn't it?
That turned out good, if I do say so myself. After mastering countless recipes and gathering enough ingredients to last a lifetime, I finally cooked my greatest, grandest masterpiece. Mabo Curry! This is a specially made, one-of-a-kind batch. It contains only the best combination of spices, chosen after a lot of trial and error.
Spices.
I think I'll have some later after everyone else. I'm not that hungry right now.
You sure?
It does smell pretty tasty now that you mention it.
The heat from the spices is intense, but not persistent, so it's easy to go back for seconds.
You're making a good case for your curry, Alphen. What the hell? Serve me up!
Hey,
Oh, wow.
it's good.
This is actually good.
To be honest, I'm a little scared how my stomach will handle all these spices later. But they really do bring out the flavor.
Indeed. The spiciness has been so finely tuned. Why, I dare say you've made true art, Alphen.
Right? I knew you guys would like it.
Like it? I love it! This is delicious, man!
Law, really? Don't talk with your mouth full.
There's plenty for everyone, so eat as much as you like. Shion, could we talk a moment?
Not really anybody to talk to.
I think it's time we go to sleep. Morning. Ready to head out?
Alright, side quest. What do you got for me?
Yeah!
Guy's gone 12 rounds with Tyson.
Sure.
There's a giant bee buzzing around. Oh, this is another Zoogle Giganta monster or whatever it's called. A place.
How did it come?
Oh, so it's just over there.
You're a beautiful woman, Shion. That's a good thing, right?
Wait, Kisara. Hey, Kisara!
How did it come to this?
I never asked for this.
That's a big Zoogle.
Hiya! Ooh, level 45.
That fucking is driving me mad. Swarm!
The flashing parts are weak
Rising
points.
Wyvern! You picked the wrong fight!
Glacial Thunder. Pierce
this.
Evil. Raging Cascade.
Ah!
Freeze Lancer.
You see this coming?
One more.
Raining Slash!
In here.
Lunar Rondo!
This'll hurt. None shall escape the
over.
water element. Blah, blah, blah.
You're mine! You're finished!
Their arts were
You're
incredible.
mine! Ah! We did it!
As impressive as always.
Here I hope that wasn't true.
No, I mean, you're even better than ever.
I've never seen Xion actually look flustered.
Bad, right?
Yes,
Oh, no.
very bad.
I don't feel so good.
Chain between heaven and earth. Blah, blah, blah. I owe you, Xion.
Healing is what my arts do best.
All mine can do is cause havoc and destruction.
Freezing
Storm Blade!
Inferno Crossing. Tornado.
Man, these things just do not flinch at all.
Blah, blah, blah. In here.
Look sharp! It's over! Go on!
Sleep now.
You're finished!
Have it handy.
Swallow Blade! Dragon Swarm!
Got it. Now's our chance.
Rising Wyvern! Lunar Rondo! I'll burn it all!
Yeah, I got it with the good Mystic Art.
Pillar! Fire! Not a chance! Front! Rising Head! Slash! Dragon Swarm! Slash! Rising Wyvern! It's over!
Heaven and earth. Blah, blah, blah.
Swallow Blade! Rising Falcon! No escape! Burn! Swallow Blade!
Oh god.
You fight better at a distance.
Whoa!
The further away, the better. You and I both.
Okay, here I go!
In here. Recover. Get on in there with you.
Glacial Spear.
It's those killer bees from
Swallow Blade!
Feel.
Final Fantasy XIV.
Rising Wyvern! Lunar Rondo! Try harder! My turn!
Just using that killer sting move or whatever it's called.
Okay. Take this! You're finished!
Can't tell which attacks are mine and which attacks are the enemy.
One more time.
Here I come! Now, while it's reeling!
Take it down. Ridwell. Frozen.
Hammer.
Illuminate.
Here I come! It's over!
Glacial
Dragon
Fire.
Swarm!
Tiger Blade.
Rising Wyvern! Lunar Rondo!
Look sharp.
A wailing banshee of lightning.
Disgusting.
Here I come!
Look sharp. Hurricane Strike.
Here I come! You're finished!
Vanquish dark.
Hurricane Strike.
Dragon Swarm! Rising Wyvern!
So now you're getting serious?
Where are you going?
Tiger Blade.
Inferno heal you.
Oh, those weren't summons.
Just
Oh,
like us, I'm back in it. Start by holding the front line.
oh they're exploding bomb bees. I see.
Glacial Spear. Here's evil. Freeze Lancer.
I'll bring you back from death's abyss.
Resuscitate. Raging Cascade.
I'll cover you.
Wait, did you get it? Oh, you did get it. Okay.
Glacial Spear.
Pierce evil. Lightning condemned. Freeze Lancer.
Here I come!
I'll bring you back from
It's
death's
over!
abyss.
Pain between heaven and earth.
Rising Wyvern!
A wailing
Lunar
banshee
Rondo.
of lightning. Divide.
You're mine! It's on!
Look sharp. I'll fix you up.
Rising
You
Wyvern!
got this one.
Lunar Rondo! You're mine! It's a
Tiger Blade.
I'm out of ammunition. I don't need you all.
Healing Circle.
I owe you one.
I can do this all day.
This game became a bullet hell game all of a sudden.
Still anyone's fight. Swallow Blade! Tear! Lunar Rondo!
Glacial
blade!
This one's mine! This one's mine! Hurricane action! Going in! By the power of water! Lightning orb! Radiant cascade flame!
Not today!
Seal! Hurricane blood! This'll come in handy! Going in!
It's alright, we got it. Boom.
Commander of Heaven!
Phoenix Cyclone!
Got him.
I'll do everything I can with this power.
Make us proud. Elfin.
Yeah, we're counting on you.
I guess I am too. A little.
I think the animals back at the ranch should be all grown up by now.
Ah, Rapig. No, what's this? Oh no, that's the explanation. I thought that I said something about expansion. Okay, none of these are items that I had. Indomitable Gargantua Bone. Yeah, I don't think I ever had one of those.
I wonder if you're as soft as you look.
Let's see if there's any other foods that I haven't made yet. Fondue. I don't think I've made fondue.
Thanks for waiting, everyone. Come on over and grab some food.
You okay, Shion? You're not eating very much.
What's
You
wrong?
must be sick.
Do you not like the cheese fondue that you made?
Yeah, I'm used to seeing you more excited about food.
You're not feeling sick, are you?
No, I'm fine. It's nothing like that. It's just...
What?
I guess I just don't understand what the appeal is. We could just as easily put everything on a plate and pour the cheese on top of it instead.
I suppose it lies in being able to decide exactly how much cheese you want. There's also something to be said for enjoying how it all turns out. It's fun.
That's fine and all, but I wish the plate-to-mouth time was shorter.
I think I understand. You
Plate
don't like
to
having to put
mouth
so much
time
effort
was
into eating
shorter?
something, do you?
Yeah, I hear what you're saying. Actually, now that I think about it, you're a way less fussy eater than you look, Shion.
In my book, there's no one right way to eat a meal. Tuck in, take your time, be dainty or devouring. As long as you enjoy the food, that's what counts.
There's no need to stand on ceremony while we're out camping in the wilderness.
Yeah, you're right. In that case, don't mind if I do.
I've never seen someone dump that much cheese on a meal before.
Yes.
Kisara, let's talk for a bit.
Maybe I can only do these conversations after I've cooked a certain meal.
No. Actually, I've been trying not to obsess about it as much as before. I find when I think too much about my ideals, I get hung up on the reality of things and lose sight of what's really important. I know what it's like to go hungry, to lose your family. That should be reason enough to fight for a better society, so nobody else has to. Sorry about that.
Even thinking about things will make you hungry after a while. You wait here. I'll go whip something up for you.
Thanks for the food.
What's so funny?
Nothing. Just impressed at how good of a cook you've become.
Well, we've been on this journey for a while now.
I'm the best.
So I've had more than a few opportunities to hone my skills.
Yeah, and now I have a good meal in me. There's a simple kind of happiness that comes with that, you know? One that's more powerful and convincing than complicated logic can be.
That reminds me of something Law said, about how talking too much doesn't put food in people's stomachs.
That sounds like Law. But it's true nonetheless. When you get down to it, all you really need is enough food to keep you full and to be surrounded by people you love. Everything else comes second.
Speaking of people you love, I haven't heard you talk about Miguel much lately.
Wow, okay. Way to make me feel like the worst sister ever. But
why would you
you're
even
right.
bring that
I
up?
haven't.
Why would you
If I'm
even bring
honest,
up her
I
dead
think
brother?
It's because I finally found other people I love just as much. Whatever kind of society we end up having after this, it needs to be a place where I know you all can be happy. That's my starting point for now. Don't worry. Once I finish folding these clothes,
I don't understand the reason for bringing up her dead brother there.
Rise and shine. We're almost ready to leave.
Sure. Just great.
Okay.
Well,
Neon Insect Disposer. Yeah, increased mid-air damage. Grab one of those. Oh, I should have saved up for that. Hour. Yeah, so it looks like all of these quests are for
anyway, I should get to work on dinner.
one person.
We already started.
We've got it covered tonight, Kisara. Just relax and leave it to us.
I see. Well, I'll leave it to you then. We don't have a lot of ingredients though, so don't go overboard, okay? Guess I'll do some laundry instead.
Okay.
What are you two doing?
What does it look like? We're doing laundry, obviously.
Yeah, I guess you are. You're not trying to clean them by smacking them around again, are you?
Of course not. I have a good memory. Once someone yells at me, I don't forget it.
He's fine, Kisara. I've been keeping an eye on him, and there haven't been any problems.
Oh, good. If you say so, Alphen, then I have nothing to worry about.
Hey, how come you don't trust me when I say it?
Just don't squeeze too hard or else you'll damage the fabric, okay?
Yeah, I get it. You know, if you keep making that face, it's gonna stick that way.
What was that?
Nothing. Nothing at all.
Well, if there's nothing for me to do, I guess I'll head back. I suppose I should take this as a sign of how much they've all grown, but...
Confused why this cutscene is even happening.
Dohalim, what are you doing here?
Simply admiring our campfire as I await dinner. I find watching the flames dance can be rather inspiring.
Just the same as always, then. Although I'm sort of relieved.
Oh? And here I thought you were planning to scold me.
Why? Did you want to be scolded too?
No, I wasn't saying that. The night is aglow with star and firelight. Yet what I hold most dear are the words of a friend.
That's not like your usual poetry. Are you trying to tell me something?
Brimming is thy soul with words yet unspoken.
Sure.
Okay, I get it. You want me to talk to you about it.
To hear your words of worry, I can but sit and wait.
I said I get it. I guess I'm just struggling with how capable everyone's become these days.
It's all because of you.
I'm proud of them, but I'm not sure what I contribute to the team anymore. So, I guess it's been troubling me a bit. They don't need me for chores or fighting anymore. And I don't have much in the way of feminine charm.
Don't
But
say
aside from
that.
being a soldier, do I have anything else to offer? And if not, then what good am I? I can't help worrying about it.
Lost though you may be, with utopia but a dream, life without you would be no life at all.
Dohalim, you're right. I still have Miguel's dream left to fulfill. And we still have the
Yes,
fight
that's what
ahead
he
of
was
us to
getting at.
overcome.
With you by my side, even the bitter times can taste sweet.
Okay, I think that's enough poetry for one day.
Hey, dinner's ready!
Finally.
Wow, you look really happy, Kisara.
Oh? I'm just excited to see what you two have cooked up. Now let's sit down and enjoy it already.
Oh, that was literally just the end of that quest.
Dohalim, all of your replies last night were poems.
Her place. Yeah, that was literally just finishing off the bee quest. Didn't realize there was such an extensive cutscene afterwards. For some reason.
What was that all about?
I suppose I was struck with poetic inspiration. Did it strike your fancy?
Yes, I found it to be quite elegant.
Hello. I see. Oh.
Oh, that's right. We're looking for Notio. I remember now.
Oh?
I see.
Yeah.
But why Volron's with?
Wait. This guy that was over here?
Abouts. Don't they know where their own sovereign is?
Considering we've come across him the world over, he's likely been operating on his own for a while now.
Maybe even his own subordinates were just toys to him.
Maybe I can't continue with this one? Talca Pond. What's Talca Pond? Oh, this one. Okay, so we just need to go this way now. And we need to go to the debt.
Armored soldiers!
Some of Volron's former guards.
Let's take them out quick before things get messy.
What if they don't want to fight though?
Lay down your arms and no one has to get hurt.
Oh, they definitely want to fight.
Traitors like you shall never walk free!
I knew you were stubborn, but you don't have to be so damn dramatic.
Flame inside me yearns to be let free! Dragon Swarm! Rising Wyvern!
That's my cue.
Shut him down! Slash! Dragon Swarm! I'll burn it all!
There we go.
Flaming Pillar! Fire! My turn! Dragon Form! This one's all mine! Rising Wyvern!
Now, Frozen.
Hammer.
Nicely done. Shield, go for it.
Prepare to crumble.
What's with the hole here? Is that supposed to be their hideout?
It doesn't look like it's freshly dug, whatever it is.
I mean, it
Maybe
wasn't
it's
there
the
last
entrance
time I
to a
was
path
here.
To Cyslodia.
Although that being said, it's been a month since then.
Everything all right?
Hmm? Oh, yeah, I'm fine. Let's go.
Man, they really should have done something about Alphen once his mask came off. He looks so generic.
I don't know when it happened, but we sure are hauling a lot of stuff these days.
I was just thinking the exact same thing. Glad to hear I'm not the only one.
We should probably clear some stuff out. Like our old weapons we're not using anymore.
No, I will
They must
never
be
get
in
rid of my
pretty
old
bad shape
weapons.
by now.
No way. Those are still good as new with a little polishing. If anything, I'd say all our armor's what's weighing us down.
But that armor's also still good once you fix it up. Besides, better to have too much armor than too little. You can trust me on that one.
Well, what about all these dumb old antiques we're lugging around? If we sell those off, that should lighten our load.
Simpletons such as yourself who can't appreciate the true worth of such things is how precious art vanishes from history.
Pretty art's not gonna save you in a fight, man.
Stop it, you guys! This is no time to...
All I really meant to say is, you can tell how much we've been through by everything we're carrying around. Honestly, that's all.
Oh.
My deepest apologies. It appears that I may have rather overreacted.
Yeah, I guess it's only natural we'd have so many souvenirs by now. I might have been out of line too.
I guess all this stuff really is a sign of how far we've come together.
Yeah, every little piece is its own treasure filled with memories.
I've been doing really great lately.
Tell me, Alphen, wherever did you learn how to wield a sword?
I've been thinking that
I was
since the
wondering
beginning.
the same thing too, actually. I'm guessing you knew how to fight before you met the Crimson Crows, right?
I used to be a soldier who served a Dahnan master. I never saw the guy's face, but I still fought for him because he was my employer. Looking back, it wasn't all that different from being a slave.
A Dahnan master? That must have been before the Renans brought you to Lenegis 300 years ago.
You must fight using real Dahnan techniques then.
Really? We used to have our own sword arts?
There's a lot of our own history we've lost since the Renans first invaded. It's not all magic and art. I'm sure it includes things like sword styles too. It's incredible and also a little surreal to see those arts still survive after all this time.
Not only that, but
I'm glad so many people are helping you with your RPGs. Now your players from one session are helping you with the other group's session and vice versa.
Pretty ironic.
That's good for them too, because that means I get to GM better sessions for them too. Hey!
Nah, we're good. It's in the past
Nice.
now. All we ever did in those days was stir up trouble.
You're using those skills for a good cause now. It's
Glad
not
you're
all
having
bad.
such a good time with
I
it.
suppose this is what people mean when they say that every cloud has its silver lining.
Exactly. He's using those sword skills to make the world better. Could be a lot worse.
True enough. I will stop worrying about mentioning it then.
And Sword's not here to win. That's a shame.
No wonder we couldn't manage to find them. They've been holed up here all this time, hiding.
The remnants of Volron's forces. You think they were planning an ambush on Pelegion?
Possibly. Then again, knowing how blind their devotion is, maybe they were just waiting.
Waiting? For Volron, you mean?
Even though we already defeated him? But yes, I suppose you're right. For these guys, that would just be a technicality. They act more like worshippers than subjects. They're probably still in denial that he was overthrown in the first place.
Either that, or they were biding their time until the next crown contest. Either way, their allegiance is to their lord.
Who they're convinced and expectant will return. So in
Oh
the
yeah,
meantime,
contests
they wait
were a thing that I
patiently in
used to do.
preparation for the day that he finally does. That's way more than just loyalty. It's no less than total subjugation.
Should probably turn off that command. I really have been slacking on
You've noticed it, haven't you?
stuff.
Notice what?
I'm referring to Shion.
I never thought you, of all people, would come to me about her.
Yes, well, what concerns me has more to do with what machinations may be currently unfolding in secret on
I really
Lenegis
should just make a
as we
list of
make our
all of
way
this,
along this tunnel.
all of the stuff that I need to update.
And you're saying it's
the
related to
stream.
Shion in some way?
Perhaps. She believed there was a good possibility that the Renis Alma may free her from her thorns. One would think after losing the Renis Alma, she would be more dismayed, and yet she isn't. Why? There's also the matter of the power that she inherited from...
You heard what she said. She didn't know about the Maiden's power.
Mere
Yeah, but
ignorance
there's
does
so
not
much
preclude her
extra
deep
stuff,
connection to the
you know?
events unfolding around us. You recall when her thorns went rampant in Castle Delpharis. I've never seen dark astral energy manifest in such a way.
I thought you said all Renans had dark astral energy inside of them.
Correct. However, what Shion exhibited was far beyond what any ordinary citizen could ever possibly possess. And let me be clear. I do not intend to cast doubt on Shion, or her motives. Nevertheless, I cannot shake the feeling that there's more to all of this than what we currently know. Do you disagree?
Yeah, nearly 3 years now.
It's obvious that people used to go through here in order to get to the
I'm about
other
a
realms.
month away, I think.
You think Volron really did seal it off to keep it hidden then?
Seems like it. Those soldiers we encountered might have known about it, chosen to hide out here.
But with the entrance collapsed and exposed, they must have been forced to come out of hiding.
Out of our way! Moth to the flame.
Armor won't save you!
Going
No
in.
escape!
Sleep now.
Pesky airborne scoundrels!
Sounds like a job for yours truly.
We've turned the tables on him.
There are still more left.
Right. No time to hold back. It's over. Dragon Swarm!
Make it rain.
Kisara! Commander of Heaven!
Phoenix Cyclone.
Did it!
Nice technique.
Oh my god.
Really, really strong, Alvin.
I'm just trying to do the best I can.
Still, it's reassuring to have you around. As impressive as always.
All yours, Kisara!
The Cactar butt has returned.
Am I on a roll or what?
Well, look who's in a bright and shiny mood.
I see supplies and other signs people were living here. Even Zoogle cages.
They're surrounding us. This one's mine. Illuminate the sun. Laser spear. Evil. Freeze lancer. Denied. A wailing frenzy of lightning.
Ignite!
Now, get toasty.
Burn strike!
Illuminate the sun.
We got flyers!
I've got this. Let a marksman handle it.
All yours! Rising
A
Falcon!
wailing frenzy of lightning. Do it.
Shield!
This ends now.
Consider yourself finished! Now! You're mine! You're finished! Hurricane Thrust! Rising Falcon! Strike!
Now,
Remote!
astral energy.
Say no more!
Looks like it could be worth something.
Sapphire One Piece. Oh, nice.
That equipment should come in handy.
So, fun fact, Sky actually designed her own version of that emote.
It's no ordinary enemy I see over there.
But I don't think I'm allowed to use it. I'm pretty sure I'm not allowed to use it because it's somebody else's emote. Like, I know you can make redesigns of some global emotes, but I think if it's somebody else's own personal emote, I don't think you can.
I'll do my best. Armor won't save you. Take this.
You're mine!
Raging sword.
Now or never!
Look sharp.
Knock it in!
We managed to turn the tide.
For now. But things could shift at a moment's notice.
You're right. Better stay alert. Raging Kisara, frozen.
Hammer. Step back. This
Yeah.
one's all law.
Buff Bangle. Good old Jeff.
How much do they have to steal from us to be satisfied?
What's that thing's purpose, anyway? Some kind of siphon that sends the astral energy the Lords harvested to Lenegis?
Not as far as I'm aware. That said, it has become evident since the forming of the Renis Alma, as well as other recent events, that my insight may be thin. I would, as I believe the saying goes, take what I say with a grain of salt.
No, Halim.
At the very least, I believe we can assume that whoever is pulling the strings behind the scenes has had this in the works for quite some time.
Why's that?
The people on Lenegis may have plenty of resources at their disposal, but not even they could prepare something like that in a mere month. Something of that magnitude takes considerable time, as well as a predetermined goal in mind.
Then what was the crown contest for?
At this stage, I think it was but one step in the greater scheme we see unfolding before us. What that scheme is exactly, I haven't a clue. For now, I believe we should keep moving. The path continues. It's quite possible it will take us all the way to Cyslodia.
Agreed. Let's keep moving.
So Shion's store. Come to think
Oh,
of it,
now we're going to talk
what
a bit more
happened to
about the
those
Red
4
Woman.
lights that fell from Lenegus along with the wedge?
All 4 of them scattered in different directions. It's anyone's guess where on Dana they might have landed.
I'm not entirely sure, but it seemed like those lights may have all been different elements of astral energy.
So even though they're using the wedge to siphon off energy from Dana, they're shooting it back down to Dana as well? Why?
I don't know. It all happened so suddenly.
Hopefully it's not a sign of some new threat we'll have to deal with.
But if that Red Woman has anything to do with the wedge, then what could that light...
It's weird.
Why are they
isn't it?
calling it a wedge?
The Red Woman. Shion and Dohalim said they'd never seen her before Pelegion.
Are you saying they're lying to us?
No, it's not that I think they're lying, just... there has to be some reason for it, right?
Well, one thing the 2 of them have in common is that they're both Renans.
Okay, you 2. Put a pin in it for now. I know that we're in the dark about a lot, but for now, let's focus on getting through these mountains.
Yeah, of course.
Okay, so we got another fast travel thing here. X-Breaker. Yeah, can't collect it while these things are here. Oh no.
Right here.
No further!
Jasmine spin! Reload!
Hurricane Kisara! Commander of Heavens!
Phoenix Cyclone!
Did it!
Yeah, nice technique.
Flying freak! Why can't they
You've got a knack for battle.
See, I still plan on training.
That's what I like to hear.
As impressive as always. No, I mean, you're even better.
I've never seen Shion actually look flustered. Hey! Poodle's quivering! I think we're about to be real lucky!
Still don't understand the point of that.
It sure got cold all of a sudden after we passed the peak.
Law.
Yeah, we're getting close.
Alright, we want to go left. And left again. Need to buy more life bottles.
Not today!
Do it! Shion! Astral energy! Full throttle!
A flawless victory.
Naturally!
Pesky airborne scoundrel!
Sounds like a job for yours truly.
Just continuously Lunar Rondo.
Barely a blip on our radar.
Oh, get out of here.
We managed to turn the tide!
For now, but things could shift at a moment's notice.
Pushing
You're
yourself
right.
and get behind me!
Sailor!
We got flyers!
I've got this! Let a marksman handle it!
Come, all yours!
Lunar blast! Inferno!
Thrust!
Here's a healing
Blade!
Make it rain! You fight better at a distance. The further away, the better.
Are you gonna... Hey, there we go.
Die! Consuming wildfire!
I was wondering if she was actually going to use her Mystic Art.
Hey, I'm pretty lucky. sharp! Lightning Tiger Blade!
Get behind me!
Nice.
Well, looky here.
Sapphire Guard, I believe, is for Sarah. Yep.
Thus our strength yet grows.
Ah.
I'll do my best. If it's in the sky, it's mine.
Dragon Swarm!
Illuminate the sky. Holy
Burn!
Hurricane now. Astral energy.
Say no more.
You sure showed them.
All in a
I don't know
day's
what that
work.
X is next to it. Hey, we're back in Cyslodia.
We made it to Cyslodia.
We need to get that bridge down somehow.
It looks like we can control it from our side. Let's take a closer look.
Are you okay, Law?
Hmm? Oh, fine. Just thinking. The past is a real downer. That's why I'm focused on what's ahead of me. You?
Yeah. I'm going to stay the path. As long as we're all together, I know we'll be all right.
Same here. Now let's get moving.
Alright, so where does this put us? Oh, okay. So it actually puts us in the Frozen Valley. Ah, okay.
Oh, good. We can cross through.
I still can't quick travel anywhere.
Stop! Who goes there?
My name is Alphen. We're not your enemies.
Did you say Alphen? Slap me silly, it really is you!
Forgetting someone?
Rinwell! Oh, glad to see you're doing okay.
What are you guys doing out here?
We're patrolling the realm. Never thought I'd bump into you all on my rounds, though. Heck, enough of me, though. What's going on up in the sky? Feels like the world's gonna end.
That's what we're trying to figure out ourselves. And as it happens, I've got a big favor to ask.
I had an inkling that's why you'd come back. As soon as I saw you in the distance. So you beat all the lords, huh? Damn,
Oh, well,
you really
hello.
must be a hero.
I just did what I had to. So can you send anybody to help Ganeth Harros?
I think we can help out. I'll hit up the other resistance groups and rustle up some support.
I
doubt they'll have a problem sending people once I mention it's you.
I beat a guy, but apparently there's still
If you guys
stuff to
can
do.
help out, that'll give us a chance to do something about that wedge out in the ocean.
Yeah, I think that's something only you guys can handle. Speaking of which, that thing's out in the middle of the ocean. How do
Game
you
will
even plan
never
on
be
reaching
finished.
it?
By boat. We're about to go look for one.
No rest for the weary, I see. Hey, what happened to that mask you used to wear?
It's a long story. Let's just say I lost it.
Can I
I sure never
quick
expect-
travel places now? Finally. I've been playing for 30 hours.
Probably in good.
This is day 4? Yeah, day 4. Time flies when you're having fun, I guess. Night Guardsman armor, Aquatic Guardsman armor, Ilkaras Festive, Ilkaras Morning, Verdant Tiara, Aqua Blue Tiara, Violent Tiara, Owl Queen Door.
Well, most of the perches are filled up now. Frankly, I'm amazed there's so many of these guys.
What cautious lives they must have lived.
Oh,
They
Aquila,
deserve
quick.
credit for their
Nem
vitality.
won about 20 minutes ago. You
They're
still got a
all so
chance to get
lovely
in on the good
individually,
luck.
But I think
Gamble
they
all
look
your
downright
points.
awe-inspiring. And so many
You
of
can
them
do
are
it.
gathered together in one place.
I don't know. It's hard to relax with all of them eyeballing us at once.
Yeah, I guess owls do seem to
What can I
stare.
say? If only you gambled all your points like I said.
You've done well.
He's at it again.
Come on, you know you like it.
If
Frankly,
only you would
I
listen to
never
me
thought
for
you'd gather
once.
so many of us.
You are so quick
Yeah.
to rescue those in need.
No
You have
trust.
given us a big, happy family.
We're on the brink of extinction. We must work together if we are to change our fate.
You carry a heavy burden.
Don't
How many
worry.
points do you have?
We can change fate. You won't be alone. I promise.
This isn't just your fight. I'm here for you too. I want us both to be together.
That was you
Oh,
interpreting for the others,
man.
right?
Yeah, of
You
course.
could be on
It's nice to
200k
see
right
everyone
now.
getting along, but perhaps we should be moving on.
Just who was that conversation?
I think that would have
between?
been the biggest win.
Try not to think about it too much. Besides, there's still a few empty perches left.
Although
come this far,
technically,
why stop
Nem
there,
has the
right?
biggest win.
Hey, Hoodle.
Because he was gambling
Once we've
100k
managed to gather all the
at a
owls,
time.
After that... Huh?
Okay, so he didn't get anything new. You get anything new? Yes. Oh, just different colors. Different color tiaras, but no different color armors, I guess. Weird. Ah, that's what I was hoping for. Black Kisara armor. That looks pretty cool. It doesn't really go... Oh, I wish the weapon would change. And he's got some recolors. Oh, I like the black and the purple. Alright, you're going for that now. I already got his stuff. Oh. Oh, actually, we can just put her in that. There we go. That looks much better. I wonder if there's a version of her weapon that's also black. No, this is the only version of her weapon that I can do it with. Yeah, that looks really nice, actually. Yeah, it's been a while. I think I need to... Am I still using the blue book? I'm still using the blue book. Ah. There you go. He got you. He used a different one. Alright. How many owls do I need? I need 6 owls. The purple ones are all full. The red ones are full. White ones are full. The yellow ones are full. Wait, these are all full. Where? What other perch is there? Weird. Right. I'm gonna get out of here. I will be back tomorrow at 10 a.m. Nobody said 24-hour stream. No, they did not. But yeah, I'm going to get out of here. I'll be back tomorrow, 10 a.m. I will catch you guys then. I hope you guys enjoy the rest of your Monday. And I'll see you guys later. Nem, Athurum, Cookie, Luck, Aquila. Catch you guys later. Have a good one. Ah, shut up, Cookie. Don't do me like that, alright? Nice. See ya.
Little son! Little son!
Sure.